Day one in Malta was pretty frenetic. We did see the Knights on their return getting home in a last ball thriller in the morning, and then we saw the Michael Dar show in the afternoon. Mudda Day, their star recruit, was on show today. We'll see the former champions Malta up. The host will be in action this morning. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Malta Encore, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, taking you through day two of this European Cricket Series in Malta. So 4 more matches coming your way today. We'll get to see 4 new teams to this series and 1 new team to the ECN altogether. That's a little bit later on when Red Stars hit the park. But right now it's time for the start of match number 5, and this one will see Royal Strikers taking on Malta. I can tell you that the hosts, Malta, they won the toss and they have elected to bat first in this one. Watch out for Noah Kostler. He's likely to open the batting, I would imagine, but they've got some good options in there. Fanyan Magal, we know that he was in pretty good form in the summer, and let's see if he can carry that on here to the end of the season. For Royal Strikers though, Priyan Pushparajan, he was an absolute beast, wasn't he, at the start of the year when we saw him leading the Royal Strikers, and you expect him to have a key role towards the top of the order and also with the ball. Just quickly, let's talk about the conditions today. Well, every day is perfect at the moment. This week, at least in Malta, expecting a maximum of 25. Currently, sun's out about 23 degrees already, even with this fairly early start around about 8:30 in the morning that we are getting going. This pitch as well, you know, it's pretty flat, I think, compared to the pitch we saw in Croatia. It's fairly even, and this outfield's beautiful. Even though a little bit of dew, that's pretty normal. Well, I do have some company today. Why don't we head over to the commentary box and get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss in match number 5 is that Malta, the hosts and former champions, they'll bat first after winning the toss. Hello from the central commentary position. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Once again, a couple of minutes away from the start. And this should be a pretty good one. Malta, we know that they've won multiple European Cricket Series here. They're a bit of a hit and miss proposition though. When they're good, they're very good. They're led by Noah Kostler in this match, and Johnny Grimmer behind the stumps, a 64-year-old veteran, but he's one of the more nimble 64-year-olds I think you'll see going around. As we look at the two teams, and you can see, yeah, Malta, speaking of Johnny Grimmer, he is in there. Got some good players there. Fanyan Magal, he is certainly one to watch. He's listed there up the top. Fanyan Majid listed as, but yeah, I think Mohamed Suleiman, again, he's very capable. Looking at the strikers, though, Priyan Pushparajan, watch out for him. He's very, very good. You got someone like Ruben James, the slot machine 777 down the bottom, Clinto Paul. Fair bit of experience in there and a few new faces as well. So 4 matches today. Looking forward to this one. And we'll have a look at the expected win percentages, and you can see it's a bit of a toss-up. The Royal Strikers, one of the most improved teams, and a lot of that has to do with the addition of Priyan Pushparajan, who's listed to open the batting here. And I imagine they would, but he'll have to wait, because first, Malta will get to set the pace. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on day 2. I want to welcome everyone into the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. It'd be great if you'd get a bit interactive with me. And I do have a commentary partner today. First time in a little while, but big hello and good morning to none other than our Cyprus correspondent, now on another island in Malta, Nish Butt. Nish, good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here alongside you. I'm really looking forward to this series in Malta. I had a chance to soak in some of the action yesterday. It just looks set to be another classic series and an island we keep coming back to.
I know you sent me a picture of your plane journey here yesterday from Cyprus, right? And it was actually pretty cool because you're watching the cricket on the plane. Not ECN cricket, but you were watching the World Cup, weren't you? Yeah,
it's pretty cool. I mean, you get to fly Emirates from Cyprus to Malta, so they had a couple of live games on at the time, so it was a good way to catch up on some cricket on the way here.
So right here, Royal Strikers in their kind of turquoise uniforms. Typically we'll see them in their kind of scarlet shirts, but a bit of a change there. As it is, though, these two teams, not too much between them. Marsa, yeah, like I said, they're a bit hit and miss. Now we're gonna see things getting underway, and it's going to be Sanjay Siddharthan to get us going. Here's the first ball of day 2. Noel Kostler faces up, misses a big wide first up. Andy Dowdy, the official out there, taking the first over. So yeah, Nish, last time we worked together was in Rome, right? And let's not forget that the last game we did together was the last game before the golden ball streak was snapped. You snapped it in that Italy-Austria game.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to be part of a couple of golden balls this year. Hoping to get a few more in Malta.
Same kind of ball this time. He spoils it. And Roman Miha actually is opening up. And Majid at the other end. Yeah, so obviously you would have been following along. We haven't had a golden ball since. I know that you were keen observer of the ECC as well over the last few weeks. Another outswinger this time. He gets plenty of it, and that's going to be 1 bounce 4. So the first boundary of the day. I know we have spent a bit of time commentating together in Cyprus. Here in Marsa, obviously, they're blessed to have this facility. This cricket ground looks in great shape, doesn't it?
A beautiful cricket ground. They've got a gorgeous pavilion as well, which you just caught a glimpse of as we were taking a look at that boundary.
And just taking a moment to get connected, and I'd love to connect with a few people in the chat. So if you are watching along, why don't you drop in a message? Say hello to Nish. Nish will be doing pretty much whole series. We'll even do finals day together. Right now, I'd love to see 50-50 on the win predictor. Another outswinger reaches for it. Probably was taken from the tram line, but it'll be a dot ball. Yeah, so I noticed that Rob Thompson is in there. Chris Ward's in there. Hello to you. Hello to Twilight. And to Dave Beat, everyone else, drop us a message. We're really fortunate to have a couple of close games in the last couple of days. 2 last ball finishes where the batters needed 6 to win off the last ball. One was hit, one wasn't. This one's hit leg side, and that's going to be another boundary. So even though this field is probably at its slowest at this time of the day, you can still see it runs pretty quickly.
He overcompensates a bit there. He's just been a bit too wide with his line. This time he goes touch too straight, and it's beautifully played away towards mid-wicket for a boundary. So Mehar immediately putting quite a bit of pressure on Siddharthan.
Yeah, he's getting some good swing, and most of the bowlers have. But just finding it a bit tough to dislodge Mihar early. And this is good eye. I think that's quite an important skill, is leaving the ones that you're meant to leave alone.
He's struggling with his extras. I think he's really bowled about 3 wides this over. He managed to get away with one. Just get it right here, Siddharthan.
Yeah. Early days. We've seen some pretty big turnarounds after some bad starts yesterday. This is a nice looking drive, but one of the outfielders is down there at long off. And that's handled down there by Tansia Tatia. Yeah, so, yeah, what are your impressions of Malta? You've just got in yesterday. I think we had a little walk along the strip last night. It's a lovely place.
Certainly is. There are some similarities with Cyprus for sure. I think the first thing you notice, though, is there's a very interesting cultural influence in this country. It's sort of, you see a bit of Middle Eastern, you see a bit of European as we take a look at the final ball of this over.
And it will be knocked for 1, and they'll get there. So a bit of a draw, I think, played out in the first over. Marsa, 12 without loss after 1. Yeah, but it's true, and it kind of shares that diversity, if you like, with Cyprus, the diversity of influences. 40 days until the ECCW, and that's something we're really looking forward to here. We'll also have some women's cricket in the middle of this series. We have a kind of a blended ECI with women's and men's cricket together, with Estonia touring, and also the Cyprus men's team will be here for a 4-match series with the Maltese national team. So I know that you and Corey will be doing that series, but you're looking forward to seeing Cyprus in action in Malta.
Yeah, it'll be the first time I get to do a Cypriot national game, so that's going to be exciting. Should be a good opportunity for a Cypriot national team who've played plenty of cricket this year, and well, they'll be looking to get their first win of the year as well.
This is the slot machine. I call him that because he wears the 777 on his back. It's Reuben James. This is a thick edge. That's going to probably fly away for 4 as well. Desperate effort from Arjun Jose down there, but it will be 4 runs. So swing hard. Yeah, I suppose one big difference between this field and the field in Cyprus at Ipsonis is, I suppose, how flat it is for the fielders. But I suppose when it's spinning away from you like that, you can't catch it. You can't do much about it.
Yeah, Majid's the one getting lucky over there at the slot machine. Just throws this bat at it, gets the top edge, and it goes away for a boundary.
Comeback ball from Ruben. And he goes leg side. Just be a single though. So, yeah, what have you been up to then the last few weeks since we caught up? I think the last day we did together was 23rd of September, so it's probably 8 or 9 weeks. What's been going on in Nisha's world?
Oh, mostly just been finishing off my dissertation, and then after that just had quite a bit of downtime after university. Probably the first time in quite a while I've just been able to do nothing for a few weeks. So it was just good to unwind.
It's not a bad thing at all.
Long uni year. This one's going to take an edge again. It goes away for a boundary. So Mayhart gets lucky over there. He's been rather unfortunate so far. James, a couple of edges have gone the other way. This one goes away for a 4 as well.
Well, I'm no captain, but I would be investing in a deep third fielder if I was Ruben James. I've had about enough of this. And yeah, now they do put one back there. So I've got the long off in place and a third in place. Does typically bowl one side of the wicket. So yeah, just a bit annoyed, I suppose. Now the long off will come into play. But Master's starting brightly. I mean, both these teams now, they're pretty experienced in the format. I think I mentioned this is our, I think the 7th European Cricket Series we've done in Malta in the 10 over format. Also, we've covered a fair bit of T20 international cricket here, but obviously the 10 over format is slightly different strategies required from all.
Yeah, Marsa in the ECS earlier this year won 5 of their 18 games.
And that is true. But I mean, on other occasions, and when they've kind of had their squad together and working, they have got a couple of ECS trophies as well. And so that's pretty relevant as well. Hello to Wazim Abbas, who's in the chat. Nice to see you as well. Hello to Parth Patel. Wazim, obviously expect to see him as part of the national team setup and probably during this ECS as well at some point. James, again, he's kind of battled out a draw here. Even though I think he's probably had the better of the batters, but a couple of 4s nicked away. Ball the over. This is going to be a wide, even though it's pulled a little bit wide. And that is Darshit Patanka, I think, that's umpiring the tank. So yeah, we're not going to see him on the field in this series. I think the tank's actually looking in pretty good shape. I wonder if he'll be part of the national squad on the second weekend to take on Cyprus. Last ball, the overtake 2. Steps across and launches it. That one's travelling miles. Maximo Mayhart gets 18 off James somehow. I know it was the worst over, but that is the end of the second over. And well, the score continues to climb. It is 30 without loss after 2.
Well, I was told to watch out for the big hitting in Malta. And there's the first one of the morning. That's a really huge hit. It strikes the fence that surrounds this ground. As of course, so we take a look at the standings for Group A so far. Modern Day and Edicts Knight getting off to a perfect start.
Yeah, so the Knights, they've got a couple of runners-up medals here, but they want to go all the way this time. They did start well yesterday. You've got Modern Day, who again, they've been a bit like Master in a way that they've had some series where they've made it to the pointy end. They've had some series where it just hasn't happened for them. We saw Overseas back in action yesterday. Didn't see them earlier in the year. But they had a bit of a tough one. Really, Michael Duss from Mata Day. He was a bit of a one-man band with the bat for Mata Day, basically winning those 2 games on his own as far as the batting went. And then also we'll have Gazira United. They are new, so we haven't seen them in the tournament before. Looking forward to seeing them at some point. Well, goes after this. Hanging a long time. He should reach it, but can he catch it? Oh, almost. Almost. Jamshid Kunanchirako went back, and it'll be the one for the over. It's quite an extraordinary shot. Goes after it, but yeah, wasn't able to pull down the catch.
Yeah, this is a huge drop. I mean, a little bit unlucky here to start off Marsa. A few edges going against their way, and now they've had an opportunity to put down. Push Barajan, he's a big wicket taker. Took 17 wickets at the last ECS, and he could have had one there.
This is lifted up and out of here as well. I think this has gone all the way. And yep, Maximo. This is good hitting, isn't it, at the moment? Malta making the most of this power play. That one carries by a metre or two.
Just a touch too straight there from Pushparaj, and it's really, really well struck by Mehar. Intelligent batting as well with a square leg inside the ring.
Oh, that's pretty close. Oh, umpire thinks it's going just down, but it's a real close call. Yeah, I don't know. This is an umpire's call for me. He's a long way across. You can see a bit of the leg stump. Is it missing or not? I think it might just be missing. You know, I think it's a very good call. It may have just shaved leg stump. We've seen a few balls yesterday, just missing leg. That didn't hit the pad. I think the benefit of the doubt there goes to the batter. Mehar maybe a little bit lucky to survive.
Oh, it was a quick single over there and half a chance for a run out. Pushparaj and telling the fielders to just calm down a bit. There was some good backing up as well at point. But you have to say that's good cricket all around.
Yeah, but certainly winning the power play here. Last ball, the over blocked away, and Pushparaj and his over goes for 8. So that's a pretty good start for Priyan at the end of 3, though. Marsa 38 without loss.
Great power play for Marsa, going at just under 13 and over. And you have to say they've had a better of it so far. It's a nice little over there by Pushparaj, and he was rather unlucky not to get a wicket, of course, with that drop chance. He's really the star player for his team, leads the way with both the bat and ball in hand. Of course, we had some Group A action yesterday, but we'll be bringing you some games from Group B today. Both these sides are in Group B, and the top 2 place teams from each group will advance to the semi-finals. Of course, by the end of the power play, the fielding restrictions have been lifted, so let's see what the Royal Strikers try to do over here tactically. At the moment, it seems like they're going with just the 4 fielders inside the ring, so, beg your pardon, outside the ring, so rather aggressive captaincy. Got 5 fielders inside.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive, actually. I don't mind that. Probably might not last that long.
Yeah, they just sent a 5th fielder out to long on for this delivery.
Oh, wow, what a shot. It's actually hit almost the back of the bat from Noah Mehar. And the result will be a single.
It could easily have been a much worse outcome for him in the end. He lives to fight another day. Just 1 run. As well, the fielder from deep third is brought back in for Majid, and they've sent someone out to deep square leg instead. Maybe look to bowl a bit straight over here. And this one has been deposited away for 6. It's a huge shot there by Majid. It was right in the slot, and he's absolutely belted it away. Great hit.
Yeah, great shot. This is what he's known for. And yeah, just to clear up any confusion, yeah, his name is Fanyan Majid Mughal, but he's asked that we use Majid, even though he's got Mughal on his back. Well, this is hit hard, and it's going to be 4. And Kunan Jarakal is getting a bit short. We know that Fanyan is very strong on that leg side, and he catches up with that nicely.
Went a bit too full earlier, now he goes a touch too short. And well, you can just see the skipper Pushparaj just coming and have a word with him. Are they going to make any adjustments in the field? No, they're not. They're going to stick with their plan and just ask him to execute a whole lot better.
And this is going to be no run. And Marsa on the verge of an opening partnership of 50.
Mind you, that's a rather dangerous line to bowl, because any edge is going to race away for 4. Maybe that was a bit of a bluff.
This will be a wide, just misses his spots there, Kunan Jarakal.
Yeah, all the fielders out in the deep currently positioned on the leg side, except there's a deep point, so he has to be wary of bowling full and wide.
Wow, that's pretty full, and it's at the waist. It's been called, and it'll be no ball +1, so Mayhart will get a chance to cash in the free hit. And this is one of those ones that typically you will see called. It might be fractionally below the waist, but it's kind of a dangerous delivery around the waist, and so Charakal is going to have to deal with a free hit here.
He's a little bit lucky that it didn't race away for a boundary as well. Mughal just happened to find the one fielder out of that position.
Gives us a chance to say a quick hello to a few people as well. Hello to Samir, the rock star, is in the chat. Good to see you. Hello to Sada. Hello to Ivan as well. And Jeffrey Mobs and anyone I've missed. Good morning to you. And yeah, it's nice to have some company today in the box, but also always feel plenty of company in the chat. Jarakal to deliver a free hit here. Hit, but it's not hit that hard, so it'll just be a single as we get to the end of the over. 4 overs in. Marsa 53 without loss.
Yeah, they're motoring along here. Marsa, that current run rate is over 13 at the moment. I think it's been a sort of terrific opening partnership. They set up a great platform for this second half of the innings. As we just take a look at the graph, going along so well. Just a one decent over so far for the Royal Strikers. Captain's got a bit of a conundrum here. I mean, do you just bring Pushparajan back in? Maybe hope he can create a wicket-taking opportunity. He was desperately unlucky not to get one. Or does he just try a fifth bowler?
Annie is asking in chat, why did Magal change his name to Majid? Well, he didn't change it, actually. His name is Fanyan Majid Magal. He just said that was his preference, and that's fine. Obviously, players sometimes have preferences. They can sometimes change their preferences about what they would like to be known as. We saw that quite famously with Yunus Yohana being known as Muhammad Yunus throughout the kind of latter part of his career for Pakistan. Probably a few other ones. I've got another one. That's a random question. I know it's early, but cricketers with name changes. That's probably one that sticks out to me. Now, sometimes it's just changing what the preferred name is, but tell me if you can think of any other examples. Quinto Paul here coming on and going to be down to Pushparajan for a single. Watch out for Pushparajan. He's a triple threat. You know, he's bowling, batting, fielding there. You know, he's in a key position. He's just a very solid player. And this backing up wasn't probably as good as the initial bit of fielding. Down leg side. Yeah, so you may see Fanyan referred to as Majid, maybe Magal. Obviously, his shirt's saying Magal, so might go back to that, but we'll see. Right now, whatever you want to call them, it's a pretty good start. I've got a feeling kind of 110 to 120, probably close to 110 is the par here, just with this player group as well. One thing I suppose we run into, like most countries at the domestic level, is that the batting, you know, if you can get through the top 2 or 3, if you can get into the kind of middle and lower order, then those boundaries can dry up.
Yeah, certainly aggression needs to be the approach here. The Royal Strikers. So a lot straighter. I mean, he wants to swipe everything across the line right now, Majid. I mean, we saw a pretty wide delivery. He tried to heave towards the leg side. Again, if he can hit a good straight shot or even look to open up the offside, there's plenty of runs on offer there. Just needs to pierce some of those gaps.
This hit pretty hard and well fielded down there by Kunan Charakal. Clinto been pretty good here so far. I quite like the striker's new strips actually. Again, drags. There's been a few of these lately. They seem to have put the brakes on pretty well. Whoa, that's pretty close, you know. That was very quick work by Pushparajan, and really, if this is out, Noman's only got himself to blame. Let's have a look at it here. Kind of just trotting along, then realizes here there's a threat. Did he get down? I think so. Just. Yeah, but still good fielding. Way to put the pressure on.
Nice sharp fielding. They really need to keep the pressure on this Marsa side, who've been a touch too comfortable in these first 5 overs. Again, just maybe it's going to take a little bit of magic to spark this Royal Strikers team back to life. A heroic bit of fielding, but something's got to change.
Last ball of the over. Oh, that's going to disappear. Vanyan goes large. Maximo! Marsa coming out like a green machine as we get to the end of the over. And it's 64 without loss. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN, and here with Nish Butt. And yeah, Nish, it's great to have you back. I hope you have a great time in Malta. I know it's your first time, although you did see the Maltese men's national team, didn't you, when you covered the Continental Cup in Romania earlier in the year?
No, certainly I did, and of course I had a good chance to look at Fanyan Mughal as well. Very unique player. You don't often see cricketers who are capable of both opening the bowling as well as the batting, but he is one of them, and you're just seeing why he's such a good player right now.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see if we can keep it up. What we saw yesterday, though, we saw something similar with Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus coming out, whacking them all around the place. But the fielding side were able to find those wickets, kind of find that turning point, and then really get back in the game. And with a player like Pushpa Rajan still available to Royal Strikers with the bat, it could be very interesting. But anyway, I'd love to get your input in the chat as well, out there watching on YouTube. Oh, pretty close. And gone. Yeah, so this is Chamkor Singh coming out and getting the wicket of Mihar with the first ball of the second half of this innings. Looks like it might have just straightened a bit. Let's have a look at it from straight on. Yeah, have a look. It hits him pretty full. Oh, again, it's one of those ones, it's a little bit touch and go, but I think it's more likely than not to hit the leg stump, if I'm honest. So, Mihar just kind of lost his mojo a little bit there. First ball of the over. But he'll go not before a bright 31, and the wicket falls at 64 for 1.
Yeah, this one might just be clipping the leg stump. It's a good decision, a decision that the Royal Strikers desperately needed, considering not much has gone their way so far this innings. Again, Mihar was playing incredibly well, just hitting some really clean strokes, but he's set up his side incredibly well. 64 for 1, and now this middle order, they can just tee off and play their natural game, as this one is just inside the tram line. A good ball there by Singh, making an immediate impact upon being introduced into the attack.
Yeah, he has made an immediate impact, hasn't he? And Suleiman comes out now at 3. I mean, he's a good hitter as well. Very observant viewers out there. I'll make that in a second. This is an outswinger, and it's almost hit down the throat of the fielder at deep point, but I think at this time of the day, the sun was a bit of an issue there. Didn't pick it up straight away. That'll just be a single. Suleiman's off the mark. Yeah, and you noticed I did have a haircut last night. I did. Actually went to my favourite Turkish barber here in Malta. He looked after me. Bit of a tradition I've got here in Malta. Also, it's around the corner from the hotel, which is pretty useful. Well, that's short. It's hit hard and hit into the gap. And I think this one, well, actually, I don't know. Let's have a look at it on the replay. My instinct was it went all the way originally, but maybe it didn't carry that far. Let's have a look on the replay next to Spring Productions. Oh, yeah, it hasn't quite gone. It's gone 4 runs. Kind of past the fielder, but not past the line. So it's a bit of an optical illusion there.
Great horizontal bat stroke there by Majid. I think he's just one of those players that you kind of want to bowl straight to him, and a lot fuller, so he can't play those strokes. This one's gone to the deep, and it's another chance that's been put down here by the Royal Strikers. A couple of drops so far this innings, and the Majid, he's been a lucky boy so far this innings.
Yeah, and they don't even run there. I think he was just kind of suspended in time here. Have a look. Down goes the catch. I mean, he was in the move. Probably didn't need to hustle in that far. But yeah, they actually didn't run at all. That's big. And, well, makes him pay straight away. Got spilled. And now Oh, don't cry over spilt milk tea. The bowler will not be happy with this, although the next ball was a bit of a half tracker and it disappears. Maximo time, end of the over. And the score is 73 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, right out of the screws. That is an incredible hit. As we take a look at the scorecard, of course, Norman Mahar made a terrific 31 of 17 until, of course, Singh got that all-important wicket. He was unlucky not to get Majid as well, who's motoring along at 34 for 18. You can see there's some really good depth in that Marsa lineup, so they're in a terrific position. I think they'll be eyeing somewhere around 141, 135, as you can see from that projected score. With 9 wickets in hand, they'll want to go at about 16 and over.
I think that's just okay, you know, although the umpire doesn't get a great look at it, but it's actually very good umpiring from Andy Nowdy. Yeah, so Suleiman coming in, replacing his brother, which is Norman Mihar. Also, they're both brothers of Wasim Abbas, who I think we will see during this series. I'm guessing for Gozo's Army, they haven't had a check just yet. So probably would have been a wide. It's got a catchable height, but into the gap. This will test the outfield. It will be pulled up just in time. Someone will come back for a pretty easy 2.
Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding, and make sure to not step on the rope as well. So that'll just be a few runs there for Marsa. I think Siddharthan, he had a rather mixed bag of a first over, didn't he? I mean, he was probably unlucky that there was a boundary that went away for an edge, but he's going to want to bowl a lot better in his second over.
Nice looking shot, but they got that covered now. And just a single. So Siddharthan coming back and bowling out here. Sada is asking when Rico and Corey will be back in the box. Well, Corey will be here on Friday. Actually be doing a fair bit of it with you here. It's a full toss and it's just below. But Rico is having a well-deserved break. He'll be back in Barcelona, which is our last ECS of the year. Another 3-weeker. Let's have a look at the height on this. Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think it's really important that Suleiman doesn't take too long to settle into this innings. Just 4 runs of his first 5 deliveries. He'll want to look to hit a boundary over here. Oh, that's a great ball. Terrific length there by Siddharthan. Again, the length is the key in T10 cricket. That was almost Yorker length there by Siddharthan as we just take another look at that. Oh, that was ever so close to the stumps. But yeah, again, just considering the platform they've constructed here, Marsa, Suleiman really doesn't have any time to settle into this innings. He's got to start accelerating.
This is going to be a block hole ball, picked up, thrown, but they'll get through for a single. That's good running as Marsa end the 7th over at 78 for 1.
Yeah, this is a much better second over by Siddharthan. I think he just got his length spot on over here. The first over, he bowled a few too many wide. He couldn't quite control the swing on that on his deliveries, I should say. As of course we take a look at the 2023 calendar. It's been a terrific year here on the European Cricket Network. I mean, you know, we started all the way back here in Malta on the 30th of January, so it's great to come back here right at the end of the year. I mean, we've been on this terrific tour across the continent. We've had a chance to experience the great blend of culture and cricket wherever we've been. And we've got just one more series after this one here in Malta. That'll be in Barcelona. This one is struck towards cover. It's going to be a single. 3 overs to go. So again, very, very important phase of the game. I mean, first half of the innings was obviously dominated by Marsa, but they've just managed to pull things back, the Royal Strikers.
A bit of yesterday about this, actually, Nish. Wow, that one is adios pelota. In fact, it's almost going to make it into the archery area. Maximo time. Yeah, I talked about some of the sports and multi-sports here, and one of them is archery. So Occasionally you'll see someone running the gauntlet over there trying to get the grizzly ball. You've got to be careful. But anyway, Fanyan, 41. He wants to make sure it's a big finish here. Locked up on that one, hoping for a wide, doesn't get one. Good call by the umpire.
Well, you think archery would be quite a sport in obviously a country that's very famous for being the host of a lot of nights back in history.
Yeah. Priyan bring himself back here in the 8th. Oh, he gets hit hard and hit high and hit out of the ground. Maximo! Fanyan to 47.
Oh, great shot here by Fanyan. This one is right in the slot by Pushparajan. Frees his hands and absolutely belts it over the fielder at long on.
Yeah, that was a really good shot, and Pushparajan just missing his Yorker. A battle of two high-quality players here at the moment. Well, it's not going to be out. If he hits it, he hits into the ground anyway. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think there's an edge on that, but it goes straight into the ground. Dasha Patanka, I've got to say he's done a pretty good job so far. Yeah, just looks in at the moment, doesn't he? And when he gets in this mood, it's very hard to stop. Moves to 48. I think the key is, though, you've got to bowl a persistent line and get the ball outside off to him and stick to it and don't keep changing your plans. 92 for 1 off 8. There's an effort, though, from Pushparajan. Marsa hoping for a big finish with 2 overs to go.
Absolutely. As we can see, I mean, they were going at about 13 and over in the first half of the innings, but just 28 runs off the last 3 overs. And, of course, we emphasize the fact that wickets can really turn the momentum around, particularly in ECS games where teams tend to be a lot more top-heavy with their order. And since then, we've just seen the Royal Strikers claw their way back into this game. There's a lot of pressure now on Majid to try to guide this team. Suleiman just taking a bit too long to settle into his innings, of course, as Singh's coming back for a second.
Low full toss, hit down towards Tahir. Does the fielding. Oh, the alarm's gone off here, don't know why. Well, we saw an issue yesterday where 2 cars were hit with the 1 Maximo. It was not ideal. Boom Boom Basil living up to his name. All right, this is miles in the air and it really should be caught by somebody. It's a keeper's catch. Rajan holds on to it. And so very good bit of wicket keeping there. That was not as easy as it looked. So it'll be Suleiman that goes. And he's never really clicked during his innings, didn't he? Played some nice looking shots. But he will depart for 6 and Marsa 93 for 2.
That's a wicket that his own team probably won't mind. I mean, as you said, it never really clicked for Suleiman. 6 runs of 9 deliveries at that stage. You might as well get out of the way and give another batter a chance.
Yeah, I suppose so. Noah Kosler is going to come in at the number 4 position. I mean, almost got away from him there. You could see last moment. Kind of went away from the middle of the hands. But yeah, Chamkar Singh, he's kind of had the golden touch, hasn't he? Well, Suleiman, he just wasn't clicking, was he? 6 off 9, his final figures. Kosler will be hoping that he can finish things with a bang. This is a really good start from Noel. He blasted into the gap. And we have seen with Noel, at times, he's sometimes just failed to fire. We would see him opening. That's why I thought he was opening, because it was his famous helmet that was out there on Mehar. But yeah, I mean, he's a cracking player. You can see that from that first shot. It's not a bad situation for him. He can just go and swing the bat. Try and still play orthodox cricket shots. Amazing thing about that shot, they had 2 fielders guarding that, but it just perfectly bisected them. Gets a good Yorker, but gets past the bowler. They'll get one, even though Fanyan was a bit slow to recognise the opportunity, but he'll get a chance to bring up his 50 as he faces up to the next delivery.
That's a good comeback delivery after getting hit for a 4. Just a shame for him. He had Goes right between his hands, and he's gonna give up a single. Got to say Singh though. He's been very impressive. I mean, he's really led his side's comeback, having taken a couple of wickets. As this one is beautifully struck away. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? It certainly will with ease, as Majid brings up his half century. Just right in the slot, elevates it over the fielder at long on, and a terrific inning by Majid. Call him Mughal, call him Majid. Well, he's still the same cricketer.
Yeah, he is, but have a look at that wagon wheel. I mean, if you wouldn't really stand up if you tried to tie that to your bicycle. It's very leg side heavy, but hey, who cares if it's working for you? And he's going to go that way again, and add 6 to the total. Maximo! Fanyan going large, but I got to say, you got to nail your wide Yorkers to him. If you do that, I don't think he's really got the answers. Although he can go over point as a backup plan, he hasn't had to in this innings. 110 for 2 after 9.
This is a terrific over. I think over 6 and 7 were a touch too quiet for Marsa, but they've come back well in these last couple of overs. A good penultimate over for them there. They get 18 runs of that. And now a real dilemma here for the skipper. I mean, who does he go with to bowl this final over? Of course, Ruben James, he struggled mightily, went for 18 in this first. Jamshade went for 15. Does he go to Clinto Paul? Looks like he's going to go to Ruben James. So a little bit of a gamble here, considering he went for 18 in the first over, although he was a touch unlucky with a few edges.
Wide first up. Last overtime, Ruben. Thought he bowled okay earlier, but he still went for 18. A couple of nicks. Now, Fanyan is, I won't say famous, but Kareem brings up the fact he was out, hit the ball twice in that series that you did actually, Nish. Now originally it was given obstructing the field, but it was reviewed later to be able to hit the ball twice, because it's technically what it was. And to be honest, it was kind of both. It fulfilled the criteria of both, and there's no clear, what do you say, dismissal that takes precedence with those two. They're both so rare. To be honest, hit the ball twice should just be obstructing the field. If they've now put handle the ball under obstructing the field, I think hit the ball twice should be the same. Anyway, this is in the air. I don't think anyone's catching it. They probably should go for 2. They will. Fanyan has to get his skates on, and he gets there. That's good running. Also means he gets the strike back. Yeah, so we saw, of course, the timed out incident yesterday, and well, it wasn't the first ever in international cricket, because in the ECC we had Always Ahmed of Spain timed out. So a little bit of fake news I was reading, so some value by some sources this morning. But I suppose, yeah, the first in a one-day international. I haven't now seen it. Yesterday we were talking about it, but I hadn't actually seen it. A full toss, goes to the wide Yorker and misses, and you can see the consequences. That one's halfway up the fence. Maximo Marsa climbing at the end. Fanyan's really hit his traps.
Yeah, this is a terrific shot there by Fanyan, straight out of the screws. And I think that's something that, going back to the timed out, I think we might, Patson better be wary in this series. If they're not on 60 seconds, I wouldn't be surprised if you Maltese skippers look to take advantage of that rule as well, as this one is just gorgeously carved behind point as it goes away for a boundary. Majid moves on to 73.
This is the shot for me that I think he can play more often, because he can play it, and I just think it makes him even more difficult to bowl to. That for me is actually the best shot he's played. It took him 69 runs to get there, but he swings his way into the 70s. 73 now. 2 balls to come. Marsa shooting for the 130 plus. I think that's got to be a wide. It moves a little bit, but the ball's a fair bit outside the line. So yeah, having seen it now, like, he was ready to face up. And I thought when it was described to me originally that he came out with a broken helmet, but it seems that his helmet strap went after he was already at the crease. I felt that was, I'm going to say, a mixture of bad sportsmanship, but also maybe bad officiating with the interpretation. But anyway, it's debatable. I think we're going to have a run out here. So even though James has a few issues getting the ball onto the stumps, Khosla does the right thing here. Hustles back for 2. Gets Majid back on stride. I'm a little bit surprised that the throw didn't go to the keeper's end, because I think if it did, it's like a same distance throw as well. But I think Khosla was very slow to actually take off for that second run. So it'll be 1 and outs. an effective dismissal, if you like, for Marsa as they lose their skipper 126 for 3.
Yeah, you can just see Kosla. He hesitates slightly before going for that second run, which is why he doesn't make it back on time. You'll just have a look over here. He's slightly ball watching, and that means he's not going to make it back for the second run, as this one's gone straight to the fielder at point. Majid, well, he decides to swing at a rather wide delivery. Now he'll be a little bit disappointed. Could have left this one alone, and he would have managed to get a run, but instead he picks out the fielder. And a good innings comes to an end for both Marsa and Majid himself, making good 74 runs for his side.
Yeah, so 126 for 4 will be the final score for Marsa. And yeah, it took 10 overs to get Mughal out. He's batted well there. Like I said, I like it when he is a bit more both sides of the wicket. We saw him hitting that kind of shot towards the end, but this is what happens when you get one batter going on with it. You get those kind of borderline 100 scores turning into something more. That was an early blooper, wasn't it? Kunan Chiraka got there but wasn't able to hold on to the catch. But yes, Oakley partnership set things up with Mihar and Fanyan able to get on top of the bowling early. Strikers, they're not out of this. I think it's a pretty entertaining second half coming up.
Yeah, well, of course, take a look at the highlights of the innings. Of course, that was a huge moment when Singh managed to get that wicket. It just brought the Royal Strikers back into a game that was slipping away from their grasp. But then Majid, he really stepped on the accelerator in the death overs, getting 7 big ones in his innings. He had a strike rate of 231. And of course, we take a look at this well-taken catch by Adith Rajan. And just a chance to admire some of these great hits by Majid. Of course, he's so dominant on the leg side, made 64 of his 74 runs through the leg side. That was one of the few boundaries he hit on the offside. And that was, of course, Kosla getting run out. Just trying to get Majid back on strike, and then Majid, on the very last ball of the innings, decided to throw his bat at one. And he would be dismissed, as of course, so why don't we just take a look at Maximo Vinny Sandhu just trudging out to the middle. Great day here in Malta. Gotta say, the weather is beautiful. It's just, it's not too hot. It's nice and sunny, but it's also cool enough where you're certainly not in any kind of sweltering heat. Of course, we'll just have a quick recap of this innings. Owen Maher and Majid set Marsa up with a terrific start. They had an opening stand of 64 runs. Suleiman was a little bit too slow starting off his innings, and eventually just got out of the way. Kosla came in, hit a boundary off his very first ball, and he had the best seat in the house while Majid teed off during his terrific innings of 74 runs, which he managed to make in just 32 deliveries. We'll then have a look at the bowling card here for the Royal Strikers. It was a rather mixed performance for them. I don't think they'll be entirely pleased, but this is still a very chaseable total from their point of view. Of course, Siddharthan bowled a terrific second over and ended up with an economy rate of 8.5. And Chamkor Singh, his second over was a bit too expensive, but those 2 wickets he managed to get just kept his side in the game. As in the end, the Royal Strikers will lead 127 runs in the second innings. Join us in just a few moments.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta here in Malta. We are halfway through the first game of the day. It's match 5 of this European Cricket Series. And right now watching Royal Strikers coming out to chase down a target of 129 against Malta. Now, just to clarify, originally it looked like the target was 127, but now it has been adjusted to 129. I'll tell you why in a second. But Malta, regardless, are going to go in as favourites after getting what probably an above average total on the board. And so yeah, the reason was the last ball of 6th over. Originally it was scored as a 4 by the scorers, but on review it was a clear 6, and so that has been adjusted. So that's why the target is 129. And Royal Strikers, they'll be out to get it. So just quickly, I know that we were talking a little bit about the timed out before, and I see a bit more discussion about that. I was going to say, if you're going to do it on that ball, you almost have to do it every ball. You'd have to say, look, you've got 30 seconds to face up. If not, you're out. So anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. It's going to be Venkatesh Pakalapati to get us going. He starts with a good one, opening up with Ashwin Raju out there with Chamkar Singh. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Tuesday morning. Joining me is Nishay Bhatt. And Nish, well, strikers, probably a little bit behind, but we know that they have some good strikers in their side.
Oh, they certainly do. And opening up with Raju and Singh, too. Both of them are fairly experienced batters. And then, of course, they got Pushpa Rajan lower down the order, who was the leading run getter at the last ECS that took place here earlier this year.
Another one gets past. And so, look at that little angle in. He's got this natural kind of angle in with his arm. Almost comes over it, over his left shoulder side. And then with that away movement, that was a very good delivery.
Yeah, now that Marsa are out in the field and just have a better opportunity to appreciate their jerseys, it reminds me a lot of the Roma Capanelli jersey.
Yeah, actually, I see what you're saying. The black and green kind of structure. Anyway, and we're not going to harp on this because I know it's been talked about a lot in the last 24 hours, but with the timed out, well, I talked about yesterday, I just think the solution is it shouldn't be a dismissal. You keep timed out at 3 minutes as per the laws of the game. It's more designed if someone doesn't show up at all. And just make it penalty runs. It's the equivalent of like delivering a 5 wides. It's 5 runs. It's not... Yeah, it's a penalty, but it's more a penalty that fits the crime. All right, this one is a bit of leading edge. They do have the third back, but he's way too square there, Abhishek Singh, and that'll be the first boundary for Raju.
And, of course, the Royal Strikers innings starting off in similar fashion to the Marsa innings, of course. They got off the mark with a thick edge that went away for a boundary as well, and so does Raju.
I think that's a must-have position. For me, he's way too square down there. I'd want to have him guarding more of a finer edge than that. They do have Costler in there, the kind of floating slip back on the circle. And Pakalapati does zip it through. Just trying to track at that 13 and over to stay on pace here, Strikers. Get down the ground, but doesn't beat Mohamed Suleiman. So a dot ball. Once again, loving the discussions in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Keep them coming in. Had a few questions about Corey, when he'll be here. He'll be here on Friday, and I know you're looking forward to working with him. I'm actually taking a bit of a break from tomorrow. So, Nish, I'll leave you in charge for a couple of days. Very, very confident that you'll do a great job, and I'll be back towards the end of the series. Corey will be here shortly as well, but I will be watching from afar. Well bowled by Pakalapati. This one comes in and cleans up Raju. It was full, it was straight, it was through the gate. An early strike for Marsa, 4 for 1.
Oh, incredible delivery. It's a leg stump Yorker. He gets this spot on over there. As Raja, he's just trying to do the Sue after taking that wicket. Let's just have another look at this. I mean, this is a near perfect delivery. What an outstanding ball.
If you looked at where this ball bounces, I think it's pretty much under the belly button of Ashwin Raju. Gets a good one. Just kind of kept his pads leg side of the ball, didn't he? But, well, you never know. Might be a blessing in disguise because it gets this guy out there, Priyam Pushparajan. For me, he's the outstanding batter here for Royal Strikers. If you look at the numbers from earlier in the year, it will say as much. But a really good delivery from Pakalapati and a pretty interesting one-on-one battle coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a terrific battle. I mean, Pushparajan averaged 42 with a strike rate of 234 at the last ECS. 633 runs he managed to make in 19 innings. So he's in red hot form this year.
Well bowled. It's actually end of the over, so 4 for 1. And this is Farhan Masi to bowl over number 2. Okay, it's hard to get away from this timed out, but there's more comments. What I'll say is, and Rob's got a very good point, which is if it's not sporting, then why is it in the rules? And that's, I suppose, an argument that's always put up. It's an argument that I actually use most of the time as well. Pushed away by Chamka Singh. He'll get off the mark here, so Pushparajan will get his first opportunity to face. But I will say this. It depends on your interpretation of the rule. Now, he was ready to face up. He was ready to face up and then had an equipment malfunction. You know, so for me, the umpires could have made that argument, but they chose not to. So it depends. But like I said, I don't like the timed out. I always knew it wouldn't work. We have to say, now we've seen a couple. Kind of, my theory is true because we had that in the Spanish game as well, where Always Ahmed was given timed out against Jersey. And it just actually wastes more time. Think about how much more time was wasted after the appeal and everything yesterday. It's crazy. Anyway, I'll try and leave that one alone for now, probably until later in the day. Masi flying pretty good over here. And now, well, it's going to be up over the top. It's probably going to be a plugger. It's going to land just inside. And, well, I think this is 4 because his toe's on the line here. Mohammed Suleiman, well, he was sporting. He signals 4 straight away. Pushparajan off the mark. But it was a bit of a hairy one.
Yeah, this is really, really close. He plays this uppishly, which is something he can afford to do with the fielding restrictions placed. And let's just take another look at this. Well, is there a toe touching the rope? Seems like it is. And the umpires judged that one at 4.
Yeah, it was a 4. It's quick to give it up as well.
And they've just moved a fielder from deep third back inside the ring, and they've sent a long off out in response to that shot. This one's gone up in the air as well. This is a catching opportunity, but it's going to sail over the fielder's head. It's a 6, so back-to-back boundaries here for the Royal Strikers. Are striking it cleanly.
Yeah, and they did put the fielder back, but you can see how Pushparajan likes to deal. He's a good straight hitter. He's got a good technique. Looks in good nick as well, Priyan.
Just drifting down the leg side, and it's played away beautifully by Pushparajan, who's going to whack it over square leg. This one would have gone for a wide anyway, but he hits it so nicely, and it goes away for a 6. And Pushparajan just demonstrating early in his innings why he was the top run getter at the last ECS. So a good second over here for the Royal Strikers. They managed to get 17 off that over. As of course, we just have a chance to remind you that we're witnessing some Group B action today after watching some Group A games yesterday.
Let me take you through some of those teams as well in Group B. And now obviously you've got the 2 teams here in Royal Strikers and Marsa, but you've also got Gozo Zalmi. They're the defending champions of this tournament. They won a low-scoring thriller against Southern Crusaders earlier this year. You've also got Mazida Warriors, team we know very, very well, so they're pretty experienced. So are Bajiba Blasters. And then you've got Red Stars, who are playing their first ever European Cricket Series. So an interesting mix of experience and inexperience in this tournament. This is going to be Faisal bin Marose to bowl over number 3.
No, interesting message there by Twilight, just talking about an incident which Angelo Matthews himself, as a skipper, was involved in when Josh Butler was run out. And yeah, it is funny how in sport, you know, things can just sort of come out and sort of bite you in the back, you know, a few years down the road. As take a look at this third over. And he's just trying to heave this one towards the leg side. He could really just look to open up the offside with a stroke like that and be much better.
Yeah, so around the wicket attack here Chamkor hasn't had too much to do so far. This one's going to test Johnny Grimmer. Now, Johnny, I haven't checked his age, but he told me this morning now he's 64 and a half. I mean, obviously he's in really good shape, isn't he? You see, he's still able to get off his feet and dive for those balls wide of him. This one doesn't go as much and lost down the leg side, so they've got to get a move on here. Yeah, 26 is where you'd want to be after 2. 39 off 3. Just don't want that. Don't want to fall too far behind because these kind of 130-ish chasers, you don't want to have to try and make those up. I think a par here, I still have it around 110, but I think the difference is when we're seeing those big scores, because one batter is going large. And we saw that yesterday with Day, with Michael Das whacking a century, then whacking an 80 in the second game. But yeah, so I feel that if one team's going to do it, the other team's got to do it. So Funyun did it in the first half. Someone needs to step up for strikers here in the second. Pushparajan can't catch up with the angle of this one. Close call.
Yeah, he just tries to skid that one through there, Ben Marose, and trying to beat Pushparajan for pace. He just quickened his action up a touch bit more that delivery.
Goes straight, and this is going to be into the gap. Not that it matters, because it's going to go all the way. Maximo! And so, well, boundaries just keep on coming at the moment. And Pushparajan, he looks on this morning.
No, that was a really, really good shot straight down the ground, and a nice bit of fielding by you as well to collect that delivery. I still got that kind of floating slip in, hoping for an edge. I don't mind that actually, because it's kind of a run-saving position as well if there's a nick. Also, it's one way you might be able to get him out, but he's made a magical start here, Priyan. 22 off 6 on the hunt. Now it's in the air, outside half of the bats, a teaser for the fielders. It'll be another boundary. Last couple of balls of the power play here, and Pushparajan's making the most of it. I mean, he's taking full advantage of how you should bat in a power play. He's rather brave with his stroke play. More than happy to play stuff uppishly, and well, you know, this has been a bit of a theme of this Marsa innings. Just have a look at the field setting. They seem to be chasing the ball. I mean, we're seeing field adjustments after every single delivery.
Yeah, that's true. You need to have a set plan and kind of stick to it unless it's really not working. I mean, actually, he's eyeing off point here. There's a big gap at point, but this is in the air, and well, that fielder does make the stop. They're thinking of 2 on the fumble, but they won't get it in the end. So, yeah, there or thereabouts after the power play. Royal Strikers 35 for 1.
Yeah, a very decent power play here for the Royal Strikers. They're well in this game. We should be in for an exciting next 7 overs, of course. They're just 3 runs behind what Marsa were at this stage. And as long as Priyan Pushparajan is out there, I think if he hangs around for another 4 or 5 overs, you'd think the Royal Strikers will take this one.
Yeah, if he bats to the end, I think so. I've got to say, I'd have him opening. I think he's... I understand why maybe they want to put him in 1 down, but especially with a chase of this magnitude, he's a guy I think you want to get out there and have as many opportunities to face the bowling as possible. It's going to be Pralab Vaidya now. A slight change of pace coming up in over number 4. And we'll see if he can be effective. But yeah, Pushparajan 27 off 8. He's dealing better than 3 a ball at the moment.
And both these sides have very different batting styles. I think that's the first thing one would notice early in this innings. I mean, Marsa made about 75% of their runs through the leg side. Meanwhile, 28 of the Royal Strikers, 35 runs coming on the offside. I mean, they just love to play those straight batted strokes, particularly Pushparajan, who's a very technically gifted and classy player.
All right, Vaidya, first time we've seen him on ECN. Nepali origin, and Nepal qualifying for the T20 World Cup recently along with Oman. I know that our good friend Andrew Leonard, who was with me in Switzerland, he was calling those games in Nepal, and apparently, well, I saw it with my own eyes actually on the video. They were dancing in the streets Full toss, not a good ball, and good shot. That's gone over the fence and whacks off the wall of the car park. Maximo Chamko Singh. I like this shot selection. You see, it's hanging. It's probably just coming down below the waist, but then it was up and it was away. 6 runs.
Very intelligent shot there. I mean, it's rather risk-averse as well. He just holds the pose there for photographers. Hope Diana was clicking that one.
Yeah, I think so. Well, it doesn't really get this, but gets into the gap. So we'll survive. Silverman comes around to clean up. It's important that Chamcore also looks to score and isn't limited just to looking for one. So I like that he's playing his shots as well. Ideally, you want both these guys up and going.
He's just struggling to find his line and length early, Vadia. Started off with a really wide one and then a full toss, but manages to get one right over there. And this is a catching opportunity, but it's going to land safely.
It's great effort. And who's that? Is that Funyan that's coming? He's run the proverbial marathon, hasn't he? One thing he couldn't do, he couldn't organise himself to dive. If he'd maybe 3 or 4 steps out, planned a way to get off his feet to Superman it, maybe he can get 2 hands to this. But you can see at the last moment, it's just the outstretched left hand hoping for the best. But that was in the air a long, long time. Pushparajan living dangerously. Good take there by Johnny G. And yeah, his exact age. Yeah, he is 64 years old. I remember actually had a birthday towards the end of the series here last time, which was earlier in the year. February 16 is his birthday. Vaja gone for 9 and it is over. Pretty good ball last up. He'll have to do his own fielding. But just 10 come off it. That's a win, I think, despite the Maximo. It's a win for Marsa at the end of 4 overs. The strikers 45 for 1.
Yeah, they're going along nicely here, the strikers, and I just wonder if Majid's going to come into bowl at some stage. I mean, he often opens the bowling for the national team, and I think this would be a good chance to bring him in here where they're in a situation now, Marsa, where they just really need a wicket. I'm just taking a look at him. He's taken off his cap, and he's heading to the bowling end, so I assume he might actually get the ball over here. So this is a good decision, I think. It's about time we saw him in the attack, of course. We're having a look at the worm right now. The Royal Strikers just a touch below the required, but they've got 9 wickets in hand. And of course, the danger man, Pushparajan, is still out there. Here we go. Majid batted superbly in the first innings. He's got the ball in hand now. Let's see if he can do any damage.
Lifted up, and is this catchable or not quite? Chamko living dangerously. This was pretty close to Noman Mehar at cover. So obviously Funyan is a premier bowler. We saw him opening the bowling for Malta in the ECC a fair bit. He's got one of those interesting actions where he kind of swings the ball the other way to most left-handers. He has what you call an in-swing action if he was a right-hander. Will kind of actually swing right to left. So battle of 2 Titans here. Pushparajan goes straight to the fielder, and he's gone. Big moment in the game. Mohammed Suleiman takes the catch, and it is Funyan. What a game he's having. He gets the breakthrough. Pushparajan looked good, but he's gone for 29. And now Royal Strikers lose their captain, 45 for 2.
That Suleiman celebration tells you how important a wicket this is. Pushparajan, the danger man for the Royal Strikers, has to depart. And again, we said Majid, he needs to get introduced into this attack as soon as possible. And he manages to get a wicket there. Important partnership breaking wicket. And now you've got to say Marsa are well ahead in this game.
Yeah, you'd say so, but it's not over yet. But it is a huge moment, isn't it? 46 for 2, actually. We had on the run before, but Suleiman got in the right spot. Good technique there as well. Catches it almost like a keeper there with it. Their fingers pointing towards the ground. Pushparajan, it wasn't a bad shot, was it? But the field was well placed. I think Pushparajan likes to go straight. They've got that long on and long off, pretty squeezed, so not much is getting in between them. And so it'll be Kushi Kopaka to come in at number 4. And he might be gone straight away as well. It's Kostler that's there. He leaves it, and well, it was just a bridge too far, wasn't it, for Faisal Murrows. No, normally it's the outfielder's catch, but Kostler really kind of represented that he was going to take responsibility for that, but it just curved out of his reach. Dangerous one. They'll get 2.
Yeah, you'd think it's a tougher catch for Koslow just because he's running backwards to get the ball, but he was actually much closer to it.
Well bowled. And so, strikers, just keep an eye on that required rate. I'd say it's about 15 after that top. In fact, it just clips over 15 now. Cushy will be hoping he can play a big role here in getting strikers back on track. It's a difficult bowl to handle, especially when he's got his tail up. Again, the importance of holding catches. I mean, if Suleiman puts that down, then I think strikers are still a 50-50 shot in this game, but by taking it, he's removed the main threat of the opposition.
I mean, catching could well come down to being the main difference between these two teams. I mean, keep in mind the World Strikers were up 2 early catches in their innings.
Big swing and a miss. There's that natural angle that Fanyan gets as we get to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 48 for 2 after 5. So that leaves 70, well, 81 actually, 81 to get in the second half. Coming up, we have more cricket, and this series will finish on Friday the 24th. We'll be straight to Barcelona for some internationals starting on the 25th. That will involve Spain, Portugal and Romania in a men's ECI. But in the middle of this series, really excited to have another kind of blended international series with women's and men's cricket back to back. We'll have the Estonian women touring. We'll have the Cyprus men touring as well. I'm sure you're looking forward to those games as well. That's going to be a really great chance for some teams to get out there and play some international cricket. And Estonian women, it's their first time on the network.
Oh, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing the Estonian women, of course. They took part in the Nordic T20 Cup earlier this year, but it's going to be fun to see how they fare at T10 cricket.
Wakas starts with a loose delivery. Johnny does well to get a glove on it. He saves 3 runs for his team. But I think from here, Marsa, it's their game to lose, isn't it? You just got to make sure that you're accurate enough to put the pressure back on the batters. But there's 2 free runs to start the 6th over. 50's up as well for all strikers. Don't forget these teams will play 2 games back to back. Kind of like this structure. It's kind of fallen out of the way with the 5-game-a-day structure in the ECS this year. But right, that's going to be hit reasonably hard. Suleiman back to the wall. He's going to catch it with inches to spare. He's caught really well. Kopaka, the next one to go. Wakas does get it right, and Suleiman backs him up as a 3rd wicket falls, 50 for 3.
It's just starting to spiral away now from the Royal Strikers. Another really well taken catch out in the deep. Of course, Suleiman was placed there in the 2nd over after he just saw one go over his head, and since then he's done a good job of taking catches out at long off as the 3rd wicket falls for the Royal Strikers, and they're quite a bit of trouble now. You just see that win predictor. It's probably now 90+% in favor of Marsa as we take another look at this one. You can just see the bat turns in his hand a little bit, and he's not quite able to get the power and the timing he would have wanted. And it's a good catch out in the deep. Strikers 50 for 3 as we start the second half of this innings.
Yeah, so, yeah, I was talking a little bit about the double-header format as Siddharthan gets hit here at 5 with a lot to do. Squares him up a touch, but he'll get off the mark. But it was something that was originally kind of, I suppose, forced on us with the pandemic, with things like disinfecting player tents and things like that. It was a lot easier if you had the teams playing their games back-to-back instead of, for example, 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4. But also just logistically, I think it's easier. These players are amateurs. They got other jobs. It means that they don't have to spend time kind of sitting around at the ground. They can kind of play their games and get on with their lives. Chamkor faces up. Oh, he missed a full toss, lost his shape there and almost lost his stumps. But I also, so I've got to admit, in the beginning, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but now I kind of like it. So, okay, let's say Marsa get up here, and it looks like they will, but it means they're all strikers. They get a chance to get their event straight away and kind of split the series. So you kind of get to see like a 2-match mini-series play out over a morning or an afternoon. I actually think it's pretty cool. He's been a lot better here, like us, since the first ball, hasn't he? Chamkor only able to knock this one away for a single.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good format as well, just because it's tactically so intriguing. I mean, if you're on the losing side at the end of the first game, I mean, how do you approach the second match? I mean, do you change everything up, or are you telling yourself, well, let's not overreact to one match? It's a bit like a two-legged affair in European football, so I think it's very interesting. This is a really good ball in the channel. Mike Khan, who's bowled very, very well in the 6th over. See that required ballooning up to just under 18 and a half. 77 needed now of 25.
This one will be a wide. Maybe a slight change of pace there, but considering he went for those 2 wides first ball, he's only gone for 5 now in the over and picked up that wicket. It's been a good job. Nathan trying to bring his team back from past the point of no return. He won't catch up with this one. It's a decent bouncer to finish off. Good over. And the strikers struggling. 53 for 3 after 6.
A nice shorter delivery there to end the over, just to mix things up by Khan. Only 5 runs off that over. You can just see now wind has them at 97%. We, of course, take a look at the scorecard. I mean, Push Barajan was going along really well. 29 of 11, and then Majid, it was introduced into the attack. Caught that all-important wicket of just his 2nd ball. And since then, the game has just continued to slip away from the Royal Strikers. We're now 53 for 3 at the end of 6. Looks like we see Vaidya come back into the attack. His first one for 10.
And this is a dot first up, Vaidya. Yeah, he looks like a good spinner to me. He's confident. It'll change his pace up a little bit. Gets a bit of turn, puts a bit of work on the ball. You see it there as well. Johnny just getting a bit snatchy here up behind the stumps. But the foot stayed grounded. Oh, kind of thick edge, but it flies away, and it's going to be 4. So I don't mind that from Vaidya, and it's a good area to put the ball. But this one really flies. Kind of goes a little bit inside out. Gets enough on it. You see Kostler just kind of mimicking the shot, but Chamkor still there, left holding the baby. 16 at the moment.
He's a little bit unlucky over there, but needs to bowl a touch straighter. I mean, the field setting he has, he's pretty much packed that leg side boundary, so he's got to try to force the batter to hit in that direction.
Ooh, it's pretty close. Probably just missing. Andy Nowdy had a similar one earlier. I suppose with his turn, you'd expect it to miss the leg stump. Yeah, hits him around leg, I think. What happens when it bounces? Yeah, I actually think it's a very good decision. It does actually turn. You can see the little bit of turn, and I think that's missing leg. Very, very good umpiring. And this one will require the umpire to do something different, because that's hands up in the air like you just don't care. Maximo to Chamkor Singh. They need a bunch of boundaries and probably a magical over to have any chance here. And there's 6 runs to Chamkor.
Right in the slot, and it's hammered away. Over pitches that delivery a touch. Vaidya, and Singh gives it punishment.
21 and over required. Needs to double down. Last ball from Vaidya, and he will. And he just freaked him out a little bit with the pre-movement. That one is 3/4 of the way up the fence. Maximo. Chamkor says we're not going down quietly, as he gets 6 into the over, and the striker 69 for 3.
That one just slipping out of his hands. 16 runs of that over, a big one. As of course, we have a chance to look up at the next match that's coming up. Of course, the World Strikers and Marsa will face each other in the second match of their doubleheader.
Have a look at this as well. Strikers, they've won the toss in the second match of the day, so it'll be their chance to put the runs on the board. Push Barajan is listed to open. I think that's where you got to bat him. I like Chamkor up there as well, though, so maybe they'd be my 2 I'd go for. For Marsa, they'll have to do it chasing And that match will start in about 35 minutes right here on ECN, the second of 4 today. Here is Wakas Khan coming back to bowl his second. Edged and just wrong foots Johnny Grimmer. That'll be 4.
Yeah, they're going to need quite a bit of luck over here, the Royal Strikers. And if they're going to go all the way, as you can see, it's just puts the keeper, Johnny Grimmer, and it's gone away for a boundary, of course. Looks like they've moved a fielder out to deep third, who's standing very, very fine. Let's see if he actually stays there. It's not a bad idea to have that. A little bit of discussion here by Marsa. I think that's Venkatesh Pagalpati, who's just got to have a word with the bowler. So yeah, they've actually moved the fielder, who I mentioned was standing at a fine third, back into the ring. So in the end, he doesn't actually stay there, and he's attempted a leg stump Yorker. Probably doesn't bowl it as full as he would like, but the outcome is a pretty good one for Marsa. Just the 1 run there.
Yeah, so Royal Strikers really got into trouble as far as wickets lost, but you can just see that rate required has ballooned out of control. Marsa playing a bit like a champion team this morning. Can they keep it up? It's well bowled by Wakas. That's where he wants to be. Royal Strikers will be around the mark here in this series. Big swing and a miss this time. So, yeah, earlier in the year, we saw the Royal Strikers in the series. One of the form teams, Pushprad had a lot to do with it. It wasn't just him, though. They finished second after the group stage with a 14-4 record. Steps and hits this, probably spores are wide here. Does Chamkor Singh get a single? But then that meant they went straight through to the semis because they finished in the top 2. But Southern Crusaders pulled off the biggest chase of the tournament in the first semi-final and essentially knocked the Strikers out of the running. And the Strikers went down to Sweetie in the bronze final. A full toss, hit away, and I think it's got the legs. It does. Maximo. Yeah, it was probably about a thigh-high full toss. Just a rare error in length from Wakas, and it goes the journey, 6 runs. But just going back to that, I mean, the top 2 sides automatically qualified for the semis, and the other teams had to essentially fight for the other 2 spots. But it was the underdogs that won both the semi-finals earlier in the year, Southern Crusaders and Gozo Zalmi. Zalmi ended up winning the final in a pretty low-scoring game, 74-68. So take us to the end of the over. 8 overs in, it's 83 for 3. But yeah, what's great about Malta, it's one of those places anything's possible. So you do get upsets, you do get teams kind of going through form peaks and form troughs, and you get some high-scoring games. So yeah, I mentioned that Southern Crusaders 141 in 9 defeated the Royal Strikers in that first semi. But then in the final, we had a low-scoring thriller, 74-68. So yeah, it's a really interesting place to play cricket, and a lot of people also commenting how nice it looks. And one thing I think it's kind of similar is the kind of architecture here compared to Cyprus, where we've also spent a bit of time. That kind of sandy look to some of the buildings, that island architecture. And you see some of it in the background of this ground as well.
Yes, this certainly is a place where you do get a lot of upsets. I mean, of course, the biggest one being Swiheki United, who went undefeated and won 18 of 18 games in the group stages, then lost in their first semi-final, making just 62 runs. So, again, this is a country that always throws up a few surprises. Are we going to get one here? Throws this bat at it. Has it gone the distance? It looks like it has. So the Royal Strikers are still hanging around 40 of 11. Inside-out stroke.
Well, you need a couple of magicals, basically. We have seen it done before, but probably the most recent example would be Sakib Zulfikar in the Netherlands versus Spain. Chased, I don't know if you saw that one, but 183 they chased down, and it got to this stage. It was kind of 3 overs ago. We said, they need 3 magicals, and they pulled out 3 big 20-plus overs. In particular, Sakib Zulfikar did for the Dutch. This won't be a follow-up 6. In fact, he sends him back to nothing, probably feeling like He's got Funyun's measure, but it won't be particularly easy, that's for sure. Kettle Rogue in the chat asking about the history of cricket in Malta. Well, obviously there are some English influences here on the island. So yeah, that's part of it. Part of it is having such a great ground here at the Malta Sports Club and the facilities. But again, with demographics and obviously European cricket taking off a little bit, we've seen the amount of teams here go from maybe 5 or 6 a few years ago. Now we're talking kind of 15 teams or something like that on the islands. And so obviously it's growing and they always provide us a lot of entertainment when we're here. Oh, doesn't pick the slow ball here, but it's going to work out okay for Siddharthan. He's going to top edge a 4. Can't do much about that. Striker's trying to come late. But the size of the task is pretty enormous at the moment.
Yeah, this one goes away for a boundary. And yeah, English influence is certainly apparent in this island. Of course, they do drive on the left-hand side. And
yeah,
a lot of the signs as well are in English and not the native language.
Yeah, so English is probably the most widely spoken language, I'd say, on the island. Part of that is, I suppose, the amount of tourists that are here as well. Obviously, in the areas we are staying, it's quite tourist-heavy. But the native Maltese is still spoken fairly widely. Still a ball to go here. Funyun followed up his half-century with a pretty good spell, 1 for 14 at the moment with a ball to go. But yeah, Malta and Cyprus, they do have a fair few similarities like that English influence. The power plugs in Cyprus and Malta are the same, the UK style. And now you look at me like, of course, that's because you live there. But everywhere else we go, it's the 2-prong plug in Europe, except Switzerland. They've got their own thing going on. This will just be a single to finish the over. Funyun does a good job, 1 for 15, his final figures. They'll need something supersonic if they're going to pull out a miracle, the strikers, at the end of 9, 95 for 3. So yeah, the driving on the left thing, obviously. So yeah, I think of all the places you could go, this is probably the one with the most similarities, Nish.
Other than, of course, the ECS in Greece. That would definitely be the closest.
Oh yeah, closest, yeah. I was going to say, yeah, geographically, for sure.
Geographically and culturally.
Yeah, that's true. And food-wise as well. Yeah, Malta, we'll probably get into food chat a bit later, as we normally do, but yeah, they love their rabbit here. That's kind of a bit of a delicacy.
Yeah, I do remember reading that, and also they've got a famous fish pie as well over here.
Get me hungry. Anyway, Pakalapati to come and close this one out. Well, you need 6 sixes or something close to that. Probably blocking the first ball isn't the plan. I think Jamcourt just misjudged that one. And yeah, credit to Marsa, they're going to get the points here. As far as how many grounds in Malta, this is the only kind of proper cricket ground though. And that's the one thing where in Croatia, obviously where we've just been, people are making comparisons. In a lot of ways, Croatia's a bit behind where Malta is at the moment. In some ways, but one thing Croatia does have a few more grounds. They're not quite as kind of polished as this one, but there's 2 in Zagreb, there's 1 in Vis, 1 in Split, I think maybe even 1 or 2 others. Player numbers and player teams, one of the issues they've got there is they got big distances between the cities, whereas here in Malta, you know, the furthest you're travelling is kind of like an hour or so. Okay, you might be in Gozo where you actually drive up and you catch a boat across, but I just think the commute is a bit easier to get the teams together and get more of a singular competition going than Croatia, for example. Nicked and gone. So Johnny G has his first victim of this ECS. Pakalapati, he's bowled well. Gets it Arthur late on, 96 for 4.
Yeah, thin edge through to the keeper over there. Really well taken there by Johnny Grimm. I think initially he's just contemplating whether he'll go for the little paddle around the corner. Goes for a more orthodox shot in the end and gets that thin edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, well, just like an oar made of paper, it was a fake paddle, wasn't it? But then he tried to whack a more orthodox shot. A little bit of a nick through to Johnny G, who gleefully accepted the opportunity, the 64-year-old keeper. He's been doing it a while. Johnny G's a really interesting character as well. Gave us probably one of our moments that was the most viral. I won't play it, well, I've played it pretty much every time we're here, where he accidentally caught the ball from Wazim Abbas that bounced a lot more than he thought, took it in the head, and as he went off the field, he collided with the medic. He remembers. A lot of our crew would remember as well. Johnny does well there. Again, he's got a bit of an Australian origin story. Super interesting guy as well. He's also a professional musician. He's worked on cruise ships. He plays a mean guitar. We normally have a bit of a Christmas party here in Malta. And even though we've got the 3 weeks of Barcelona and the ECCW to go, I'll be lobbying Nish before the end of the tournament, maybe when I come back towards the end, for us to have that traditional Christmas party again. Johnny on the guitar. Anyway, it'll be a single here. Rajan has come out for a hit. A single first up, so this one winding down, but I'm looking forward to the return bout. Wayne saying, didn't Johnny G introduce cricket to the Maltese people back in the 1840s? That's a good comment. Probably best of the day so far, Wayne. But yeah, I'll go into this a bit more, but there's some very interesting other kind of Maltese cricket stories that we could get into. On almost Castle's Chamco, who's batted the 10 here. But even has a bit of a connection with Russell Crowe playing cricket here when Gladiator was getting shot. And Russell Crowe is also related to the Crowe brothers that play for New Zealand, Jeff and Martin. So it was a Maltese side that took on kind of this 11 here. A lot of teams come here to tour. So a lot of kind of social teams play. If you go into club rooms, you'll see a lot of flags, particularly teams from the UK and that kind of region. Last ball though. Right now, it's going to be a swing and a miss. Johnny goes for the cheap stumping, and that should do it. So, Marsa 128, defeat Royal Strikers 98. The margin is 30 runs. The hosts get the early blow, but the Strikers, Nish, they'll have the right to reply in match 6.
Should be a very interesting second game, of course. This one is going to be a fairly comfortable victory for Marsa. As you can just see, a few high fives all around. As of course, just have a chance to remind you that match 6 is coming up next. Of course, Royal Strikers taking on Marsa in the second game with their doubleheader. It's going to be interesting to see if the Royal Strikers make any adjustments. Are we going to see Pushparajan opening the batting? Of course, the Royal Strikers, we'll see them batting again in just about 25 minutes when that game gets underway.
Yeah, it should be good. I think lots of good players on both teams. We'll see if Marsa can go the sweep or whether the Strikers can go the split. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. 129. Well, it wasn't a DLS adjustment, but it was an adjustment based on a 6 being counted from the first innings, but didn't have a great start. Raju was sent up to open the batting. He got Castle. Pushparajan came out. You knew he'd be super important to the health of this chase, and for a while it looked like he was going to get the Strikers close or over this target.
Absolutely. Just take a look at some of these really nice looking strokes he played. He of course clubbed 3 big 6s, hit 2 4s, and well, especially hit them really well straight down the ground. Of course, we saw Vaidya make his debut for Marsa. You can just see him pulling a few deliveries over there, and then Fanyan Mughal was introduced into the attack in the 5th over. Got some important wickets, including that one of Korean Pushparajan. Suleiman had a great day in the field. Of course, you saw the highlight of him earlier, just stepping on the boundary rope. That was about the only thing that went wrong for him. He took 2 very important catches of Kopaka and Pushparajan. Siddharthan had some fun at the end of the innings. He managed to make 24 of 13. You're looking at some of the really good shots he played. And then, of course, Johnny Grima taking that nice catch at the end of the innings. That would be the end of Siddharthan. So we'll have a look at this Royal Strikers scorecard. Of course, Chamkor Singh was undefeated, having made 31 of 25, but no one was quite able to kick on and make that big innings the way Majid did for Marsa.
Yeah, so yeah, no one really took the ball and ran with it. Chamkor had some frustrating time there. It was fits and starts. Pushparajan 29. So that 24 at the end from Siddharthan. But ultimately, you have to look at the bowlers, and you've got to say they were a bit more disciplined, I think, than their counterparts across the board. Pakalapati was good. Top and tails for him, 2 for 7 off his 2. That's very good going. Also, Fanyan with a wicket, 1 for 15. He was excellent. Wakas Khan, a bit of a shaky start, but he delivered well as well. 1 for 19 off his 2 overs. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to take you into the second leg of the doubleheader. It'll be Strikers setting the pace this time. Enjoy a little break, maybe have a cup of coffee, but come back pretty shortly because match 6 not too far away. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Bhatt. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Time for the second match of the day, the second leg of this doubleheader between the Royal Strikers and Malta. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch has the two captains.
Okay, Royal Strikers to call. Heads is called. It is heads. Okay, good luck guys. All the best. The Royal Strikers have won the toss and they're batting.
So it is the Royal Strikers that win the toss this time, and they get to bat first. So a bit of a trend from the captains this morning, wanting to get the runs on the board. You can understand that as well, but I think the conditions will be pretty much the same for both sides. Wasn't Fanyan Majid Magal very, very good in that first innings of the day, but Pushparajan, well, we know how dangerous he is as well. Royal Strikers will be setting the pace in this one. Let's see if the series is split or if one team can sweep the other. Sweeping now over to the commentary box where Nish Butt is waiting. Nish, I can tell you that this time the Strikers, they've won the toss. They're batting first. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match 6.
Well, thank you very much for that update. And of course, it was just 30 minutes ago we saw the Royal Strikers out there batting. They weren't quite able to make the runs they needed. They ended up making just 98. They fell well short of their target. Now they got a second chance with the bat in hand today. And let's see if they do any better. Of course, we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Royal Strikers taking on Marsa. Of course, well, I really wonder if Pushparajan is going to open the batting for the Strikers. I think really like to see him right there at the top of the order. I think in T10 cricket, you want your best batter to face as many balls as possible. I don't really think it's a case of trying to protect your better players. You really can't afford to do that in T10 cricket. I mean, got to get going right from the onset. Meanwhile, for Marsa, of course, Fanyan Majid with 63 points. What a terrific performance by him. I mean, obviously he made that brilliant 73, but then he also picked up a couple of wickets. An outstanding all-around performance. And of course, we're going to just take a look at the win predictor. Marsa fancied as favorites for this one. 61% for them. And I think that's pretty fair looking at their performance in the first innings. But again, you know, the difference between these teams when we get to the ECS is often just one innings. It just takes one batter playing a special innings to really turn a game on its head. Yeah, we're just going to see. It's looks like Marshall just want to get their field settings spot on. They're moving the fielder at deep third a lot finer. And the second fielder outside the ring is currently stationed at deep square leg. You just have a look there at Johnny Grimm's moves. Of course, Vinny was talking about some of his musical talent in the first match. And you get to see some of his dance moves over there. Very groovy. So let's see if Marsa can stay in their groove and make it back-to-back victories against the Royal Strikers. We're just moments away from the first ball. Just waiting for the clock to tick to 10:30. Currently 10:29. And there we go. Exactly 10:30. And we should be ready to get underway. First ball of this match. Oh, terrific Fuller delivery. Just shapes away a touch. And he's pushing at that one. Raju, of course. Pushparajan has come out to open the batting. He's at the non-striker's end. I like this move. It's good to see him right there at the top of the order. I do want him to face as many balls as possible. And again, it's a very tempting line, isn't it? Line and length. He's over the cover drive there, beats the edge of the bat. And it's a back-to-back dot balls to start off for Pakal Patti, who took a terrific wicket in the first over of the previous innings. In the first match where, boy, he bowled a terrific leg stump Yorker. This time he's just got it around that 5th, 6th stump line. And it was that wicket of Ashwin Raju he took. It's about the 4th or 5th ball of that first over, which he pulled to the leg stump. Yeah, this is another really good delivery. He's just starting off very well here. I think a little bit of concern for Raju as well. I mean, you can't face 4 dot balls to start off an innings. Again, he's got to get bat on ball here. It's a slow start for the strikers. Finally managed to get hold of one. Has this gone the distance? It looks like it has. And we'll have one more look at this. I think it's cleared the boundary rope with ease. Certainly has. And it's going to go into the third umpire's tent. And it's a 6 to get off the mark for Raju, who is obviously a little bit slow to start off. I think another boundary here. And you can call this over. Draw for both these teams, of course. Well, this is a feature of Marsa's captaincy, that they tend to chase the ball a little bit in the field. They just brought square leg back into the ring, and they sent the fielder out to deep backward point. I mean, with this line and length, that's a much more sensible field setting, as this one's a top edge. Is it going to carry to the fielder? It most certainly will. And it's back-to-back games that Puckalputty has managed to get Raju's wicket. He falls to the same bowler again. Doesn't quite get control of this stroke. I think he was caught in 2 minds, didn't quite know what he wanted to play. And he's popped up a fairly simple catch over there. That's a great first over for Marsa, who have the Royal Strikers 6 for 1. Of course, the history unfolds this December as the European Cricket Network is proud to announce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship. From the 17th to the 22nd of December, Europe's premier female talent from Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria will battle it out at what should be an incredible showcase of skill, passion, and determination. Join us in a celebration of cricket and women's sport right at the end of what's been a great year for the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're just taking another look at that catch. Really well taken there by Vaidya. It's been a good introduction to European cricket for Vaidya. I think he looks good in the field. I think his bowling as well. Maybe there's a couple of things to clean up. But as he gets some more experience, I'm sure he's going to improve as a bowler. Certainly love his bowling action. And he gets a good amount of turn as well. Here we go. Just a touch too far down the leg side. And it's going to take a bounce before going over the boundary rope. Pushparajan starts off his innings with a 4. Not the best ball to bowl to someone of his quality. Needs to just be in and around that off stump. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. This one's huge. It's going to go all the way. It's an enormous 6 for Pushparajan, who just continues at the pace he was batting at in the first match. Humongous hit. Just hear the crack of the bat so far away. Again, we're at a slightly further distance than what we typically are from the pitch, but again, the way these Maltese batters hit the ball, you still feel you're in the danger zone here in the commentary tent. You know, it could easily land right here. I mean, these are some terrific hitters. They can hit it quite a long way. And shouts to catch it, and he's managed to pick out the fielder. Oh, Pushparajan will be absolutely livid with himself. That was a ball he'll feel he should have hit. Just doesn't quite get a hold of it. The bat turns in his hand. It sort of comes off the inside edge rather than the middle part of his bat. And he's picked out the fielder at mid-on. Majid's terrific day continues. Takes a huge catch over there, and that's a dangerous Pushparajan, the leading run getter of the ECS in Malta earlier this year. And yeah, you can just see he's distraught after that one. Really annoyed with himself. looking so good in those first couple of deliveries. I mean, you talk about a good 10 for 3. That is one of the better 10 for 3s you'll ever see. I mean, hit 2 really nice shots, and then unfortunately he's dismissed on the third ball. And innings was cut short prematurely. And once again, the striker's in a bit of trouble with the bat in hand. The side, of course, finished in second place earlier this year, losing just 3 games in the ECS. They certainly won't want to start off this series in an 0-2 hole, as this one is played very well by Siddharthan behind point. This opens the face of his bat, and he strikes it away. Good, really, really good shot. Falls in front of the boundary rope and goes away for a 4. Siddharthan, I mean, he had it quite well, you have to say, in that previous game. Made 24 of 13. Now I think he's going to need to kick on and play that big innings. Can he get those 50-plus scores and get the World Strikers into a healthy position? Well, this one is wide, and it's a good call by the striker to tell Singh to stay right where he is. Singh just wanted to pinch another single. Yeah, a lot of our viewers who saw the ECS back in September in Rome, I mean, this Marsa jersey certainly is a lot similar to Roma Capinelli, and another fielding change here for Marsa. I mean, their side would seem to tamper with their fielding all the time. It's a good, fuller, wider delivery. You know, I mean, the traditional way to captain is, you tell your bowler to stick to a plan, and you go out with a set field, but they tinker with their field every couple of balls. I think, they have to be wary of the fact that, later in this tournament, they don't end up with any overrate issues. Oh, this one, he just tries to run that one down to third man. And well, let's just see this. Does that carry? No, it doesn't. It just takes a bounce before going to the fielder. As the second over comes to an end, the strikers are 22 for 2. Of course, we'll just take a look at the standings for Group B. Of course, yesterday we had plenty of Group A action, and we got some Group B games coming up for you today. Marsa picking up that big win in the first game. The World Strikers lost that match. Went down in the books as a 30-run victory for Marsa. As we see, Majib is going to be introduced into the attack in the third over. And this Singh, well, he's been rather patient, waiting for his first delivery of the innings. And he just tries a big heave towards the leg side over here. Again, I think if he plays that with a straight bat, because of the length of that delivery, he might have been able to even pierce a gap around extra cover. And it's a late wide call. Let's have one more look at this. My initial inkling was that this is a good call, but maybe it's just caught that tram line on the way through. Of course, I'll leave that for you at home to decide. Your view on that is it was certainly a very tight call. Yeah, I think shot selection here, just a little bit of an issue for Siddharthan. Trying to belt everything towards the leg side. I think Majib is bowling pretty smart over here. Just needs to hit a few shots toward the offside as well. And again, not sure that's the right shot selection there. He's looking to bash this one towards long on. There's no third man at the boundary rope, so he can beat the fielder, who's sort of currently at gully. If I had to define it, he should get a boundary. Probably just to the left of your screen. You can't quite see him there, as this one is goes away for 6. He just throws his bat at it. And the top edge will carry over the boundary rope. It'll go the distance. That is a huge 6 there for Siddharth, and really needed that one. You know, there have been too many dot balls in that over. And that's just a bit of a concern here for Royal Strikers. You know, they've just not quite been getting enough runs running between the wickets early in this innings. Just a few too many dot balls. And he just goes for that big heave, and you can see Singh's rather frustrated at the other end, isn't he? You know, he's been out there for a while, but he hasn't been able to face a delivery yet. And he doesn't look all that pleased with his partner shot selection either. Again, you know, just doing some quick math. I think almost 50% to 66% of the deliveries so far this innings have been dot balls, and we could have a wicket over here. This one's popped up in the air. It's a catching opportunity, and it's very well taken there by Suleiman. That's the 3rd catch he's taken today. He's having a great day in the field, and boy, look at that laughter. I mean, he's got plenty of reason to be delighted with himself. Yeah, he just has to watch this one rather closely. And he takes it in the end, gives it a little kiss. And good start here for Marsa. They pick up their 3rd wicket, and the Royal Strikers, well, they've not quite been able to strike the ball the way they'd like, have they? 29 for 3 at the end of 3. It's been a rather dominant showing by Marsa after that victory in the first game. Now it's Encore Singh finally gets to face the ball. We'll just take another look at this one. Well taken catch. Just is he blowing a kiss or something at the ball, or doing a little jig? And you can see there, very happy with himself. Majid, he's had a great day, hasn't he? 3rd wicket of the day, taking a catch. 73 runs. Just the way you want to open your tournament. As you can see, Marsa already 80% favorites. We're only 3 overs into the first innings. A terrific ball there by Bin Marose, just squares up Singh to start off. It's been a long wait for him to face his first ball, and the first one he faces is a really good one. And of course, it's a great chance to, of course, welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu into the commentary box.
Thanks, it's good to be back. Yeah, what a dominant start this is so far. So, I mean, I think Pakalapati, he was good. He's getting the ball to talk early, wasn't he? And they did push Paraj into the top of the order, which I thought was the right thing to do, but he went 2 boundaries and an out, didn't he? And again, the importance of holding on to the catches. You could see Marsa were pretty thrilled to see the back of him. Chamko actually batted through the 10 last time. He's batting in the 3 slot this time. Let's see if he can find his touch. And Rajan, I mean, it's another opportunity with him for him to get going. Now, I know that Johnny G is taking some pretty acrobatic takes. I had a little word to him. I said, well, Johnny, you're going all that way to get there. I'd love to see you holding on to a few. This is just, you're never too old to kind of take on a little bit of advice. And I said, Johnny, everyone's patting you on the back because, yeah, you're doing a great job, but I think you could be doing a little bit even better, and talking about actually gloving more cleanly. And Johnny, it was a 2-way conversation, really. I mean, we're both wicket keepers like this one here. So, because I think getting to the ball is actually the hard bit. Once you're there, I'd like to see him have more of a catching mentality, not just kind of a blocking mentality. And we've seen getting gloves on, a few getting away for buys. So, yeah, I think that's the thing. I suppose you're never too old to continue to keep improving your skills. And Johnny G, well, there's not too many 64-year-old wicketkeepers that are able to do the kind of things that he can do in the world. But anyway, who's going to stand up for the strikers with the bat here?
He looks to play this one uppishly. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? No, it won't. Just takes a bounce before the rope. There was a half a chance there for Abhishek Singh out in the deep. Let's just take a look at this. It hung up in the air for an age. As you can see, it's a couple of feet in front of the boundary ropes. And that's 4 runs for Singh.
Wasn't a bad effort, but you got to ask yourself the question, if he's gone that far, did he slightly misjudge the route to the ball?
This one is played away towards mid-wicket for a single.
It's interesting here, obviously a sign that there's been a lot of cricket played on this field during the summer with the kind of grassless areas where the non-strikers would back up at both ends. Just noticing that, something that we don't normally have here, but right now it's the end of the 4th over and the score 37 for 3. So here's the thing with Marsa with the bat. I mean, obviously it was Fanyan that did the heavy lifting with the bat, but if you can get like a solid even kind of 90 or 100 on the board here, I think it is defendable. I mean, famously, Gozo CC kept Marsa to 31 in a match here. So it can go wrong as well. So the strikers, yeah, they don't necessarily need the 130. That looks a little bit unrealistic at the moment, but they could still put together a solid probably 100 or something like that, something to bowl at.
It's Abhishek Singh coming into bowl this 5th over. Just advances down the pitch over there, Singh, but he doesn't quite catch hold of it the way he would have wanted. Oh, there's a chance for overthrows here. Doesn't look like there is. Just a 1 run there for Singh. Again, you like Singh's approach. He's been very positive, but he just hasn't quite been able to time it as well as he wants. Only batting at 7 runs, 5 deliveries. Oh, just strays down the leg side here. This is very, very well played by Raja. No protection out on the deep, but it doesn't matter as he clears the boundary rope with ease.
Yeah.
Great looking shot.
Excellent shot. They need more of that, don't they? And Rajan, he's pretty tidy behind the stumps. I like what he brings to the table. Hopefully he's bringing a few maximos.
Just a little bit of discussion here between the captain and the bowler. I think with the kind of field setting he has, it's really set up for sort of full and straight bowling. A lot of protection for those straight boundaries, and also at mid-wicket. Goes full and wide and just misses his line a little bit.
Really hotting up now, isn't it? You can see how, I know it's your first time here, Nish, but this ground, a lot of water goes into it overnight, pretty much every night to keep it in the condition it is. Annual rainfall in Malta, about 500, 600 millimetres a year. It's not a lot. You can really see, though, how you feel the moisture kind of being lifted up out of the ground. So it's pretty humid here throughout the day. It will dry out this afternoon, though. But this ground is looking in tip-top shape. We talked about those areas kind of around the edges of the pitch. You can see them there on your screen. But they're a little bit problematic at the moment, but I think they're fairly easy to avoid, and non-strikers should be running either on the pitch or wide of those areas. Anyway, so far it's advantage to Marsa, but still around about that 10 and over, I think is competitive from the Royal Strikers.
This one's absolutely clubbed away, but let's take a look at the square leg umpire. It's been signaled a no ball. Of course, there's also going to be a free hit. Let's just see how high this one was. It's
very
just below head height. I mean, I think we're starting to get into Beamer territory over there.
Yeah, you are. I think it's a change-up gone wrong from Abhishek Singh. So, well, there's a 7 up, and it means that the 50's up for all strikers. There's a free hit to come, so there's plenty of cricket still to play here. Just like that, actually. They're on 114 pace. Free hit coming up.
And he's going to have to re-ball that one. Quite release the ball over there, and now, again, it's really important they start hitting a few more boundaries over here. Singh now 13 of 7. And he bowls another wide, so Singh just having a few issues with extras. That's the second wide he's bowled. And also, of course, a no ball. They might even look to sneak in a second run over here. They've just been a bit too casual, Marsa, in the field. And Johnny Grima, rightfully so, a little bit frustrated with what's going on. I mean, you know, Marsa have been so clinical so far this morning, but, well, they just need to keep a lid on the scoring and just not let things slip away from them. They're just needlessly giving up 3 runs over there. And of course, that was still a free hit. And they'll only get 1 run. The Royal Strikers, he wasn't quite able to get a hold of that one, seeing it. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat. That projected now, it's up to 122. This has been a near magical over so far.
Well, it has gone magical now. And they'll get a single off the last. So end of the 5th over. The Royal Strikers are 58 for 3. Turning the narrative in their direction at the moment. Okay, this is one of my games I've been doing. As we know, the ECC will be, well, ECW will be for the first time at the Cardimer Oval. And you know, we're all looking forward to that. But maybe we can get the ECL draw up because I'm going to roll dice. And it's going to give me a number. Okay, number 5. So A, B, C, D, E. Okay, Group E, super interesting. Goes Army from Malta. They are in that group. They are obviously going to play in this ECS. They qualified by winning the earlier ECS. That was the qualification tournament. Forfisher are going to be real strong. VOC Rotterdam, they've won it previously. They won the first edition in 2019. BSC Rehberger of Germany, they are going to be really strong as well. Starigrad from Serbia, they're a bit of an unknown quantity, but I'm sure they'll enjoy the opportunity to play at the ECL and maybe take down a couple of the more fancied teams. Tim Wheeler showing some of his football skills, or perhaps lack thereof, the umpire on that occasion, but this is Fahan Masi bowling over number 6.
Goes for that big heave towards the leg side, just kind of loses his shape, Rajan. Again, better shot selection over here, maybe not to hit it towards the cover boundary, and he would have been able to get some runs.
Yeah, so as far as that group, it's a little bit of a group of death, really, if you ask me. Some real good teams in there that are going to challenge each other. Mikey T saying he's loving the purple look. He's in the chat. He's actually at the ground as well because he's got the purple on as well. And Mikey, good to have you here as always. Hello to Iggy as well, hello to Wayne. And look, yeah, Forfisher from Scotland, I think they'll be really strong, but they're not the only big dogs in that group. This is driven away and this will be 4. So at the moment, Shamkur Singh, he's finding a bit of a gear that was missing for a lot of that innings. That's not a bad ball really, but he still is able to drive it through the covers for a boundary.
Yeah, this is the beauty of good shot selection. I mean, I think he just plays the ball in its merit, doesn't he? Hits it nicely with his straight bat, and he managed to pick out the gap, beats the fielder at long off and cover. Well, this one's going down the leg side. That's really wide. And you have to say, Johnny Green has done a terrific job to get a hold of that ball, and then he points right at the cameras. Yeah,
well, I was saying to Johnny, if you're going to go all that wide, I'd love to see you actually holding on to a few more. And these days, I mean, like I said, Johnny gets a sore back from everyone patting him on it for his age. But I still think, I saw that there's room for him to go up again. He's been really good actually holding on to some of these. Because, yeah, my advice to him is, you know, sooner or later, one of these will be an edge, and it's very hard to then switch your mentality from just like a stopping mentality to an actual catching mentality. And he gets himself in good positions, and it's not like he's not getting the middle of the hand on the ball. So he's been actually outstanding through this first 6 overs. Massey, last ball of his spell coming up.
Managed to get a hold of this one, and he's going to beat the fielder who is well over the boundary up. He's taking a good catch, but he's just not taking it within the playing field.
Pakalapati. Well, this is one of the catches of the day. Only problem is he is the wrong side of the border. Look at that, one hand chop from Pakalapati. But Maximo in the book, and at the end of 6 overs, it's 70 for 3.
And Shamkur Singh just leading a nice little resurgence here for the Royal Strikers. 24 of 11, I think. You know, the balls he's just played on their merit. He's struck really nicely. There's been a few where he's he just lost his shape trying to bash them a bit too hard. But otherwise, it's a very good innings. The Royal Strikers, 70 for 3. Got to be trying to get to at least 120 to give this Marsa side a tough task in the second innings.
Faisal comes back for the 7th.
And he's cleaned them up over there. A good bit of bowling by Bin Rose, who's a very solid bowler, I think, so far today. Most important thing you noted about him is, again, not the quickest bowler, but he just keeps his plans simple. Always tries to aim for the stumps. And let's just take a look at that. Is that a bit of an off break?
Yeah, it's a slower ball. It kind of It kind of rolls out the front of the hand, and have a look, actually breaks as well. See, it actually bounces to the left of the off stump, comes back and hits middle and off. So that's very, very well bowled. Little change up from Faisal does the trick, and so the strikers lose the 4th wicket, 70 for 4.
He was just having a slightly difficult time, wasn't he, Raj? And made just 10 runs off the 9 deliveries he faced. We have another look at that wicket. You can even see Singh smiling. I think he knows he's done him with that one.
Yeah. Really, really good bowling. Yeah, he likes it, and why wouldn't he like it? Massa on top, but still strikers can put that 110 on the board, especially Jamkor Singh seems to be timing the ball a little bit better than we saw him in the first game, even though he did bat through the innings. Kushlesh Kapaka is the number 6. He's very capable with the bat as well. Faces up for the first time.
And this one is just played away towards mid-wicket. Kopaka gets off the mark as soon as he starts off his innings.
Yeah, anything with Morose, I like that he gets close to the stumps and probably has to try and get out the umpire's way. It's great that he's bowling stump to stump. He's a good chance of things like LBWs and things like that. The angles are there for it, but he has to get himself off the pitch a bit quicker so the umpire has a look.
Yeah, this one has been struck really hard, lands a few feet in front of the commentary tent. And another great hit by Singh, who's let his side surge in this innings. Just lifts his front foot as he smashes that one. Huge, huge 6.
That's what I'm talking about here. Jamkor absolutely smashed that. That was Pushparajan style there. Big straight blow, timed it well.
And he just steps across his stumps over there. He was... the plan was clear. He just wanted to smash one of these wider deliveries towards mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, and it's just a 1 run.
Yeah, Kopaka has a role to play as well. Still kind of 60-40 mass. That's probably fair, I think, at the moment.
And that's going to be another single for Kopaka. Smart stuff here, really. Just keep Singh on strike. Keep the dot balls to a minimum. I think some of Singh's partners so far this inning have just faced a few too many dot balls. So Kopaka doing the wise thing so far. Last ball of the over. And this one is beautifully struck. Is it going to go over the fielder's head? It most certainly will. It's a huge 6 for Singh. And another great over.
There's Mikey T in the background there. The reason he said he liked the purple is because he's rocking the purple as well. But Jamkor rocking these innings. There he is, Mikey. Just watches that one fall to his right. That's the end of the 7th over. 85 for 4. These are the events coming up. We talked about the fact we'll have both women's and men's international cricket, and not this weekend, but next. That's going to be a 2-day series that is kind of nestled within this 3-week ECS, and then 3-way series in Spain, Portugal, and Romania from men's ECI, which is towards the end of the month. And then we'll have the Barcelona Bash still coming together, I think, in the planning. A few registrations coming late for that one, and then the ECCW. Great article. I might actually put it in the chat. Great article about the ECCW on the website today.
This one's popped up in the air. There's a chance for the fielder at point to take one, and he takes a really good catch. And another wicket falls here for the Royal Strikers. Kopaka departs, and again, I love this move by Marsa. I mean, it was pretty clear they were probably going to introduce a 6th bowler into the attack after Singh went for 21. And if you were going to do that, the 8th over was the right time, considering you'd probably want Pakal Patti and Majid to bowl overs 9 and 10. And Waqas Khan immediately comes in, makes an impact, gets a wicket as half the Royal Strikers order has been sent back to the shed.
Yeah, nice catch by Kostler as well. I think originally the bowler thought about going for it, but it was always kind of curving towards Noel Kostler. He's a very experienced cricketer. And he took that one, easy as you like. New batter out there, Tamtia Tahir. And so can they get this final push towards that 120? Jamkor, he's playing the blinder at the moment, isn't he? Just needs a bit of support. But I've been impressed with Waqas Khan. This first ball of a spell, a lot better than the first one he delivered this morning. It draws a miss hit. Cushy goes for 2. 85 for 5. As Tahir faces up.
Yeah, this is beautifully worked away for a 4. I mean, this is a gorgeous strop by Tahir. I mean, again, he's well aware of the fact that there's nobody out deep at fine leg, and he just turns his wrists ever so slightly and just works it away.
Great shot. What a great start. It shows me he's in a good mentality here of, looking to get bat on ball, but with a bit of intent, turns it round the corner. There were 2 fielders there, but they were both in the infield. He split the middle perfectly, and he's off the mark with the boundary.
And this one's just played away towards the fielder at square leg. It's going to be a single.
Wayne's also spotted Alistair around the ground. He calls him Mr. Baywatch. But Alistair is here. Alistair's main role is to go a few days before an event and make sure everything's right and up to scratch. And I think this is Alistair's last day here. He'll be off tomorrow, but I'm sure you'll see him early in the Barcelona series as well. Also, Alistair is the strength and conditioning coach for the Spanish national team.
Just strikes him outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, good umpiring again. This one may well have come back and hit the stumps, but definite movement. Takes Chamco outside the line. Quick shake of the head. Good decision again. The umpire's been pretty good so far in this series. They certainly have had a bit of practice. They've had a long summer. And you can play cricket pretty much 12 months around the calendar here. Oh, Johnny, you fumbled one. But again, it's still a good stop. Let's see if he turns around this time. He promised me he'd show me the ball that time. But this, I like that. He's still actually looking to catch that. Even if he doesn't, that's fine. But I think if you go there just with a blocking mentality, then you will block it. It'll probably deflect away. So as luck would have it, they don't go for an extra run there. That was that kind of wild delivery from Wakas, wasn't it? Anyway, Johnny regains his composure. Told me he's been keeping all the way since he was in primary school. He was about 10 or 11 years of age. Not often I run into keepers which have double the experience I have. I call myself experienced. I'm nowhere near Johnny. Looks like there's one to go in this over. It's been a pretty good one though. Yeah, he's got the occasional one that gets away from him, Wakas. It hasn't hurt him so far. If he can just kind of iron that out of his game, you wonder how good he can be, actually.
This one is played away towards cover. Right to here. And that's going to be a single. A good over here by Khan, just 8 runs off it. And he got that important wicket. So good way for Marsa to just clamp down on that Royal Strikers run rate as it was starting to balloon up. As we, of course, take a look at that graph. Of course, they had that big surge, didn't they, between overs 5 to 7.
Yeah, I think it's around about a par run rate. For me, that 115 is kind of where I keep coming back to. I know earlier in this season, well, it probably wasn't that high scoring, but I think partly that was to do with the conditions at that time. We actually had some flooding here earlier in the year, and it really slowed the ground down. They weren't able to, I suppose, mow it or kind of get the grass under control, so it was a lot slower then. I think at the moment, at 115 is more like. I think earlier in the year, kind of 80, 85 was considered a decent score for some of the series at least. Here's Fanyan coming back. It all happens in the 9th and it starts right now.
Oh, it's a full toss to start off the over. It's going to land safely.
I'd like to see Wakas going for that. I think it was a catchable ball. He kind of backed off, didn't want to get off his feet. You couldn't get a better field to dive on here. That's the thing. It's like diving on a pillow. But kind of pulled the chute, didn't he, and conceded the single. Because if you had taken that catch, yes, it's a wicket also. It keeps Chamco off strike. Now he's facing up.
And this one is belted away as well. There's no way any fielder's going to get to that. It's cleared the boundary rope with ease as Singh continues to bludgeon this Marsa attack. Another full toss there by Majid.
Comes back to bite him straight away. And yes, it's probably an error by the bowler, but I'd love to see Wakas trying to turn that into a catch. Chamco whacks the next ball from Maximo, moves to 44.
And this one, is it going to carry to the fielder? It's a good effort, but it's beyond his reach, and it's gone for a 6. So what a way to bring up a half century for Singh. He clubs back-to-back 6s. This one just hung up in the air for an age, and you wondered if the fielder had a chance, maybe, if he's all the way back. He may have been able to catch that one, but he isn't.
Pakalapati came up with the magic when he was off the field then, but he couldn't quite bring that one back. And look at all those runs in front of the wicket. Chamcore, great half century.
Yeah, he goes for this one as well, but it's going to land safely. Just the one run there.
Don't want to harp on, but still go back to that effort earlier in the over. Wakas. Thing is, if he went for the catch and dropped it, they still would have got one anyway, so just conceded it. And then Chamco hurts him with 2 Maximos, brings up his 50 off 18 balls. Tahir gets the strike back. 2 to come in the 9th.
This one is struck down the ground. It's going to be a single, so Singh just gets to face the final ball this over again. I don't see him getting one run over here. It's either going to be a 2 or a boundary. From his point of view.
Well, I think he probably will get one this ball, only because the last ball the over. So, I mean, he'll go for a boundary, but if he gets the one, then he'll be happy. And he'll be even happier with this because he will get 4. So, just like that, probably with that boundary, maybe they go ahead in this game. Royal Strikers. What a knock this is from Chamcore. Well, Nish, I know you weren't a batsman because you'd be able to count to 6 with kind of metronomic regularity, and most of them know when the 6th ball of the over is, so they try and get the strike back. But if you get a boundary, it's even better. But have a look at those bowling figures. You can see the couple stick out. Pakalapati, he'll probably come back in this over, but maybe they've mismanaged themselves slightly because Wakas isn't going to get a second over unless they bowl him here. But I feel certain they'd go back to Pakalapati. But maybe a bit of a tactical misstep. I know it's a bit tough as a captain here juggling your bowlers. But anyway, Royal Strikers fighting back. We asked who to stand up, and at the moment, it is Chamkor Singh.
So it's win predictor now, just about 50-50 again. When they were in a bit of a hole at the end of the 3rd over, we saw Marsa were fancied as 80% favorites, but it's now swung in favor of the Royal Strikers, all thanks to this big innings by Singh.
10th overtime.
And this is smart stuff there.
Oh,
Singh
dear.
just makes sure he gets to the striker's end. But Tahir, well, he's lucky to still be there. Pakalpati knows what he missed. That's a bit of a howler.
It is, no doubt. He decides he wants to strike Chamkor. I even like how the batter kind of goes back, makes sure that Chamkor gets safe, but then he wasn't banking on being safe himself. Tahir thought he was the goner. In the end, it'll go down as a buy. I don't think Johnny will be too happy about that. It's the first buy of the innings, and as a keeper, you hate buys. I know they're going to happen probably in this form of the game more than usual, but Pakalapati might owe Johnny a drink after that one.
Yeah, that one a rather tight call over there. I think Pakalpati wasn't too happy with the decision. I think Singh might just have been bailed out on that one.
Could be the same kind of score that Marsa made this morning. Marsa made 128.
It's a fuller, straighter delivery. It's going to the fielder long off. They're coming back for a second run. It goes to the non-striker's end. So it's 2 runs over here. The more important thing is Singh is still on strike.
One thing I've been really impressed with, probably with a couple of glaring exceptions, but how clever our cricketers in the European Cricket Series and the ECC, for example, have been at trying to control the strike and strategically running and occasionally sacrificing run-outs for the greater good, trying to get the set batter back on strike. Chamko does it there, gets 2. And they want him to face every ball from here if possible.
Yeah, this one again, he isn't quite able to time it as well as he'd like. I would say Pakalpati's bowled really well.
Right on cue there.
This final over, and yeah, as you said, he decides to take a single.
Yeah, they should have gone for 2. No, he just wasn't interested straight away, Chamko. Probably a bit of fatigue coming in, but that's one where I think you go for it. The ball was in the air a long time, probably had time to get a comfortable 1.5, and then maybe with a fielding error, you might get back for 2, and who knows if they would have gone to the keeper anyway.
And again, this is just good bowling here. He's bowling at a hard length, Pakalpati. It's just not quite where you can get underneath it, nor can you, nor is it full enough to drive. It's just very, very good bowling here. He's got the length spot on.
And Pakalapati pauses to tie his shoelaces. Maybe he should be timed out. Said I wouldn't bring it up this game, but anyway, 2 to come. Chamko 58, been a good knock. It's funny because, yeah, the first game, look, it's not that he batted badly. He made 31 not out of 25. It's 3 Maximos and a 4, whereas here, 6 Maximos and a 3. And 6 Maximos and 3 4s, and he's faced less balls for more runs. 2 to come.
And has he timed this one to perfection? He certainly has. He finally gets that boundary. He wanted this over. This is really, really well struck. I mean, this is not a bad ball by Pakalpati. It's just incredibly well hit. Hits it straight down the ground. That's beautifully timed.
Excellent shot. And look, for Pakalapati, it's the kind of ball that I think you can get away with more in the first part of the innings when you're kind of bowling a bit more of a natural length. But here, needs to find his Yorker again. We know he's got a good one. You don't want to give Chamko the chance to get under something. 124 for the Royal Strikers plus this. Here's the last ball.
Goes for the full and wide one, and is he out over here? The umpire at square leg certainly says he is, so the innings ends with a dot ball. Sharp bit of glove work there by Johnny Grima. We'll just take a look at this replay to confirm that he's struck the stumps.
Yeah, so I'm going to say Johnny Grima, credit to him. The only bye of the whole innings was that one where Pakalpati missed it. You can see he ends up getting him. He knows he's got a bit of time to play with Johnny here. So what's he out by? About half a metre. But he gloved them really well. So Johnny, probably the best game I've seen him keep. I know maybe didn't have all the flashy bits that he does sometimes, but honestly thought he was brilliant there. But so was Chamkor Singh in this one. 64 not out of 24 in the end. 7 Maximos and 3 4s. 124, so we have another score in the 120s. We saw Marsa defend it earlier. Can Royal Strikers square the series with a successful defence here and get their first points of the board in this European Cricket Series? Should be a great second half coming up.
We'll just take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was a really nice shot there by Ashwin Raj. He hit a 6 in the first over, but he wouldn't hang around for too long, as that would be the only runs he would make. Korean push for Raj, and he hit a 6 and a 4 of his first 2 balls before giving that catch to Fanyan Majid. Farhan Masi getting that all-important wicket at that stage. Well, they were in all sorts of trouble, the Royal Strikers. They were 29 for 3 at the end of 3 overs, and things were just drifting away from them. The win predictor had Marsa as 80% favorite to that stage, but Chamkor Singh, he had different ideas. He made 64 of 24. He's clubbed 7 big sixes with a strike rate of 267, and he just helped his side in this big middle over surge. That was a good wicket there by Bin Marose. A terrific bowler, just keeps things simple. Bowls stump to stump. Again, one feature I loved about Chamkor Singh's batting was how he was more than happy to open up the offside. That was a good catch taken over there by Noel Khosla at the end of Kushlesh Kopaka. He made just 2 runs of 3 deliveries. This was that slight howler by Pakalpati. He won't want to see that one again. And that was the sole boundary of the final over. Really, really well hit stroke. And now we're going to see the run out on the very first ball of the innings. The Royal Strikers end up with 124 runs in the 10 overs they face. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this Royal Strikers innings. Of course, Chamkor Singh, the top scorer with 64 of 24. There were some notable contributions from the rest of his team, but the big difference for the Royal Strikers in this match versus the previous one is they got somebody to kick on, somebody to take a good start and play that big innings. 124 for 6 is certainly a very healthy total, and it'll take some chasing for Marsa. Now, let's have a look at the Marsa bowling card. Of course, Pakalpati, he bowled terrifically well, 1 for 17 of his 2 overs. Waqas Khan was just not able to get a second over because his first one was in the 8th, and then the skipper decided to go back to Majid. It was a little bit expensive in his second over. Abhishek Singh went for 21, so a bit of a mixed performance with the ball in hand for Marsa as well. They'll need 125 runs in the second innings if they want to make it 2 wins and 2 to start off this series. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the second innings.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to the second innings of our second game of the day. It's match 6 between the Royal Strikers and Marsa. Of course, Marsa took the first game between these two sides, and the Royal Strikers responded strongly in that first innings. Of course, they were a bit slow out of the gates in the power play, but then Singh just played a belter of an innings, and he put them right back on track. Of course, we'll take a look at the win predictor right now. The Strikers, well, how the tables have turned. They were 39% underdogs to start off this match, and now 57% favorites halfway through this game as we're just about to commence the second innings. And of course, Marsa, they were led terrifically by Majib, who made a great 73 in the first game. They'll be looking for a similar innings from him. And again, so often the difference between these teams in ECS cricket is just that one batter goes on to play a big innings. That was certainly the case for the Royal Strikers. That'd be the case for Marsa too. Let's wait and find out. This one is played away really well. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. I think he's just about managed to get there on time, but we'll have a look at the replay just to confirm. That's Jamshed Chirikal. Let's have a look at this. Does he make it back there on time? Oh, it looks like it's gone over the boundary rope, but you got to give him an A for effort. But it's still going to be 4 runs for Marsa. Mehar strikes a boundary, start off his innings. 50-50 now, the win predictor, after they start off with a 4. No, goes a bit too wide over there. That one's not even struck the pitch, so it's going to be a no ball. And they'll also just scamper across for a single, so a horrendous start here for Siddharthan to this over. It's going to be a free hit for Majid to start off this innings. I mean, coming off a 73, and then your very first ball of the following match is a free hit. Bad start here from the Strikers' point of view. Oh, it's a great delivery. Terrific ball. Gets that one right up there in the block hole. And again, this just has the feel. This game's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game, isn't it? You just feel it's going to come down to the last couple of overs to decide who's going to win. It just has that kind of a feel. Was there an edge over there? Well, there might have been. I mean, the keeper takes a shot at the stumps, but let's have a look at this. Certainly can't tell from there. But if he strikes the stumps, was this going to be a run out? Well, he's missed it by quite a bit. And he hasn't slid his bat either. He tries to ground it when he's a good few feet in front of the popping crease, but just another repeal over there. Don't think anything was going for the bowler. No, there was no edge over there. It's been given a bye, of course. I'm referring to the third delivery of the over. This one is hit straight towards extra cover. It's a dot ball. A good comeback by Siddharthan. He had a couple of nightmare deliveries to start off his innings, but he's responded well since. 1 ball to come in the first over. Oh, and shouts to catch it, but it's going to land between 2 fielders. And it's a single to end the over, so a very good response by Siddharthan in the last 4 balls of his over. Marsa 8 for nothing at the end of the first over. Of course, it's been 173 matches since we last had a golden ball. That was, of course, all the way back in Rome. Didn't get that ECC golden ball we wanted, unfortunately. And, well, hope we get a few in Malta. Of course, we'll be here for 3 weeks. Ample opportunity to get some golden balls. A lot of teams are very evenly matched as well in Malta, so I think we're going to get a lot of thrilling close finishes during our time here. Now it's going to be the star man for the Royal Strikers, Pushparajan, bowling this second over, the captain himself. And he's bowling to Mehar. Mehar mistimes one. This one's a bit of a miscue, and it's gone straight to the fielder at point. Very well taken catch, of course. It traveled quite high up in the air, so it was never going to be an easy one. And again, it's just a few strokes you've seen him play where he wasn't quite in control of them. This time he has to pay for it. And he probably wasn't perfectly balanced when taking that catch, but the final product is all that matters. He gets the catch. Marsa 8 for 1. And it's a good start here for the Royal Strikers. Take one more look at that catch. It's very well taken in the end, as of course it's going to be Muhammad Suleiman coming out to bat. Of course, he took some good catches in the 2 innings he was involved in out in the field. 3 catches so far today. There's an edge over there, and is that an opportunity? Well, it's gone to the left of the fielder. It's also gone all the way to rub some more salt on their wounds. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it just goes above the fielder. There's half a chance over there. And boy, if they'd managed to get a second wicket, it would have been really a big hole for Marsa to dig themselves out of. I mean, those are the fine margins that determine games. They could have been 8 for 2, but instead it's 14 for 1. Just very small things like that can determine the outcomes of games. Fielder at the deep third just goes a touch finer after that last ball. This is a great ball there by Pushparajan, but it's equally well played by Suleiman. A terrific hit. He got it right up there, but some smart batting by Suleiman, just goes deeper into his crease to try to turn that into a bit of a half volley. And then he strikes it down the ground, so a much better shot here by Suleiman after getting lucky on his first delivery. No luck over there. That's just pure skill. Oh, this is well struck again. It's going to evade the fielder at point. I think he's managed to get a hand to it, which is what slowed it down and prevented it from going for a boundary. Just the 1 run. Have another look at that. Yeah, he gets a hand to it. And he's probably saved his side 3 runs over there. He managed to take that one. It would have been an absolute blinder. Oh, this is a good length, isn't it? Just above waist height. And again, Mughal, he had the right idea, didn't he? He was trying to beat that fielder at backward square leg, but he's managed to find him. And again, it's 2 star players for these teams, isn't it? It's the star all-rounder for the Strikers, Pushparajan, against the star all-rounder for Marsa. 1 more ball to come in this battle. It's a full toss. Is it going to go away for a boundary? It most certainly will. Majid's going to have the last laugh in that little battle. Poor delivery by Pushparajan to end the over. As Marsa move on to 23 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. They're going along at a decent rate after getting 15 runs in that second over. A bit expensive for Pushparajan, of course. Well, we saw some Group A action today. You're going to see some Group B action today, of course. Marsa and the Royal Strikers, part of Group B. Also got a match coming up between the Red Stars and the Lagiba Blasters in just about an hour's time. So it's a Group B day here today in the ECS in Malta. Oh, another great ball. Just to find that Yorker length. I have to say that's been one very impressive thing about Maltese bowlers, at least in these first couple of games, is they're able to find that Yorker length quite well. think I've seen more good Yorkers these first couple of games than I have in a number of matches I've covered. That's another terrific ball there by Siddharthan. And again, I don't mind this move to bring him back for a second over in the power play. Again, you know, getting rid of these key players right at the top of the order can swing the outcome of matches. So keep your best bowlers on. I think that's the way to go in ECS T10 cricket. Yeah, this one isn't quite struck as well as he would like. Is he going to beat the fielders? No, he wants a good bit of fielding out in the deep. And it's just going to be one run there for Suleiman. Just having a look at his bat over there. Majid. Don't think there's too many issues with that bat, considering it helped him get 73 runs in the first game. Yeah, this one is struck away, and it's cut out well by the fielder in the deep. Just the one run over there. And again, just good bowling by Siddharthan. I've been very impressed with the way he's bowled so far today. A very, very handy cricketer, isn't he? I mean, he's a good middle order batsman as well. Somebody you can typically rely on to get you a good 20-odd score with a strike rate of about 200. 2 balls to come in the power play. Oh, it's done well over there, asking the fielder a deep third. Just needs to make sure he doesn't touch the rope when he's collecting the ball. I think he's done everything just fine. Let's have one more look at that. Seemed clean to me from here. And a little bit of acrobatics as well, just to evade the rope and the ball. I mean, that is a very impressive roll, you have to say. Something out of an action movie. Now, this is the important moment. I mean, when he touches the ball, there's nothing touching the rope. Let's just have one more look at that. I think it should be a clean bit of fielding. Oh, it just strays down the leg side, and it's going to go the distance. You can't bowl there to Majid. This one goes away for a 6. Very well struck. I mean, keep in mind, there's also no protection at that boundary either, so always going to be giving up 4s or 6s if you bowl there as the power play comes to an end. It's 32 for 1 for Marsa, who've they're going along at a decent rate, probably a little bit under what they need to, but you know, they've got wickets in the bank. The danger man Majid is still out there, so they're well in this game. Well, very good morning to you, Dave. And nope, I've never commentated with Corey before, never met him, and really looking forward to that. That should be fun. Of course, he'll be here on Friday, so that'll be the first time we'll get to call a game together. It's been a great year, of course. I've had the chance to work with all the very best from the European Cricket Network, of course. Chance to commentate alongside Vinny, a chance to commentate alongside Rico, and now Corey as well. So I've been really privileged and blessed this year. And the people have had the opportunity to work alongside. This one is played away towards mid-wicket. Of course, James introduced into the attack. I mean, he had a bit of a horror show in that first match. Ended up with -2 fantasy points. I mean, when you're going into the negative with your fantasy score, I think that just about sums up what a dismal showing you've had. But you know, he's a talented cricketer, and hope he can turn it around for his sake in this second game. He was a touch unlucky, I have to say, in that first over he bowled in the first game. This one is struck firmly, and it's going to go away for 6. So Majid just starting to find his groove these last couple of balls. You know, it usually just takes one ball for a quality player to find their form, and now Majid, after taking about 4 or 5 deliveries to settle into his innings, he's clubbed back-to-back big ones, and he's going along at a terrific rate. Just going to get a single over here. Just the 1 run. We'll have one more look at that, of course. Direct hit. Wouldn't really have made much of a difference. I think he was quite comfortable over there. Just didn't ground his bat until rather late. That one's a bit too wide over there. Can't have too many complaints about that one, James. You can just see right now the win predictor. World Strikers fancied as 57% favorites at this stage. But you just feel momentum is starting to swing in Marsa's favor these last few balls. And again, James just gets away with a rank full toss over there. And let's just check if that one was a no ball. Looked probably fine, but let's just look to confirm. Yeah, I think that's it's a legal delivery in the end. Slower ball there by James. Come back for a second run. He's going to have to be quick. And he's going to make it back in time there, Majid. Again, the danger man running to the danger end. You've always got your heart in your mouth, don't you, as a Marsa supporter, when you see one of your best batters running to the danger end. The good thing is they were very quick with their calling. I mean, Majid was out of the blocks in a jiffy. It's been a good over so far. And this one's managed to get a hold of it, but he hits it straight to the fielder at long on. And the over comes to an end. 13 of that over. Could easily have been more. I think he may have gotten away with a few over there. As a Marsa with a nice little recovery after a quiet first over. They've moved on to 45 for 1. Again, they're just a touch below the required, but I think they're, as long as they've got all these wickets in the bank, if they need to get, say, 13 to 14 and over at the end, and they know they still have Majid there, this game is well within their reach. They've just got to be smart, really, you know, target a couple of bowlers. I think, you know, if James comes back for a second, I think he might be someone they'll target. Just hasn't had a good day so far. He's been a little bit off with his lines and lengths. And it looks like we're going to see Jamshid bowling this second over. Went for 15 runs in the sole over. Bowled in the first game between these two teams. Oh, this one is struck away very well. That goes away for a 6. And it's again, he just gets his length wrong over there, and he does well to get underneath it. Majid goes away for a 6 again. He's so strong on the leg side. I mean, in that 73 he made, out of 68 of his runs came on the leg side. Shouts of out, but it was probably going over the stumps. And this one is slightly over pitched. It's been belted away for another 6. And Majid now just piling on the pressure on the Royal Strikers. This one is just struck cleanly. As now, look at that required. It's down to 12.4. And of course, it's a chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu into the commentary box. Marsa now, they're really starting to find their groove in this innings.
Yeah, they sure are. They were trailing, weren't they? Once again, it's that man Funyan that's dealing.
That one just might have been the wrong end, right? Or in
It just kind of went on, didn't it? It actually went pretty close to the inside edge, went between the body and the bat. So Fania maybe a little bit lucky to survive that one. Good on Jirakal.
this one is it's going to be played away, of course, right now. 50-50. I mean, this game is hanging finally in the balance.
Nish, I've called you for a reason. You broke the streak before at 334 is what it was. 334 right now. And what are we up to now? 170s, I think. You got to do it for us.
And he's just going to watch that one, and it's going to be a wide here as 14 of this over so far. Again, they're just chipping in these good little 14 to 16 run overs every now and then, Marsa. He just tries to play across the line, probably height an issue over there. As the over comes to an end, of course, Marsa needs 66 runs in the second half of their innings. Of course, that angle pretty much confirms that it was going over the stumps.
Yeah, good umpiring. I really like that. And so, yeah, halfway through, anybody's game, really. 59 for one, Marsa. All right, let's roll the dice again. You ready? This is the ECL draw. And it's rolled me number 5. Okay, didn't we already have 5? Okay, better roll it again. 2. All right, Group B, super interesting because we're going to have an English derby there. For the first time we've ever had 2 countries in the same group, and the reason is Hornchurch, they qualify for the 35th spot as runners-up. So because of the 35-team format, not only did the winners get to come back, automatically draw, it meant that Hornchurch get to come back. They've got Wimbledon, their countrymen there. And so Wimbledon won the Vitality T20, so the National Club Champions of England. Mechelen Eagles from Belgium and Huddinge from Sweden. They're going to play a really exciting brand of cricket. You know, kind of all aggression. Prague CC as well. I mean, they've dominated the competition for a number of years there in Czechia, and they'll certainly be out to spring a surprise. So that for me is one of the groups of death. And it's hard to pick one out because there's a lot of strong groups, but I think that'll be really, really entertaining. And we won't have to wait too long because that'll be the 4th, 5th and 6th days of the tournament. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday of week 1.
Yeah, I think it was back when we were doing the ECS in Rome that Wimbledon confirmed their place in the ECL. This is a very good delivery there by Singh. Suleiman does well to work it away. And, of course, Prague CC, I believe they went undefeated in the ECS.
Prague CC have an active streak in ECS of 19, and it's one behind the record, which is held by Albi Salmi in Sweden. So, yeah, that won't ruin their ECS streak, but they'd love to continue their winning streak. They were at the ECL in 2022.
This one is, again, played away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single again.
But you've got a great memory here. You're right. It was in Rome in early September, or mid-September, I suppose it would have been, when Wimbledon beat Sandiaka Town in the English final. So what we didn't know then is that they'd end up with another English club in their group.
Just loses hold of that one, Singh. It's gone away for a wide.
Beveren from Belgium made the championship week last year. They failed to qualify out of Belgium this year. So Mechelen Eagles. And Mechelen is kind of halfway between Antwerp and Brussels. It's actually where we had the ECS in Belgium last time we were there. And Huddinge, they won the ECS earlier this year and then had to do an extra step of qualification to get into the ECL because there was a parallel kind of Swedish Cup T10. So, I mean, the thing with every single team that makes the ECL, they're champion clubs for a reason. So they've got good players and they're confident. Obviously, it's not really an even playing field if you're looking at the competitions in their own countries. But that's what makes the ECL so fascinating. Looking forward to it. How about Mouflons? Haven't mentioned them yet during this week. Mouflons have qualified out of Cyprus, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to have some success in Group G. So they're right towards the end. In a group that I think they'll feel they can make some waves in. I mean, CRYMS are in that group from Ireland, and we know that they end up finishing 3rd in the entire competition last year. So that'll be a handful. But, yeah, always interesting. And I suppose they're a little bit disappointed, the Cyprus club. Punjab Lions not to register any wins earlier this year. This one from Majid is into the gap, but that gap's closed pretty quickly by Push Paraj. And this game continues to hover, doesn't it, at the end of 6 overs. Marsa, 66 for 1.
Again, we just take a look at this one again. Great bit of fielding there by Push Paraj. And then, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Punjab Lions sort of dominated Cypriot club cricket And this time they got trumped by the Mufflons, of course. Mufflons have a bit of a reputation domestically for being a side who can consistently make semifinals and finals, but just haven't been able to take that step and clinch a few trophies. But they've done that. They, of course, won a couple of European Cricket Series, and now, of course, getting a domestic title as well.
Yeah, well, some of those clubs as well in the ECL, it's interesting, some of them are fairly old clubs, and VOC Rotterdam, I think, was, I don't want to say it wrong, established in the 1800s. And I'm going to tell you, VOC was formed in, well, I don't want to say it wrong, but it's like 1895 or something like that. I've had a stab at it. And so, yeah, they're a very famous club. Yeah, 1895, wow. I'm going to pat myself on the back. He's going to pat himself somewhere else here after copying that one in the box. Fun yarn. But then you've got other clubs like Gozo Zalmi, and they're only really 1 or 2 years old. So what a nice opportunity for different styles of clubs and different types of clubs to come together.
This one is just played away towards finally. Again, he just gets a bit too straight there, Kopaka. And Majid, he's so strong on the leg side, you can't really afford to bowl to him there. You probably need a slightly wider line considering his strength. And he's just batting this one really well. He's paced his innings terrifically. And you can just see now, it's a comeback down to 54-46. It's just been that kind of a game. I mean, the momentum keeps swinging one way or the other. It's been a coin flip throughout this match. This one again played away towards long on. It's going to be a single. Majid moving on to 42. Decent bowling so far by Kopaka, despite that delivery, which went away for 4. Just 5 runs so far. This one's gone up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? Jumps shade underneath it, and he takes it very, very well. And the big 63-run partnership comes to an end as Marsa finally get that second wicket. Again, these two hung around there for quite a while and just kept their team in the game. And you think they've set up a very decent platform to kick on in these last few innings and secure the victory. But Royal Strikers get that important blow.
That's a very good catch. I mean, it does break the partnership. You know what I really love about this catch from Kunan Shirakal is that he takes it in front of his eyes, and I was coached to do that because it's a very good incentive to catch the ball because you don't want this to burst through the hands. It'll hit you probably just between the eyes, but it was perfect technique. It was a big moment in the game. They had to break that partnership. They have. And so Suleiman has to walk back at 71 for 2. He goes for 17. Having said that, he wasn't really the chief instigator in that partnership. Kostler, more than capable replacement, comes out at number 4.
Yeah, Kostler played a very smart innings in the first game. Hit a boundary and then just got run out trying to get Majid back on strike. This one is just blocked out for a dot ball. It's good over so far by Kopaka. 5 runs of 5 deliveries and gets the wicket of Suleiman. And you can just see for the first time the Royal Strikers really getting ahead in this game. It's now up to 72% for them. Now this is just delicately played away by Kostler. Doesn't quite have enough to go for a 4, but it's going to be helped over the boundary. Well, he's had a tough day, hasn't he, Ruben James? He's struggled with the ball in hand, and add to his misery, this one was certainly not going to go for a boundary. He tries to toss it back, but instead he tossed it over the boundary rope. And just look at some of the frustration amongst his teammates. I think the bowler has every right to be annoyed over there.
I mean, the effort was there from Ruben as the 7th over comes to an end, 75 for 2. We'll come back to that in a second, but yeah, pretty excited that we'll have Red Stars out here for their first ever European Cricket Network match. They're going to come into the action against the Bajuba Blasters in match 7. Blasters winning the toss and batting, but Red Stars, I know that in the league they've had a couple of wins. Fairly new club. A lot of them come from a kind of tape ball, tennis ball, cricket background, led by Ajmal Ali, the Jovan Jacob behind the stumps. And Blasters, well, they've got some good players in there as well. But going back to the slot machine, it kind of makes the ball disappear. I don't think he realised what had happened. He went back looking for the ball, couldn't find it. And anyway, it will be 4 to the total. Badly needed boundary, but you can see what a difference one good over can make. And Kushi was excellent there. 9, and coming off the back of Chamkur Singh's over. What I'm seeing also is is guys that are batting well, it's turning into them bowling well as well. These guys that are all-rounders, like Fanyan, like Encore. And really, there's a lot of similarities between the two games this morning. Just the fact that the teams have flipped the script, and it's Malta this time falling behind in the chase.
Played away towards long off by Khosla. It's just going to be a single. And now you can just see that required. It's just ballooning up, isn't it? It's almost 18 and a half now.
Call that the old point of no return, even though it's been busted a couple of times this year, and Carter in particular. But yeah, I think once it gets above that 18 and over, it really comes back over an extended period.
This one is absolutely hammered away, and Majid's got to hit a whole lot more of these. That one goes the distance. It's a huge hit by Majid, who's just one run short of a half century. It's in the slot. He gets a hold of it.
Yeah, that's absolutely smashed. That's one way to bring the rate back. And brings it back to 3 a ball exactly. But it's right in Mughal's wheelhouse, isn't he? Moves to 49. Kostler, obviously he can do a job. He's a good player, but you feel like Fanyan is the guy that's got to get him home here.
And again, he's just going for that wide Yorker. It's a smart idea against Majid, who's such a strong leg side player, but he gets that slightly wrong swing. And again, it's a very risky delivery to ball. It can be a very effective one, though.
Yeah, I like the idea there. Also like that's a good leave. Doesn't spoil that one, Fanyan. Can go through point if required as well.
Oh, he just took a step towards the offside there, Majid, so he could batter it to his favored boundary. Brings up his half century with a huge 6. It's just 35 needed now of 13. And they're getting exactly what they desired from their star man. Make that another 6. The pressure is on Singh for the first time this game.
I got to tell you something, that I'm still amazed that they don't have a 5th fielder across on the leg side. Have a look at that wagon wheel. I know he doesn't need to be encouraged to hit over there. Often you'll stack the offside field trying to leave some gaps, but Fanyan's a different kind of player. Master, they've checked into the last chance saloon right now, and they're hoping to pull this one out of the fire. Last ball, the 8th.
Yeah, this is another wide. Again, he's trying to bowl that wide Yorker. He knows what Majid's strength is, but he's not quite been able to execute it. Does it catch a bit of the line?
I actually think it does. You know, I don't think it's completely inside the line. And so it's a harsh call, but they're consistent on those. But even then, look at Majid trying to hit that to the leg side. Last ball, the 8th, take 2.
Batters this one towards the leg side. Forget about any fielders there. He clears the boundary up comfortably right in front of those tennis courts as the over comes to an end. 22 off at a magical over at last for Marsa, who've just swung this game back towards them. They've still got a chance. 28 needed now of the last couple of overs.
They needed a magical. They got one, and it kind of drags them up to that golden ball line now. And so, yeah, 22 come off that over. That's coming off the back of 2 overs that were very tight, just 7 and 9, the 2 overs before that. But 3 Maximos, and you can see why Mughal, a dangerous guy. I think, in a way, length is even more important than line to him. Okay, yes, you're trying to bowl it outside the off stump, but those legal balls all the way up to tram line, he can whack him to the leg side if he gets the length to work with. So you don't want to let it bounce in front of him. You really got to try and nail your Yorkers, and Chamkor can't do it. Clash of the Titans, clash of the 2 form players this morning. Chamkor versus Fanyan there, and Fanyan wins that battle. Push Parajan, most important of the game so far. 28 required.
Yeah, this is a good length there by Push Parajan. Just gets some sharp bounce. And it's beaten Khosla again. They just got to keep Khosla on strike as long as they can here, the Royal Strikers. I mean, better hope he can chew up some balls and make this task even harder for Majid.
Khosla's got a job to do here, and I don't think it is necessarily to look for boundaries, but Fanyan's red hot. He's got to get him back on strike.
And they're going to get a single over here. They scamper across quickly. And again, just emphasizing how much Majid hits it on the leg side. I mean, in that first innings, which he played earlier today, he made 76 runs, 66 runs, beg your pardon, came on the leg side.
Yeah.
And so far this innings, he's made 61 and 59 of them on the leg side.
Crazy stat, but not surprising stat for Mughal.
And he hammers this one away towards long on, and it's just going to be a single again. A very good bowling by the experienced campaigner, Push Parajan.
That's a great result for Royal Strikers looking to square this series. It hits so hard, but again, that's why you want to put your best fielders down the field. It's kind of long on, long off positions. Can Kostler come to the party?
Yeah, Kostler, he really had to hit a boundary over there. That's just going to be a single. So now a lot of pressure on Majid here. I mean, there's no way he's going to take a single on this delivery. He's got to try to strike a boundary.
Terry's popped into the chat. Of course, he'll be here with the Estonian women's team. Not this weekend, but next weekend. He says he's got the tingle right now. But that's because his foot has gone to sleep. But, yeah, maybe a slight tingle chance. I feel like you need a boundary off this one.
Oh, another outstanding ball there by Pushparajan. I mean, he's nailed his lengths.
All right. Now, I don't know if Kostler has the ramp in his arsenal, but I'd be looking for it here. There's no fine leg. You pretty much know Pushparajan's going to give you something outside off, so you're probably not going to get bowled. I don't know if it's really in his locker, but I'd be looking for it because you don't really want a one here. Last ball of the ninth.
Oh, this one goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, so a little bonus that Marsa desperately needed. Just got to find a boundary over here, Kostler, to keep this game interesting for the final over.
Yeah, I feel like it's worth taking a risk at a boundary here because even if he gets out, I mean, so be it. I think Fanyan, he's looking to win the game at the other end. Anyway, Pushparajan, last ball of the ninth again.
And it was just going down the leg side. There's no way they can get just one run. He's got to come back for a second, even if it means he gets run out. And he probably has been run out. Well, of course, just take a look at the side on.
I think he's out. I don't know. Unless he's got a foot in, he definitely doesn't get the bat down. He should have stayed on the pitch here, Noel. Let's have a look on the replay. There's heaps of wannabe wicket keepers that are here because actual keeper chases the ball. But look, he is gone. That's bad running. It's really, really bad running. Because, yeah, just for no reason he veered away and maybe he had some traffic. But, yeah, okay, it's just going to cost him one run in the end. The wicket doesn't hurt him so much, but he number one, he didn't take off quick enough. But have a look here. Okay, he kind of a bit worried maybe about running into the fielder that's waiting, but he should have gone the other way. Anyway, look, it cost him one run in the end. The main thing is they do get Mughal back on strike at the end of 9 overs. It's 103 for 3. Good chase as well by the keeper.
Yeah, and also he also didn't slide his bat all the way either. I mean, if he slid his bat, he might have made it back in time. So it's a double whammy from his point of view as that extra run could have been vital. I mean, this could be a tight game. Such
an experienced player as well to make a fairly basic error or a couple of errors. Like I said, the main thing was that Fanyan's on strike. And so I suppose there's not a huge difference between chasing 22 off the last over or 21. The main thing is, I think you kind of need 3 of these balls minimum to go to the boundary, preferably over. And it will be the slot machine for all of his trials and tribulations during this game. He's going to bowl the last over of it. Ruben James coming on.
I mean, this could be a great redemption moment for Ruben James, who's had a difficult morning so far. Of course, not only did he go for plenty of runs in the first game, he obviously gave up that boundary as well, where he practically threw it over the boundary rope. I expected Kopaka to bowl this final over, considering he gave up just 9 runs and got a wicket in his sole over. But instead, they decide to go to the casino, and it's going to be Ruben James with a chance for some redemption, as of course we got an opportunity to remind you the golden ball rules. Of course, in the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. The batting side needs 2 or more runs to win. Any other outcome, and the fielding team wins. Of course, has been 6-6 so far this year in the 12 golden balls we've had. This is a great start for James. It's a dot ball again. Majid, should he have hit that on the offside? He really should have.
Yeah. I've got a couple of things here. Number one is I'm not going for singles here. Unless I think I can get a 2 or get back on strike. If I'm Mughal, he's going to have to do it in boundaries. Abhishek's come in and he's just kind of leaning on his bat, hoping to see a show.
And he strikes this one very well, and he clears the boundary rope. That's what he's capable of. We probably didn't see the best shot selection from him earlier, but if you bowl 2 straight to him, you know what the outcome's going to be. It's another 67 runs on the leg side now for Majid.
There's one of them. And Terry actually made a point about Siddharthan, who took up a position kind of where Noah was intending to run, and whether that was kind of unfair obstruction from the fielding side. But I don't think so, because number one, he's stationary. Number 2, there's no real intent there. I just think it was poor running. And even then, he was over the other side of the line, so you still could have slid your bat into him. It was just bad running. It cost him 1 run. But anyway, can Fanyan win the game for Marsa?
Oh, it's a full toss. And he's going to be livid with himself that he's not punished that one.
That's the one that he makes the calculation in a split second that he doesn't think he can get back for 2. It's not worth it. So he refuses the run. So now 16 off 3. But I tell you right now, you need to get at least 3 off this to keep the game alive, excluding extras. Can the slot machine keep the game in hand?
This one's gone up in the air. There's no way this is going to be a boundary, and it's going to be taken in the deep, and that should probably ice the game. As Majid, with some late heroics, he tried to drag his team over the finishing line. But James, this time around, it comes up 777 for his team, as this one just goes up in the air. And that's a well-taken catch, and that should do the trick.
Yeah, it's been a great innings, though, from Fanyan. Take nothing away from him. 69. He's had a very good start to the series. He's got his own kind of way that he plays, but it works for him. And come the moment, the catch was taken. Look, even that's dropped and they get 2, it makes it, needing kind of 13 to tie off 2. So I just think that was it. Classic last over this from Ruben. They're just showing good composure. He's a pretty experienced player. And Marsa look like they're going to go down in this one. Really interesting and fairly even first half of the day here between these two teams. And they're going to split the points. Faisal gets a go with 2 to come.
Yeah, this one is clubbed away. He'll hold the pose as well beautifully and hit it away for a 6. He was down on one knee, and it's a really, really good-looking shot over there.
It's actually a brilliant shot. He gets down and sweeps him up and out of the ground. It's going to be a little bit too little too late. I mean, I'm curious about the 2%. I suppose, a minimo or something like that. But legal ball, and the strikers will hold on here.
And this one's another great shot. Is it going to go the distance? No, it won't, actually. It's been taken out in the deep. That's a Pushparajan. And Pushparajan suggests is out. Let's just have a look at this to confirm.
He definitely lands in the field of play, but I had a feeling he may have stepped over in the last jump. I don't know if we'll see it on the camera. So you see here, we won't see it, so it'll be given out. And it probably was inside. It was just something worth looking at. But, yeah, nice catch taken. Look, credit, though, to the Royal Strikers. They're going to hold on. Another really entertaining and close match. 124 to 115 in the end. Single digits between these two teams. So congratulations to Royal Strikers for squaring it, but also to Marsa. Now, Red Stars versus Bajiba Blasters coming up. Blasters, we know them pretty well. Danish Siddiqui had a really, really good start to his ECN career earlier in the year. Magruv Maithani will lead this side. They've got some very good players in there. Red Stars, though, a bit of an unknown quantity. Always exciting to see a new team. And we'll get to see them before too long. And they'll be on the rack in just over 20 minutes' time. Let's go back and entertaining chase, but Marsa, the hosts, come up just short in match number 6.
That was a very solid performance by the Royal Strikers, of course. They set themselves up well by batting well in the first innings. And it was a little bit of a slow start for Marsa, and you feel like maybe if the second wicket partnership had been a little bit quicker, they would have been in better position for the second half of the innings. Of course, we just take a look at some of these shots which Najib hit. What a terrific day he had. Made 75 runs in the first innings, undefeated, and 69 in this innings. That was a well-taken catch there by Jamshed. It would be the end of Suleiman. Of course, James was involved in that rather comedic moment. He just tossed that one over the boundary rope, and then Majid just kept his side in the game right at the end with some clean hits. He managed to club 8 sixes during his innings, and they just hung around Marsa. They kept hanging around.
Yeah, they did. And Costa, he'll feel a bit frustrated. I suppose this is a point where every run mattered. And he knew if it wasn't going to go to the boundary, he had to go for 2. But a bit like Zoolander, turned right when he needed to turn left, didn't he? There, picked when he had to zag. But Regal just kind of kept on going. Whacked a 6, but then he was gone, and then a pretty good catch from Pushparajan. But by then, even though it went for 6, they've done enough to hold on to the point. So congratulations to Royal Strikers. I think it's a fair result as well, with them splitting the points in this Tuesday morning doubleheader. 69 for Fanyan, continued his good form, and it's a bit of a warning sign, I think, to some of the other teams as well. 17 to Suleiman, but just have a look at the strike rates of the batters that aren't called Majid, maybe with the exception of Faisal. But 5 off 6 from Miha. You also saw Suleiman. He stuck around for a while, but didn't really set the world on fire. Kostler likewise. 2 wickets for Ruben James, held his nerve at the end. 1 for Priyan Pushparajan and 1 for Kopaka, but also Siddharthan, I think, did a really good job early, restricting none for 15, his figures. We'll take a break. Time for a spot of lunch here, I think, and we still have the afternoon session to come. And we'll get to see Red Stars. They'll be in the field first because the Blasters batting first in match 7. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Nish Butt, and we'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back. Halfway through day 2 here in Malta, and coming up we have the afternoon session, the afternoon double header, and we have a brand new team to the European Cricket Network. I'm always excited when this happens. In fact, you know, we have had over 500 teams now play in ECN cricket, and it's Red Stars who are coming up in match 7. They're going to take on the slightly more experienced Bujiba Blasters. Stefan Gooch in the middle has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, Bujiba Blasters are called. Heads is called. It is heads. Okay, good luck, guys. Have a good game. All the best. So Bujiba Blasters have won the toss and they are batting.
So Blasters, as you heard there from Stefan Gooch, win the toss. They've elected to bat, and that seems to be a bit of a trend today with teams wanting to put runs on the board. And to be fair, both the games this morning we saw over 120 posted. I think Gaurav Maithani is a very, very important player for the Bujiba Blasters. He's a bit of a leader, and I suppose he hasn't always kind of shown his best form, but when he has, I think he's a force to be reckoned with. Blasters, we know they had a bit of a mixed time earlier in the year, but I suppose they are now the most experienced of these 2 teams. And I remember when the Blasters first came in, it took them a little bit of time to find their feet, but certainly now I think there's no excuses. They'll want to perform on the field. For Red Stars, I mean, the first thing that surprised me is, no, they're not wearing red, but they are the Red Stars. A lot of them have this kind of a tape ball cricket background, and I know in the league they've actually been performing pretty well. They're 2-2 in the league here, and that's a pretty strong league that they're in as well. So look, they'll get a chance to go out there. Obviously this 10-over format throws up a few different challenges, but I'm always excited to see how new teams go. Nishay Butt, well, he's not really a new guy anymore. He's been around for a little while. He's becoming part of the furniture here, and Nish will take you to the start of match 7. I can tell you that the Blasters against the Red Stars, it is the Blasters. They've won the toss and they're going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the match.
Well, thank you very much for that intro. And, of course, we had a great couple of games to start off the day. Of course, 2 teams split our opening doubleheader here on day 2 in Malta. Of course, Marsa took the first game against the Royal Strikers this morning, and then the Royal Strikers came back strong and took the second game in that doubleheader. Of course, Marsa still ahead of the Royal Strikers by virtue of their net run rate. As, of course, we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 7 between the Red Stars and the Bujiba Blasters. As we can see, of course, skipper Gaurav Maithani currently valued at 8.5. Be a very interesting player for them. Of course, the Bujiba Blasters went 7, 9, and 2 in the 18 games they played earlier this year. Of course, they had 2 washouts, and they won 7 of the 16 games where there was a result. Of course, the Red Stars new to this European Cricket Series. You've never seen them play before on the network, so it should be very interesting. Blasters, of course, won the toss and decided to bat first, so we'll have a chance to look at them. Here we go. First ball of this game. And it's a great ball by Ali to start off. Get some beautiful shape away. As, of course, the Blasters, fancied as massive favorites against Red Star, were a bit of an unknown quantity for a lot on the European Cricket Network. Of course, the Blasters went on a pretty decent run. The last series, of course, they were 6th, which meant they picked up the last eliminator spot. Oh, there's an edge over there. It was a chance for the keeper. I wonder if it would have carried to slip if he left it alone. Let's just take one more look at that. Clear edge. And it would have been a fairly comfortable catch for the fielder at slip if he leaves it alone. And, well, maybe that's just one the keeper needs to leave. It's been interesting to get Vinny's insight into that if he was over here. Of course, we'll be hearing from him shortly later in this innings. Yeah, this one is just played away for a boundary. It's a good shot there by Singh. That's going to be a 4. That's another wide delivery there for Ali. But yeah, of course, the Bourguiba Blasters, they picked up the final spot to go to the elimination rounds. In the very interesting format we had earlier this year in the ECS, they managed to upset Marsa in the first game on a golden ball until, of course, they fell short against the Southern Crusaders in a fairly tight and nervy game for the Crusaders, who, of course, were eventually defeated in the final by Gozo Zalmi. Yeah, this one's going behind point, and that's going to be a boundary. Going to go away for 4, just falls in front of the boundary. Let's just take another look at this. Where does it land? You can just see it's a few feet in front of the boundary rope, so it's a couple of 4s here for Singh. As the Blasters are 10 for no loss with a ball to go in the first over. And, probably not the best way to play that shot there by Singh. As the over comes to an end, Blasters are 10 for no loss. And of course, the European Cricket Network is proud to introduce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship that will be taking place from the 17th to the 22nd of December. Europe's premier female talent from Italy, Spain, France, the Netherlands, and Austria will battle it out in an incredible showcase of skill, passion, and determination. Join us in what should be a terrific celebration of cricket and women's sports right at the end of what's been a terrific year on the European Cricket Network. Nice way to close the curtain on another great season of European cricket. This one will beat the keeper. It's going to be a wide, probably. Looks like there was something on that, so it's not been signaled a wide. It's been credited to the batter, so they probably just got an edge on that. This one is just played away towards mid-wicket. Of course, one thing you might have noticed is that the fielder at slip now is in a more traditional first slip position. This one is, again, it's on a nice length, isn't it? It's a hard length. It's really difficult to play it there. That's a white ball length, isn't it? Just on the back of a length where it's very difficult for a batter to get underneath it. It's also not over pitch, so you can't drive the ball either. Yeah, that's a swing and a miss there. It's a good shorter one, isn't it? Just mixing it up nicely here. It's just intelligent bowling by Vijayan so far. Oh, it's a terrific ball. I mean, that one is so close to the stumps. It's coming back in. And it could very easily have hit the off stump. It wasn't too far away. Let's just take a look at this. That's a close one. And then takes off the pitch as well. So the keeper's done a good job to keep a hold of that ball. Again, inside edge. Just the one run. That's another good over here for the Red Stars, who've had a great introduction to European cricket so far. 14 for nothing at the end of 2 overs. Of course, we'll have a look at the standings for Group B. Of course, Marsa and the Royal Strikers splitting their 2 games earlier today. Marsa taking the first one by 30 runs, and the Royal Strikers came back with a 9-run victory in the second game. And now it's down to the Blasters and the newly introduced Red Stars, as they'll play our 2 remaining games of the day. Doubleheader to end the day now. He finally gets hold of one, but is this going to go to the fielder? No, it won't. It's actually gone over his head and gone for a boundary. And yeah, you just think he's completely misjudged that ball, hasn't he? I mean, it really shouldn't go for 4. He's all the way back on the boundary rope. He certainly cut that one out, so welcome boundary here for the Blasters, and one of the few early mistakes the Red Stars have made. This one is hit straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be a dot ball. That's wide. And Singh again, I mean, very interesting shot selection. I mean, it is a wide delivery, but he's trying to hit that on the leg side rather than just hit it towards the offside as you expect the delivery like that. This time he hits it towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Just a 1 run there. It's been good tight bowling by the Blasters. They've very smart with their lines and lengths early, and 2 balls to come in the power play. He's just requesting a new bat over there, Singh. I think maybe it's broken. I mean, it looks like he's going to get a new bat, but anyway, he's not facing this delivery. So I think we'll just look to get on with things. Oh, he goes for that drive over there, and it's been given a wide, so a late wide call. Let's just have a look at this. Well, it looks like, has it caught the line or not? I mean, that's a very tight call. This one is struck straight down the ground. It's beautifully placed. Good straight bat stroke. And again with mid-off inside the ring. He just, there you go, you get a chance to see Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu with a nice throw back to the bowler. 1 over, 1 ball to come in this power play. And this one is firmly struck away. It's going to go for a 4. As the Blasters managed to get some runs in this over, were pretty quiet those first couple of overs, but now they get a 17-run over, and they're 31 for no loss at the end of 3. Of course, you'd have to say now it's probably a fairly even power play. Until that 3rd over just means that it's kind of, you can call it a draw for the first 3 overs. Of course, we've got the great pleasure of being joined in the commentary box by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
One of my New Year's resolutions will be to be a bit more physical in 2024. So I was just testing out the old arm, and not too bad at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Red Stars holding their own. I expected they would as well. You know, they're 2-2 in the league at the moment. Got to say, I'm a fan of Jimmy James as well. And now it looks like we're going to get Sobu George over number 4. And it's going to start with a drive that's hit pretty much straight to the fielder.
Yeah, let's start to ask you your opinion on this. I mean,
yeah, I saw this early. I know what you're going to show me. Caught behind right. I mean, I will tell you something about that maybe after this ball. So he doesn't do too much wrong, but look at the seam position. It actually swings on him. Look at this seam. See this seam here? It actually went late on him, and I think that's partly where the misjudgment goes. But it's definitely a keeper's catch. I mean, he does the right thing to go for it. Just one of those things. It wasn't an easy catch by any means, but I think it's one that he would have liked to have held. And of course, that would have been the first wicket for Red Stars ever in ECN cricket. It would have been a pretty spectacular way to take it. Good spot though, Nish. This is hit down to long on, but I have had my wicket-keeping hat on today in particular. So like I say, been talking a lot about sport, but I haven't been doing that much. I am maybe going to play a game of paddle tonight, which is quite fun. We'd like to do that when we're in Malta. We do have a slightly earlier finish here because of the light kind of going down just before 5 p.m. This one's hit down, but they've got good protection there. I also noticed Dilshad Ali, 619, fumbles that one, but I have seen a lot of cricket. I'm coming up to about 3,000 games commentated. I think he's the first number 619 that I've ever seen, and not often that I see a new number. There's got to be some sort of a story behind that, I'm sure. Down the leg side. It's good keeping, and you can see he's a good keeper, Joe Jacob. I can just tell that. He's got good footwork, good presence. He'll just be disappointed he wasn't able to hold on to that difficult chance, but he'll have more opportunities to impress us, I'm sure. And again, deals with that one pretty well. And you can just see here Gautam Singh, he's just struggling to get anything going. Sadiqi's only faced 6 balls so far, and he's kind of struck the ball better of the two of them, so bit of a frustrating time, I think, for Gautam. Danish, though, I remember he first appeared on the scene earlier this year, and he was fairly new in the country, was looking for a club, ended up deciding to go with the Blasters, and was kind of rocketed into the ECS, and turned out to be a very, very useful player in a number of aspects. Into the 4th over here, 36 without loss.
Yeah, of course, they haven't lost a wicket so far, the Blasters, but you just feel they need to pick that run rate up, going at just 9 and over. I mean, you really should be aiming to go at least 11 to 12.
Yeah, that's a really good over, though, isn't it? I mean, only 5 off that one. 2 of them are wides. One of them was a bit of a dodgy one. But still, yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Red Stars. Blasters, I'll be hoping to put the foot down as we approach the 5th over. Sangeeth Vijayan. Oh, how did that miss? Well, it almost looked like it went through the stumps, but you know, when we get people that are wrapped on the pads, we say it was just missing, and you're like, surely not. This is an example of a ball which just misses the leg stump. I don't even know how.
I have to say that when you kind of bowl on a good length, you get a bit of an optical illusion, because they've got that white logo. There was one where I thought the ball got stuck in the pads. Certainly looked like that.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. They've got the cricket ball size logo on the trousers. So have a look. There's the ball. You see it disappear, but then the ball just looks like it sticks there. I can't say I've seen that before. It's a bit like our European Cricket Network logo, actually. This should just be one fielder out there that will clean up, but I would think between these two teams could be a little bit of an arm wrestle, maybe a kind of a game where the par is 85 to 90, just because I think they're both a bit bowling heavy, I would imagine. But anyway, we're still to see really what Red Stars are bringing with the bat. But yeah, I've liked their bowling and their fielding efforts so far. I think he might have got a bit of bat on this. Either way, it was going down the leg side. It's been called leg by in the end, so single to the total. Yeah, I mean, we've been really entertained by 2 very close matches, competitive matches this morning. Those matches were split. Now, yesterday, we had a lot of really good competitive cricket as well. So right now, these two, no real clear leader, I think, at this stage. Oh, that's pretty close. And he's given him. So again, the only question here, was it going past the leg stump? And to be honest, it might be a humane thing to do to Gautam Singh. He was 19 off 22 in the end. Only thing for me is it does go late, and you can see 2 stumps. I mean, for me, it might just be missing. But you know what? Might have done the Blasters a favour, because Gautam wasn't really going anyway. Maybe it was clipping. Umpire makes the call, says you're on your way, and that's the first wicket to the Red Stars. Congratulations, it's Sangeeth Vijayan that will take it, and it's 38 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there, Gautam Singh, with that decision. It's one might think that's probably going down the leg side, but the Red Stars pick up their first ever wicket. You know, the win predictor just showing Blasters is 63% favorites right now.
A lot of
I
that.
wouldn't be paying too much attention to that, just because I think it's because the Red Stars are unknown quantity. This one is a wide way down the leg side.
Yeah, I think I agree with you 100%. I think Blasters getting a bit more weighting for their experience. This is another really good take. I'm loving the work of Jovan Jacob at the moment, and he makes that look a lot easier than it is, but he's got great footwork for a keeper. They're just seeing a keeper the first time. I can tell a lot just by looking at them. But yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one. And as far as the OEW went, I mean, we get the benefit of the slow-mo replay, and we see really clearly exactly where it hits, whereas in real time, and we did end up a long way towards the off stump. This is going to be 4, and again, this is probably just something that Jimmy James would like back, because he's the man who needs to stop this, and I think he has a play on it, but he kind of lurches at it. Can't keep it in the field of play, so a boundary to finish the 5th, but I think it was a very good spell from Sangeeth. He finishes 1 for 10, 43 for 1 after 5. Having a look at all the places we've been this year on the European Cricket Series. Now, this doesn't even include things like the night series. I know we had one in Gibraltar. We had one in Portugal. We had some T20 international cricket as well. I know you were in Romania for some of that. Of course, we had the Cyprus series back in April. And you were with me in Rome as well. But we've been all around the traps, and even more destinations hopefully on the calendar in 2024. We're in Malta right now for the penultimate series before we head back to Spain. But yeah, it's really exciting. We never thought when we started the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket Series that it would grow to the extent that it has. And, we're going to have almost 1,700 matches this year. It's crazy. Okay, time for a change of bowling. Ajmal Ali, the captain, will bring himself on here. And I'll tell you one thing that some teams struggle with, but so far I think the Red Stars have done really well. For new teams, they struggle with the clock. So at this stage, they've got 21 minutes to bowl 4 overs. I think they're fine. And there has been a slight kind of urgency about what they're doing. So here's over 6. It's going to start with a blast. Maximo! Well, Siddiqui's only faced 7 balls in the first half of this innings, but that's the kind of power that he brings to the table. 6 runs.
Really well hit there by Siddiqui. Just over pitches that one. Slightly the new bowler, and Ali, very rough introduction to European cricket for him.
Welcome. A lucky 7 on his back. Nice adjustment, although the batter adjusts with it, and he's going to go over point for 4. So, I mean, I quite like this ball in the first place because he says, all right, see if you can hit this one. Well, the batter does, and now, I suppose, more questions than answers posed to Ajmal Ali with his first 2 balls. Good shot, though, by Siddiqui.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings for the Blasters. They need to start stringing together a lot more of these. We're just trying to get the fielding spot on over here. The captain, Ajmal Ali, it's a deep debate on where to place these fielders. Opts to go with no one on the offside.
Yeah, good comeback. And I think the difference here is the length, more of a Yorker length, and I think he almost chops on.
When again, it's gets his length spot on.
Good footwork this time, turns into a half volley. That's a bit of a task for the fielder, but pretty confident one-hand pick up there. And, well, apart from the fact that the captain trips all over the stumps, that was an outstanding piece of cricket from the Red Stars.
Let's just take another look at this moment. He's, well, not exactly the way you're taught to do it, as he just falls back onto the stumps there, but doesn't end up costing his side. 2 balls coming this over.
Now cut away, but there's a fielder there. Azim Sathi is into the Blasters lineup now, and he's a player we have seen previously for Malta Day. A very experienced player. I suppose the thing is, you'll get some player movements from club to club. That's only natural in a competition. And now he's a blaster. We're hoping to blast. I mean, at 3 here. Another option to open the batting potentially. This will be the end of the over. And pretty good comeback, to be honest, from Ajmal after a rough start. 56 for 1 after 6. But Sathi is another option to open potentially, and maybe with Gartham not really getting going, that might be a change they might want to make for the next game. It's pretty rare that you see an opener face so many balls in the first half and not get so many. It was bogged down, wasn't he, Gartham?
Absolutely, and again, I think Siddiqui is just going to have to face the bulk of the deliveries for the remaining 4 overs. He's one of the few Blasters batters who's actually looked quite comfortable out there. Of course, he's had a really accomplished career on the European cricket network, played in 14 innings, averaging 25. He's had a career strike rate of 155.
That's a really good shot. Excellent shot selection as well. That's what I like about Siddiqui. He's a two-way player. So he's a guy, he'll pretty much play the ball that's bowled to him. He doesn't often premeditate or do anything too crazy. It wasn't the worst ball, maybe a bit short and wide from Tony Thomas, but it's cut away powerfully by Dinesh.
Very, very well played. I mean, just in the face of the bat beautifully, and also some very quick hands as well, and just generated some incredible bat speed to play behind point.
This one probably a wide. Dinesh, for once, probably plays the wrong shot, but doesn't matter. He'll get that one again. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well, to Helix, to Dave Beat, to TC as well, and anyone else. Now's a great time to get into the chat and say hello. Liking Red Stars. You can see they're no easy beats. They've come here confident. They would have watched a lot of this cricket, I'm sure of that, especially those that have a tape ball background. That is kind of short form cricket. Again, it's good footwork, even though he can't take it cleanly here, Jovan Jacob. Also, Red Stars have some awesome names in their team. Jimmy James, Gijo Cherian, Jovan Jacob, Paul Philomena. I'm loving them. Right, and that's good bowling by Tony Thomas. Gets it into the offside channel. Yeah, a bit of alliteration as well with the JJ, Jimmy James, TT, Tony Thomas, PP, Parth Patel, and Paul Philomena. So well done to all the parents of the players. Probably watching right now, I'm sure, quite a few of them. That's well bowled as well, and he's kind of locked in there. So also what I'm seeing from the Red Stars, they've got good bowling depth, don't they? So they've been really impressive first up.
Yeah, I think whoever's come in so far, 6 different bowlers, they've all done an outstanding job. They've just kept that economy rate very low. This one is just played with a full face of the bat towards the fielder at cover, and it's just going to be a single. So Tony Thomas keeping things very tight in this over after bowling a couple of wides.
You can see Dinesh takes his medicine ultimately and says, all right, you've beaten me a couple of times. I'm not going to try anything too expansive. I'm just going to take the one. Let's see if Azim Sathi can be a difference maker here as we head into the last 3 or so overs of this first innings. Well, gets it wrong this time. It's actually going to be a no ball. I actually think it hits the edge of the pitch and it deviated quite substantially. Just have a look. This is like half on the pitch, half off. There. It takes a fair bit of grass. That's why it will be a no ball instead of a wide. Tim Wheeler very quick to call it. So Sathi gets the free hit. Let's see if he can make it count. Well, probably would have been a wide, but instead it's going to be whacked away for 4. Good cut shot there. Sathi went fishing and he caught something. That's 4 to the total.
Yeah, this is it's very smartly played. A lot of width on offer there. He just carves it behind point for a boundary. Sathi, he's looked quite good early in his innings. Struck a couple of 4s.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. Thomas, though, is kind of losing his line a little bit after a solid start. Bit of wind around, but I wouldn't say it's crazy wind at the moment. Oh, goes fishing again, but this time he might have caught something else. Oh no, it's been dropped. And I think that might have bounced on the rope or close. Oh, he thinks it's 4. Let's see what the camera decides. And yeah, he knew straight away then he was kind of suspended in motion. It will be 4. But that was a definite opportunity. Again, a misjudgment. He came and he jumped at it when he could have kind of stayed at home. Sathi chases a wide one, gets away with it, 4 to the total, 72 for 1 after 7. And of course, We will commence season 2024 on the 15th of January after a 3-week layoff. So yeah, we'll have a little bit of a Christmas and New Year break. What sort of things would you normally do over at that time of the year? Anything special?
So the last few Christmases, of course, have been uni, so it's often just been revising for exams in January. But
Sounds
yeah,
amazing.
there should be a nice Christmas. Hopefully, get to spend a bit more time, a bit more downtime. But yeah, I think usually Christmas and New Year are quite simple for me. It's just time to spend with family.
Do you know the thing in Europe? A lot of countries actually celebrate Christmas, like giving presents to the kids and everything, on the 24th instead of the 25th, which I'm used to in Australia. And I tell you what, if the Australian kids knew about this, as we wait for this, which is up, it's in the air, it's going right back to the wall, and it's been caught. And he doesn't even have to give it away, Dilshad Ali. That's an excellent catch. Siddiqui got plenty of that, but it went to the skies. And number 619, well, he dialed the right number there. He had a quick look down. That right foot landed, and he was a bit nervous, I think, but it was all grass. Siddiqui goes for 13, and 72 for 7. It's Sobu George with his first ECN wicket.
Yeah, this is a very, very big wicket here. Of course, Siddiqui was looking very good. Made 30 of just 17 deliveries, and they've done well here. We're at Stars. They've managed to get wickets at important moments in this game. Of course, this was one occasion where they actually hung back on the boundary rope, and they do get the catch again. With some of their catching, you start to see that they have a little bit of an experience when it comes to playing T10 cricket outdoors. There's a couple of opportunities they've dropped where the fielder hasn't been all the way back. So, again, I expect this team to get better and better with every game.
I think so. I mean, probably the one thing there, Dilshad, in a sense, he was lucky that that right foot came down and it was in the field of play. See, because maybe, you know, a lot of fielders there would kind of try not to take another step and while they have a look, but it all happened pretty quickly. Oh, that's a really good cut shot as Narendra Negi comes out. Now this guy, I'm a big fan of him. He can really motor, and he gets off to a zooming start, cutting that one away for 4. But just, yeah, going back to that catch, yeah, some fielders would have kind of leaned back, and if they then saw, then they can take the step or not. You've got the option of the fielder right next to you can kind of hand the ball off. But anyway, all's well that ends well for Dilshad. Don't want to give width to too many of these blasters, living up to their name. Much better ball. Narendra will push and get one, and blasters have got a bit of a reputation for raising your eyebrows as far as some of their batting performances. Sometimes they can be low scoring and can be a bit frustrating, but then they'll pull off some ridiculous chases as well. Full toss here, which is about pad high. Sathi will get a single.
One thing you certainly notice about their game is they're certainly one of the better cutting sides. Made 28 runs through points so far. I mean, the complete opposite of the sort of innings we saw from Mughal earlier today.
Yeah, well bowled. It's a good spot there. So yeah, I don't mind the width, but I think when you bang it in on that line, we've seen a lot of cuts go to the boundary, and it's definitely a part of the field that you rarely see protected, that kind of deep backward point. And so I think that's a much better strategy from George. Last ball for him. There's the cut, but this one will be to the man that's pretty much square on with the wicket. So the end of the 8th over, and the score is 79 for 2.
This should be a very interesting last couple of overs, of course. I mean, the Blasters, if they can have a couple of big overs, they can still get to 110. So this game could still be very, very interesting. Of course, we take a look at this worm for the Bigiba Blasters. It's been a rather odd innings for them. They've never quite been able to get to the run rate they want, but they've shown enough to us where one understands that they have plenty of power. Right now, the projected score is 99. They'd be disappointed if they ended up with that. So probably eyeing that 105 plus score, maybe 110.
Yeah, some people in the chat just talking about having a bit of an extra lie-in. Well, it must be nice. But I suppose that's the great thing about ECN. You can always play catch-up if you do want to hit the snooze button. Nothing snoozy out there at the moment. Jimmy James comes on. Gundy ball first up. Called a wide. I got to admit, before I took this job up, I was kind of a late riser. You know, I would sleep late, get up late, if I could. I worked a lot of night shift earlier in my life when I was around your age. And I was curious with you, Nish. Are you a morning person, or you find it a little bit rough. Just have a look at this. Like, think of two. I won't be able to go for it. I don't think you need to risk it at this stage with these two very good hitters. Yeah, do you happy when you hear the alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the morning here? Or?
I'm almost certain my mother's chuckling while hearing this. She knows what a late riser I am.
I was going to say, don't want to typecast you as a 20-something student nonetheless. Well, it loses his footing as he hits this, so they'll only get the one here if they, even if they get it. That would have been run out. So the players here, this is something you don't normally have here, but because of those sandy regions on the edge of the pitch, you're always better off staying on the pitch. You won't have any penalties or anything like that because it's a safety thing. So, you know, if I was running out there, I'd have the non-striker running down one side of the pitch, I'd have the striker running down the other, and stay on the surface. It's going to be a wide, gets a fair bit of the line there. Jimmy James. Yeah, so it looks like they're on that kind of 100 pace. I think it'll be a very winnable game for Red Stars on debut. You don't often see teams having so much success early, but I mean, Gozo Zalmi, we saw them kind of get up with the pace, but I suppose the difference there, they've had a lot of players form that club that do have a lot of experience on the scene. Red Stars having a new looking lineup here on ECN, but right now they're showing the depth of Maltese cricket, really. They've been very, very good.
Their bowling has been terrific. I think they've just kept things simple. They stuck to a plan. I think, you know, you got to credit the captain as well. I mean, he's, if there's been a bad ball, he hasn't immediately reacted to it. He's just backed his bowler to turn things around. This one's been skied. And it's a good bit of fielding out in the deep. I think that's Ajmal Ali, who's done very well. And he ensures that it's just one run.
Yeah, good fielding. And that's going to be important. But even though we've seen a couple of bloopers, I mean, when don't you get a couple in an inning? So, you know, I've liked the discipline of the Red Stars. Again, well bowled. Bowled one side of the wicket for the most part. They've got a very good keeper in Jovan Jacob. I think as a keeper, you kind of set the standard with your inning, with your energy and your kind of general demeanour. I think he's been good back there. I think they're well led. I'm really happy to see them as part of this European Cricket Series. Last ball of the ninth coming up. Short ball he takes on. Should be an easy catch. Well, it wasn't. It took a while to get the motor going. It might be Gijo Cherry in there. And the big strides came late, but he wasn't able to turn into a catch, I suppose. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, couldn't get off his feet there, could he? That'll be the end of the ninth over, 86 for 2.
A fairly decent over there for Jimmy James. That one going for just 8 runs. As we, of course, take a look at the bowling card. So it's going to be interesting to see who bowls this final over. Expect to be Dilshad Ali, who went for just 10 in his sole over so far.
Yeah, got a couple of options there. I'd be confident with most of them. Ajmal maybe not wanting to bowl himself with the spin. Can work sometimes, though. Yeah, being the 619. Some of the numbers I've seen, I remember 1309. That was a player in Crefeld, but he said, my kids' birthdays, 13 and 9. So it's one way to do it. If you can fit it on, I guess you can have it. 10th overtime. That's going to be a blast first up. Maximo. Nagy spotted the mid-off up in the circle. It's a bit of a curious field setting, really, because they are bowling on that off stump. That was a brilliant strike. 6 runs.
Very, very well played over there. Comes down the crease and absolutely smacks that one. Nicely, Nagy. He's looked really good in this innings. He's got an array of strokes. Now, can he do some more damage in these last 5 balls and try to get his team to 105?
Goes after this. This should be caught. Well, guess who? Oh, he goes down. Well, Timber is certainly about as tall as a tree, and he falls like that one there, Cherry. And I think they actually get back for 2 here. Knows he's going down, so puts the Statue of Liberty hand up of hope and hits the deck.
Well, that one you could just see started to sort of stumble a little bit as he was backpedaling, which meant that he couldn't quite get to the ball.
Nagy gets alive. Now he'll get at least one here. Sati, his partner, known more for his hitting than his running, so he'll take strike here. 95 with 3 to go. This game's right in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, I think with the Red Stars again, we're not quite sure what their batting is like. So let's see, maybe they found themselves to a par score here, the Blasters.
Chases a wide one here. Again, catching opportunity and it's missed. So these are all starting to add up, aren't they? Sober George out there. Again, I suppose with a field of these dimensions, sometimes fielders, they creep him when they shouldn't. And he makes it difficult for himself. It'll be 4 in the end. But yeah, the first thing you should do, probably go back to the rope, know what you got to work with, then realise, do you have to run in or not? It's a bit counterintuitive, I suppose, with what you taught growing up. But bonus boundary this time to Sathi, who takes the Blasters to the brink of the 3 figures. 2 to come here. Swing and a miss. Dilshot, he'll be pretty frustrated. He took a very good catch, didn't he, out at long on, but his fielders haven't really backed him up. A couple of missed opportunities, costing him 6 runs in this over. He doesn't have a wicket, although he's got one more opportunity. Blasters, they have set 100 plus here, but how many will it be? Let's find out. Last ball coming up. Oh, it's a pretty good shot, and that will clear the ropes. Maximo! So the chickens coming home to roost a little bit for the Red Stars, who put down a couple of opportunities, and Sathi makes them pay. The Blasters get to the 100 in the end, 105 for 2 off the 10 overs.
Big final over there, 19 runs off that one by Dilshot Ali. And again, we were wondering whether the Blasters could get to 105. They do, all thanks to some nice hitting at the end by Sathi and Nagy. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed, the Red Stars, with the way they fielded. I think there were about 3 opportunities where they were probably too far in front of the boundary rope, but otherwise it was a pretty impressive performance. I think they bowled well, they bowled tightly, and we'll now, of course, take a look at the highlights of this first innings with Siddiqui and Singh, who came out to open the batting. There was a chance for the keeper. It was always going to be a difficult one, and of course, so beautifully described earlier in this inning what happened there. This was a really good shot by Siddiqui. He made 30 of 17. This was an LBW call that went against Gautam Singh, who struggled mightily during his time there, made 19 of just 22, so maybe the LBW decision benefited the Blasters. We'll take a look at some of these opportunities they put down. I mean, that one was not just a drop, he helps it over the boundary rope.
Yeah, and it wasn't the only one, was it? That was kind of the exception, wasn't it? Dilshot Ali with a good catch there. So obviously the outfielding is probably something to work on, but I just like the general feeling in this innings from Red Stars. But yeah, to me, they leak about 15. And you're kind of right about the LBW decision. It gave someone else a hit. And I don't think it was a bad time to get Sathi to the crease. He ended up with 26 off 11. Narendra Negi with 18 off 11. So they kind of finished well. Siddiqui had a life early, but ended up making it to 30. So it's a real team effort, I think, from the top 4. But no one getting more than that 30 for the Blasters, as they end up posting 105 for 2 off the 10 overs. Yeah, so just the 4 Maximos in there, which is a little bit on the low side. There were 9 4s. Siddiqui 30 off 17. Kasi Gautam just didn't get going. I mean, probably giving up another opportunity to try and find his touch, but Sathi and Nagy finished fairly well. And I liked the bowling attack. I mean, they showed they've got depth. Vijayan, he took 1 for 10. Him and Sobu George probably the best figures. Sobu taking 1 for 12. But yeah, apart from that, some of the overs kind of went off the rails a bit. But a lot of that was due because the fielders didn't really back them up. And so Red Stars, well, they've shown they're competitive with the ball. Let's see if they can deal with about 106 for them to win their first ever match on ECN. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. We'll see you in a few moments for the second innings. You're watching the ECS Malta.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings of the third game of the day. Bagiba Blasters posted a total of 105 runs, and now the Red Stars on their debut European cricket match have a target of 106 to chase. Of course, every single player on this Red Stars team is making their European cricket debut. Of course, there aren't any players in this team who've previously played for another club, at least on the European Cricket Network. So it's the first chance for a lot of our viewers to see some of these players. So anyway, it's George facing up the first delivery. And he starts off with a really, really wide one there, Jahidul Islam. Again, that win predictor right now has the Blasters favored as 58% favorites, but I'd honestly say that's just the case because we've seen them play a lot more on the European Cricket Network, so they're a bit of an unknown quantity with the Red Stars. On paper, at least, this is a slightly below par target. Gets some nice movement away there, Islam again. Probably not the best shot selection by George. We're looking to play that on the offside, maybe drive it on the up. He's getting some nice bounce and carry through here, Jahidul Islam. Goes for the big heave towards the leg side. Went a lot fuller and wider over there, Islam, and George just swings and misses at a couple. Okay, it's going to be very important that they don't face too many dot balls here, the Red Stars. I mean, in all honesty, you know, they need about a boundary every over and then some good running between the wickets to stay in this game. So you need to make sure they don't overcomplicate things. Goes for that big swing again there, George. I mean, here you go. You can just see on the rehearsal that he's actually practicing the shot. He should be taking a step towards the ball and looking to drive this. I mean, at the moment, he's nowhere near it. And you just wonder, though, if a little bit of nerves here for George playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. He's got to back himself here, play the right stroke. So it goes down the leg side, and that's another wide. So the only runs so far for the Red Stars coming courtesy of wides. And again, he just, it's a cross bat stroke across the line. And the shot he rehearses there isn't much better. Again, you know, if he keeps batting like this, they're just going to keep this wide outside the off stump, the Blasters, and he won't get close to anything. You know, he's just getting it all wrong to start off his innings, and he's chewing up a lot of dot balls. Again, it's a slightly below par score, but it isn't a low total. Couple of quiet overs here, and the Blasters will be well ahead in this game. Oh, gets a good bounce on that one there. Jahidul Islam just digs it into the pitch, and it climbs up on the batter very quickly. Probably the first one he's managed to actually get some bat on. Last ball of the over. It's been a very quiet one so far. Just 2 runs coming off wides. The over, though, has been a touch slow. I think that's one thing the Blasters won't be entirely pleased with. That's a well-directed Yorker on the leg stump as George faces 6 balls and is yet to trouble the scores. The Red Stars are 2 for nothing at the end of the first over. But again, you just see that over took about 4.5 minutes. So again, he needs to just speed things up. Again, he's a big, quick bowler, so he's got a long run up. But of course, it's a good chance to remind you it's been 174 matches since we had a golden ball. Of course, that was all the way back during our ECI in Rome between Italy and Austria. So the Italian skipper guided his side to a victory in the golden ball. And we've yet to get one since then. get his field setting right here. Nagy batted very well, didn't he, in the first innings. 2 fielders outside the ring for him. All right, long on, and got a fielder at deep backward point as well. Delay was just a little bit of miscommunication in the field. Again, they just need to speed things up a little bit, the Blasters. And it's good to see them have a slip as well. They're looking to attack it. A quick single here for the Red Stars. That's the first run to come off the bat, and it's going to be George. He's going to face his 7th delivery again. 6 deliveries in, yet to score a run. Again, look at that required. It's up to 11.7. I've only seen 7 balls in the innings. Again, just 3 runs so far. And this is another wide here. So, again, the other thing with the wides is that it's not only is it bonus runs they're giving to the Blasters, but it's also taking time off the clock. And it slows down the speed at which they go through their overs. And they don't bowl 9 overs in under 40 minutes. They give up 5 penalty runs, so it's not like they have a ton of runs to play with here, the Blasters. This one was a little bit wide too, but he gets him bat on that, George, and it's another great bit of fielding there by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu. And look at that collection, and look at that throw. Oh, looking dashing in the suit. And that's a great pose for the cameras as well. Let's just take another look at this. Beautifully played. And take a look at this. That was a perfect collection. We weren't quite able to get that one, as of course we have to return to live action to watch this 9th ball. And again, George, that's a lot similar to the balls he was missing earlier. If you just hang it outside the off stump, really, you bowl rather wide and on a good length. It doesn't seem like he's able to connect so far. That's another wide, so it's the 4th wide they've bowled already, so just struggling a bit with extras. And they're also just a little bit slow getting through their overs, so it's, gotta say, I don't think either side will be entirely pleased with the way they've played so far. Of course, it's going much better for the Blasters so far. But again, there's a few things the Blasters could iron out. This one is struck towards long on. It's going to be a single, so George gets his 5th run again. 5 runs of 9 deliveries. Just take another look at this. He finally manages to connect on one of those cross-batted strokes. Oh, this is it's straight to the fielder at 3rd. That's going to slip past him. A slight misfield there. And he's a little bit frustrated, the bowler, Nagy, just having a word with the fielder at 3rd, telling him, get your body behind it. Don't let that slip past you. This over so far, 9 runs off it. I think all these extra balls they're having to deliver because of wides aren't helping. It's just keeping the Red Stars within touching distance. And there's shouts to catch it, but isn't anywhere near a fielder. And George is going to get his 2nd boundary of the inning, so he's starting to shift up the gears a little bit after facing 6 straight dot balls. He's managed to strike a couple of boundaries. Some better batting here by George, as this is a good over for the Red Stars. Managed to get 13 off it, as of course witnessing some Group B action today. We had Marsa against the Royal Strikers earlier today. Marsa took the first one by 30 runs, and then the Strikers responded by taking the second one for 9. Of course, I got a chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu in the commentary box after an exceptional bit of fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, caught me on my toes there. Just getting set for the further game to come. I was having a chat with Shauna. It's Stefan Gooch's mother who's travelling, and obviously Stefan and Mina were our first ever ECN wedding a couple of months ago. So I was just saying quick hello to her, having a bit of a chat. And so, yeah, Paul's following me around a little bit today. Got to say, so far, Red Stars, they've impressed with the bat. Okay, a little bit behind, but only a little bit here. It's going to be Dinesh Siddiqui to bowl over number 3. You know, just looking at that Group B table, what I really like about that is now having seen the Red Stars, anybody can beat anybody in that group on any particular game. I think it sets up for a pretty exciting group, and pretty much you'd say the same in Group A as well. Dinesh with some off spin. First one, there's a bit of a moon ball. It's going to be hit away for 4. So it's so slow, it probably was coming down below the waist, but it's not the start Siddiqui wanted. Oh, you know what? Probably is just below if he's standing up. But yeah, look how much it's coming down and how quickly it's coming down. So it probably is okay, but certainly not where he wanted it. Nice shot. Dilshad Ali first up. Now he's going to go with the spin and he's going to test the fielder. He's going to beat the fielder. So a couple of boundaries. Okay, they've been a little bit slow to start, Red Stars, but still plenty of time to get back on track. That's a really good kind of standing slog sweep.
Yeah, he tosses one up. That's a little bit risky in this format after starting off with the old sinker full toss. And Dilshad Ali gets a back-to-back boundaries here. So again, they're just finding their way again, the Red Stars, after a quiet start thanks to some terrific bowling by Jahidul Islam. This one is played away. It's going to be a chase for the fielders. Who's going to win this race? The ball's going to win this race as it goes away for another boundary. 3 consecutive 4s start off the over.
His hat fell out of his pocket there, I think, as he bowled it. Didn't seem to put the matter off. Dilshad getting motoring, and so yeah, that kind of 10 and over or so, I suppose 10 and a half and over is what you're looking for. And they're ahead of that now. And Blasters have some thinking to do. The last 3 balls of the power play, man. I don't mind Dinesh kind of throwing it up, but the thing is, he's still in the power play, so you only have 2 outfielders. I think he's the kind of bowler you'd want the protection of more. Oh, now he knocks him over. So it turns out to work out for the Blasters as the batter, Dilshad Ali, goes to the well once too many times. That's the first wicket down. First wicket for the Blasters in the series. Red Stars 27 for 1.
Well, that's where he needs to be as an off spinner. It strikes the top of the off stump. It's the perfect ball. It's a textbook delivery. And he gets the wicket of the all-important Ali, who struck 3 boundaries. He certainly has a good early showing. Probably would have wanted to kick on and make a few more runs. But the risk to go with the spinner certainly pays off in that delivery. Gets that big wicket.
Yeah, it's always taking the risk, isn't it? Going across the ball. In a way, it's safer to do that from outside the off stump because you know if you miss it that you're not going to get castled. So Dinesh, you can see he's a bit frustrated, I think, with the start of his over. A little shake of the head there, but he has removed Dilshad Ali, and this will bring Sangeeth Vijayan to the crease. 2 balls to go on the power play. Well, it's good length there. Drops into the block hole, and Vijayan making his intentions pretty clear. Oh, again, risky kind of shot off middle stump. This hits would have been close. Bowler takes it. And I think they're home for a single. I've got that as 28 for 1 after 3.
This one is a rather tight single, and as we can just see, he makes it back on time. You got to say good throw.
Had to be direct. And also, just to mention something you probably don't notice, Tim Wheeler, very good umpiring there. You're taught to go to the side the ball is hit and just get out of the way, essentially. And so in the old days, you'd be looking to straddle the line, and you still probably try and do that. But I suppose with the technology now, in a sense, you just have to get out of the way. And he still put himself in a pretty good position to see what was going on. So the umpires constantly working on their skills as well. And at the end of the power play, Red Stars, 28 for 1. So I want to say hello to Jeffrey Mobbs, who's popped in. Also, I know that Mikey T is here at the ground, part of the grandstand crew, which is filling up. This looks like the one for the over. This kind of length in Croatia was probably flying over the keeper and everyone else. It was an unreasonable amount of bounce in that pitch, and it was pretty unpredictable. That's, yeah, you can see that stays kind of head high. The batter, Vijayan, saying, hey, what about that? He said, yeah, it's one for the over, but it wasn't over your head. Now slices away. Maitati's after it, but he's not going to get there in time. They'll hustle back for 2. So Red Stars, I mean, they're keeping in touch at the moment, even though they're still a little bit behind in this chase.
Yeah, a couple of runs off the first 2 balls. Doble is balled. Again, the Red Stars, I mean, they don't come across as a power hitting team, so really for them it's about just running well between the wickets, picking out the gaps. This one's up in the air and right on cue. They hit a 6, so that's a huge one for them. It's the first ever Maximo for the Red Stars on the European Cricket Network. Gets a hold of one, and it goes clear the boundary rope.
Yeah, well, they're not going to play small ball forever. You can see they want to get on with it. And that's a good blast from Vijayan. And he'll be feeling a lot more confident after that one. Tobal gets taken down. Comeback ball. Pretty good one. Low full toss. Not the easiest to put away. It'll just be a single. Yeah, those 6s in. This is a low-scoring game. It's moderate scoring. Those 6s, they're worth even more. They're such momentum swingers as well. So just look how much they've improved just off the back of that one. They're up to kind of 44, 45% again. The win predictor, by the way, that might be the player of the year. It's been very popular since we brought it in. Brought it in for the start of the ECC, so I don't think it was here last time you were on. Nish, this is, again, good running, hit to the fielder, but when both batters go straight away, you normally get through. Yeah, but they're very, very clever, the boffins behind the win predictor. And I suppose it gives you an idea of how the teams are going during the game, kind of puts it into numbers, which as humans, we're not very good at doing that.
I think the thing is, though, a lot of people who say come from other sports, of course, will just continue that point after this ball. This one is struck towards the fielder, long on. Well done there by Danish in the deep. They often ask when they watch a cricket game, who's leading?
Yeah,
because they're accustomed
winning
to sports where, one team is ahead or not. And it's not easy to quantify in cricket who's ahead, but the win predictor makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. As we get to the end of the 4th, and it's 39 for 1. And you can see they're a little bit behind the run rate required, which is that red line. You can see that the Blasters kind of got there in the end, didn't they, with a decent finish. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting addition. And also, as humans, we tend to think in black or white terms. So this is going to happen or that's going to happen. And when things get, or even we're kind of comfortable with the 50-50, but we're not that good at, like right now, 60-40. Like the 40 is going to win a significant amount of times, right? So we're not very good at the in-betweens. It's just how our brains work. And I suppose putting into percentages is one way. So is that it standardises those things, kind of quantifies them. Narendra Negi, he's a good player, isn't he? Look good with the bat now. He's going to bowl his second over. Gets it wrong first up. Called for a wide, but he's got a good change of pace, Narendra. And also, I've got to say, I like the Red Stars outfits, but I really like the Bajiba Blasters new outfits. They were kind of due for an update, and they look brilliant with the kind of gold text on the dark blue. This is going nowhere fast as Vijay chops onto his body. And also it means guys like Narendra, they finally get their own shirt. I remember they've been held together with tape and all sorts of things. Also a sign that things are getting a bit more professional, certainly looking a lot more professional this time around. All right, goes after this challenge kind of ball. Maithani wants a piece, but he'll get none of it. Maximo! Oh, there is Shauna and Meta, who we just mentioned. I was over there having a chat right now. They've got some fielding to do. 6 runs to the Red Stars. And every time you think they're falling behind, they just seem to be able to pull out that big shot at the moment.
Yeah, this is they're just hanging in this game really well. The Red Stars, a second maximum of the innings for them. Anytime it just seems like they're clawing ahead, the Blasters. We see a big shot. This one's gone up in the air as well. Where is this going to land? It's going to land safely, and it's going to go the distance. Well, the umpire, I think he's signaled a 4 on this one. Let's take another look at this, at least from our position in the commentary box. It seemed like it was a 6.
No, it is a 6.
And it is a 6, yes.
Yeah, so they'll get that right. Yeah, so 2 extra runs will be handy. 50's up now. Really doing a decent job here. Back to pretty much even Stevens in this one. Negi, though, I think he needs to put away the short ball. I think he's more effective when he's full up. Vijayan to 23 and just 10 balls. Does, and it could be gone. It is gone. What a good catch that is. Suresh Dobal. Well, he said he should pitch it up. They will check this, but for me, Nish, I don't know what you saw, but I think it's clean. Negi will get the breakthrough, 52 for 2.
No, it certainly looks clean to me too. We had the perfect vantage point from this. This is coming straight towards where we're seated in the commentary box. Let's just take a look at that. It's a perfectly clean catch. A great one there by Doble, and a much-needed wicket right as Nagy was getting belted for a few runs. That's a danger man. Vijayanu departs. I mean, he was looking very good. He hit 3 Maximos. And now he has to depart with his innings cut short rather prematurely. So they're going to have to find another run getter here. The Red Stars, 2 of their best hitters so far, have been sent back to the dugout. Sobu George, he's been there for quite a while, but he just hasn't quite been able to find a way to score boundaries.
And the thing is, you know, that, yes, it's important, the wicket, and I'm not saying it's not, but the fact that it directly saves 6 runs, which is huge. Tony Thomas gets a bat and he misses a big filthy full toss first up. Nagy couldn't believe that didn't hit the off stump.
And a huge swing in the wind predictor as well. I mean, we saw the Red Stars creep up to almost 60% for the first time this game, but that wicket has just changed it. I mean, the Blasters now, once again, they're ahead in this match. Last ball of the 5th over.
He does dig it in to the new batter. Kind of gets away with it. Thomas plays it defensively. And we've got a game on our hands, folks. 5 overs in. Red Stars 52 for 2. Having a look at the ECL, and a lot of people are pretty excited about this. I can understand why. So let's just talk about the format. So one thing that's different, a lot of it's the same. 3-day groups, 5 teams per group, 2 days of group matches, and then the 3rd day is a finals day for the group. But the big thing is there's no more off days. So you can see Group C, normally Sunday would be off, but it's not. So you're going to get 21 days of group matches. That's 3 weeks. And then we'll have the same kind of 5-day championship week with the 7 group winners all involved. So slightly different. That's because the amount of clubs involved has grown from 31 to 35. And the ECL started with just 8 clubs back in 2019. So just another sign that European cricket is growing all the time, Nish.
Yes, certainly. And I mean, I think the one thing about this new format, as we just see this one is blocked out, is it just doesn't give teams any chance to settle in. And it also increases the chances of upsets, because if a big team turns up, they have one off day, all of a sudden they're playing catch up.
100%. Yeah, it's a really exciting format. Maitani's a really useful cricketer. He's coming on the bowl here. He gets lifted away leg side. And that's pretty good fielding. Thinks about handing it off and then rethinks it. Jahidul Islam, probably smart. Did the hard work, kept it to 1. But Maitani can also do a good job with the gloves for you. But they've got Surya behind the stumps, kind of frees him up to become a bit of a part-time bowling option here. And he gets it full and fairly straight, but it's whipped away. This is the other side of Jahidul Islam this time. 4 runs, the Red Stars staying in the hunt.
Yeah, very, very well played over there. Just 1 bounce in front of the boundary rope. And it goes away for 4. Now the required, now it's just around 11 and over.
Quick hello to Charlie Smith as well in the chat. Where are you watching from, Charlie? Good to have you with us. Great to see you interacting as well. Maitani with the comeback here. Again, gets more or less right. That's the other side of a Yorker, but they'll only get a single. Have a look at that run rate required. It's kind of hanging around that 11. And I think we could have a really close finish here. Kind of had a bit of a period where we haven't had that many close finishes, kind of last ballers, but like London buses, they're all coming at once. And this one is not coming, but it's going. Lifted up by Tony Thomas. That one is large. Maximo time to finish the over. Maitani goes for 13 in his, and it's 65 for 2 after 6.
First person not named Vijayan to hit a Maximo for the Red Stars, and that big hit just makes sure that the Red Stars are still at about a 50-50 point in this game. Of course, we can just see now 65 for 2 at the end of 6. Vijayan the top scorer with 23 of 11. George has managed to just hang around, but he's going to look to increase that strike rate in the remainder of this innings, or at least make sure that his partner Tony Thomas faces as many balls as possible.
So, big finish on the cards here. Pretty much sitting on that red line at the moment. And Sobu George will be keen to make sure he's not wasting any time out there. He's batted through so far. 16 off 14. I suppose at this stage, with Tony Thomas launching that one, then Sobu's probably happy enough with getting off strike. It is going to be Jahidul Islam to come back, and wasn't he good in his first over? Only conceding 2 runs. That was in the opener, and those 2, they were whites. So he certainly bowled with a bit of zip. 7th overtime, big over in the context of this match. Gets a piece of it. Maitani's going to be in the way. I like that he's in a little bit on that single. So obviously at this stage, I know George has been around longer, but Thomas has hit the ball longer. And so top ball's a big win for the Blasters first up.
Yeah, that's of course Jahidul Islam bowled terrifically in his first over. The only 2 runs in that over coming off wides. Again, he's got a big, long, flowing run-up. So I think they do need to keep an eye on the clock. It took him almost 5 minutes to bowl his first over.
Great observation there, Nish. This is hit down the ground. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, but that's excellent work by Dinesh. He's so valuable to this team. No excuses to not get off your feet here, and he makes sure he gets right behind it and keeps it to 1. But it will be Tony Thomas to come back, and the last ball he faced disappeared. Yeah, really good observation with the clock and the time. And Jahidul Islam got that long flowing run, and we love to see it, but it's pretty important. He doesn't take too long and won't want to bowl too many extras. This one's kind of short of a length and worked away. And look, this is probably a good time to bring up that the Red Stars, they did leak a few, didn't they, with their outfielding. Kind of dropped a couple that went to the boundary or over. Probably, I estimated, kind of 15 runs, 10 to 15 at least. And I'm sure right now, I'd like to have those back.
Oh, certainly would. I mean, dropped some enormous catches. But again, I think the Red Stars are just going to continue to see them improve with their fielding as the series progresses. Again, just keep an eye on that clock. It's been almost 2.5 minutes to bowl these first 3 deliveries.
Worked away, gets a bit about it. They're hitting plenty of balls at the moment. So yeah, not too many swings and misses, and that's all helping. Yeah, Jahid, this is the first time we've seen him on ECL. He's bowling really well. He's coming up to his 22nd birthday, so another good young prospect. And he looks pretty cool under the circumstances, of course. Probably the first time playing televised cricket, I'd imagine. Originally of Bangladeshi descent. You know, they love their cricket in Bangladesh, and we've got plenty of viewers, I know, from Bangla. So hello to all of you out there. Oh, this is a really good ball, short of a length. And that earlier ball probably wasn't quite above the shoulder. And when you consider that Tony Thomas, oh, he's no little person, is he? Have a look at this. It'll be the one for the over, yeah. But that's a very good piece of bowling. And I'm going to say congratulations to Bangladesh for their win over Sri Lanka yesterday. I know a lot of controversy about one particular incident, but you've got to say that their cricket's come a long way, certainly in my generation. I remember Bangladesh first getting full member status. They were easy beats, certainly not that way anymore. Last ball, the 7th, off speed. That's really good bowling. So what a good spell that is from Jahidul Islam. He only concedes 5 in his entire spell. And right now, I think he's put the Blasters ahead. It's 68 for 2 after 7. This is what's coming up. And we know all the matchups today have been pretty close, haven't they? And the Red Stars and the Blasters, they'll lock horns once again in match 8, which starts in around about 40 minutes' time.
Yeah, as it stands, these 2 teams are very evenly matched. And second match of this doubleheader should be another exciting one, of course. As you can see, that game will be commencing in about 45 minutes. It's our final match of the day and match 8 of this series.
Other thing there, Red Stars winning the toss and batting. So both the contests, well, all 4 of the contests actually, captains have wanted to bat first. And it's been a different team winning the toss each time. So we'll get to see the Red Stars batting first. I think that's a good thing as well for them to bat first. Just a different feel when you do that. Suresh Dobal is going to bowl over number 8. Could have a tight finish here. First ball is in the air, should be caught, and it is. Well, Jahid does the job now with the cups as Dobal caught one. Now Jahid returns the favour. And for me, that is a pretty big moment because Georgie's been there the whole way through, but he'll fall off the first ball of the 8th and the score at 68 for 3.
It's probably a little bit too slow, Sobu George making just 18 runs off 18 deliveries, and maybe it's just a lot better if someone else gets a chance to face these remaining overs.
Yeah, maybe. I suppose it's a good opportunity for someone else to come in and to get a hit. But of course, everyone, the Red Stars, they're on debut. It's their first ECN match, and even if you played a lot of cricket, a lot of formats, nothing quite like the European Cricket Series. Dobal, though, strikes with the first ball of his second over. He's got a job to do. Blasters on top. And this is a pretty confident-looking shot first up, but Jahid, he's just got such great lateral range, doesn't he? With his long legs, he just kind of lopes around to his left and keeps that to one. The other thing, though, is for such a big man, he's got a great pair of hands. Obviously a very, very good fielder as well as a good bowler. Oh, really well bowled. So where Toba wants to be, and then a bit of an obstacle in James at the non-striker's end. So yeah, Tony Thomas, he did whack that big Maximo, but here's the concerning thing. Off the other 8 balls he's faced, he's only scored 2. So needs to score a bit more often here, Tony. He'll try, but it could be an opportunity. Jahid, well, he has the big levers, and he can't get there, and he trips the line. Fantastic, goes close to the line, but I don't think he steps on the line, so that'll just be a long single.
Yeah, he does well to ensure that it doesn't go to for a boundary. 36 of 14 now, so he's done well here, Dobal, on this second over. He's bowled very tight. Let's just take another look at this. And as we can see, good footwork there by Jahid.
James gets the strike back. Oh, really good shot. Low full toss. Great footwork. That's in the bushes. Maximo. Well, Red Stars were fading away. We thought they were shooting stars, but they're back on the rise here. What a great bit of timing.
Oh, perfectly timed. What an incredible stroke there by James. He just gets some bat on it, and it goes the distance. That 6 just keeps the Red Stars in this game. 30 of 13 now. Now, this over was going almost perfectly for Dobal. 8 off it so far. How is he going to close out? If they get another boundary here, then we could see the Red Stars just start to get ahead in this game and have a solid chance to win.
Yeah, good strike, that one. Back in the crease, little step back. And this is a bit of a tape ball technique that we see sometimes where batters, they want to be able to get under the ball, so they sneak back. Have a look at the little footwork here. See, little half step back, hoping to get under it. Couldn't in the end, but does get a single. That'll be the end of the over. So walking 6, 77 for 3 off 8. There was one big shot in there, but 3 singles and a wicket as well. So 9 off that over. And so right now, 29 off 12 required. I still think the Blasters a bit ahead, but the Red Stars, if they can clear the ropes a couple of times, they could easily get ahead in this match.
Yeah, this next couple of overs, though, they expect to be Siddiqui and Maithani to bowl them. The two of them both give up 13 runs in the sole over they bowled. So let's see, it's going to be Dinesh Siddiqui bowling the penultimate over. Here we go, it's James facing.
Siddiqui's going to go back to pace here. We saw him bowling spin earlier, but he's so versatile. He can bowl both. For the first one, yeah, they're not going to try for a second. Probably fair enough at this stage, but now got to be alert, but they won't get an overthrow. With Jimmy James, it sounds like a name that we've heard before. There have been a few Jimmy James, or famous Jimmy Jameses, if you like. Probably the most famous was Jimmy James, the singer of Jimmy James and the Vagabonds. He's still around and kicking, I think. Now this is a thick edge flying down to deep third, and it's taken nicely pouched down there, and I think that's a good field position. We've talked about it a lot. Here's Prajwal Kohad, cool as a cucumber down there. Oh, Tony Thomas, well, a bit like Jennifer Page, a one-hit wonder if you like, because he's going to end up 9 off 11, even with that big 6 that he hit down the ground. The Blasters get him at 78 for 4.
Barely had to move over there, Prajwal. I mean, he just stood rooted on the spot, and the ball came straight to him. And that's the end of Thomas. Again, Thomas was able to clear the boundary once, but other than that, he really struggled to get runs. We'll just take another look at this one. As you can see, barely had to move an inch. And rocking some great shades as well. So 78 for 4 now, the Red Stars, and you feel the Blasters, they're well ahead now.
This one kind of ties him up. Don't think there's any bat in this, although we'll find out. Look to be off the thigh. Oh, it has been given. No, it hasn't. It's a late signal from Tim. And yeah, I just thought this kind of comes off the upper thigh and thigh pad actually.
of Ajo John. So creeping away, huge 3 balls coming up, because then we'll decide, well, we'll see how many we'll need off the last over. Kind of 2 boundaries in here, then you can get it kind of below that magical 20. The other thing is, and obviously Jimmy James is out there, and we have seen him hit 1 big 6. But can he do it multiple times? On to Nish. Again, he's so valuable. I've said it several times, but the fact that he can bowl it over a off spin, he can come back, he can bowl medium pace, he can bat at the top of the order, and he's really sold in the field. He's like 4 cricketers in one. He can probably wicket keep as well if you gave him the gloves. Oh, thick edge once again. It's going to bring Kohad into play. So now, like, even with a 6 here, it's looking unlikely. So yeah, I know that earlier in the day we're talking pars and things, and it's easy to get carried away when one batter has a huge innings, taking 120, 130's par. But I think this is a bit more reflective, and this is maybe a bit of a low-scoring game, but I still think it's going to end up around that 11 and over, depending on the conditions over the next 3 weeks. All right, really need a Maximo here. John can throw the bat. He does, but it's higher than it is long, where the fielder turns around 2 or 3 times. In the end, it's going to plug, and they'll get 2. 2's better than nothing, I suppose. And it will be the end of the 9. They're fine for time, as all the teams have been today. 82 for 4. So 24 will be required off this last over. It will be Jimmy James to face up.
Well, it's a simple task here for Jimmy James. It's just hit a boundary off every ball. As, of course, we take a look at the bowling card. It's been a very, very solid performance for the Blasters. Of course, led by Jahidul Islam, who gave up just 5 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And you wouldn't believe that 2 of those runs came from wides.
To be honest, I think right now he'd be the player of the match. He didn't take a wicket, but just restricting it. It's not like anyone's played a big innings with the bat either. Now, here's the thing. You're going to have to go to your 5th bowler or a 6th bowler here. So I thought it might be Maithani, but it looks to me like it's going to be Anurag Tripathi to bowl over number 10. So, yeah, interesting decision tactically to do this. And Tripathi, let's see if he can stand up. Oh, close-ish, maybe just missing. It actually gets him on the leg, Jimmy James. And Tripathi is on debut, so it's his first ever match. I think that's just sliding. It's pretty close, though. It's back leg. Certainly had a case, but yeah, now we're getting kind of Maximo or bust time, aren't we, here? 4 sixes to do it. 5 balls left. Oh, well bowled. It's bowled. No one realises it. Well, certainly the batter doesn't. But a brilliant slower ball. I can see why they've gone to him in the last over here. Anurag, back of the hand slower ball. I know it might have been like a rolling cutter out the front, but one way or another, kisses the off stump. And that pretty much sets the sun on this chase, doesn't it? Jimmy James completely fooled. 105 the Blasters. Now Red Stars find themselves a long way behind. 82 for 5.
Oh, great bit of deception there by the bowler. You can just see the batter just winding back for the big shot. And he just deceives him with pace. He kisses the stumps along the way. And that's been a very well bowled death over so far. And that should almost put this game to bed.
Yeah, the thing is, look at the footwork here, though. And this is my little tip. Don't run away from the ball. You wait. Look, he almost ends up, well, he is off the pitch after he plays this shot. Hold your lines. All right, so we need 4 sixes. Good luck. And a perfect ball to it, Tripathi. I think you need to get him bowling a few more overs. They've left him to the very end here, but I love that Yorker. I love that slower ball he's got. It really fooled us as well, how much it dropped. That one, that would bowl Jimmy James. But the good news is, I suppose, for the Red Stars, a bit like Royal Strikers this morning, they'll get the right of reply in the return bout, which is coming up in around about half an hour. Just a single here again. Gets tremendous drop on that slower ball, doesn't he? An unnatural amount of drop, and that's going to be a really hard ball to hit across if it's straight.
No, absolutely, and as you said about the head, I mean, your head's your heaviest part of your body, and if it's falling away, there's no way you're ever going to have the right balance to actually strike the ball.
Oh, well, it's bowled great, but it didn't catch too great. This will be run out, but it's not. Yeah, he wasn't thrilled about this, Tripathi. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, there was definitely a hesitation, even though the whole thing took about half a second, where he said, do I really want to put my hands in the way of this one? Anyway, he's bowled a great over anyway. And he can ice the game right here. And he'll do it with a wicket. So Tripathi, a brilliant last, 2 for 3. We haven't seen the last of him, and the Blasters, a bit of a blast for the past, isn't it? As they get the points. Red Stars, I mean, they were good on their first appearance, I think, and I know they'll have some success along the way, but they won't come up with the W here in match 7. The final margin is 20 runs. The Blasters get home 105 to 85.
Yeah, and a great for a first over in his ECN career for Anurag. I think he did incredibly well over there. It's handshakes all around for the Blasters who take this first game. Unfortunately, the Red Stars start off their ECN career with a loss, of course. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, Red Stars batting first after winning the toss. So let's see how they go batting first. Let's see if they have the kind of direction, if you like, of what they need to do. Pretty batting heavy there, but I like their bowling. They showed they got a lot of bowlers. Obviously got a lot of all-rounders in their team. And so they're about 25 minutes away from coming back with that one. But the Blasters, well, they'll be hoping that they can make an early run and go 2 for 2. Take us through the chase here. I mean, they were in the hunt, weren't they, the Red Stars? Maybe that power play, a little bit light on. Maybe that's the difference between the two teams in the end.
That certainly is the difference. I mean, they just weren't able to clear the boundary rope enough, hitting just 5 maximums in their innings, 3 of them coming from Vijay. And of course, we'll look at some highlights of some of the nice strokes he played. He made 23 of 11. And just getting a chance to admire some of that stroke play. This was a terrific catch taken in the deep by Doble. And once Vijay departed, it just kind of fell away from the Red Stars. They weren't quite able to get any hitting from anyone. Tony Thomas would strike a big 6, but then he'd struggle in the remainder of the balls. That man, Jahidul Hassan, he had an incredible game. I mean, he's not going to get mentioned too much. He didn't take a wicket, but he gave up just 5 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. That was another good catch out in the deep by Prajwal Chauhan.
Yeah, Dinesh Siddiqui, he'll end up getting the player of the match for his 30 and his 2 wickets. But yeah, I kind of agree. Love this work from Tripathi at the end. I mean, I'd be having him down to bowl 8 and 10 or something like that, or at least give an over in the second half and probably give him time for a second. He finishes things off there. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the return match between these two teams. We won't have to wait too long. And looking at the scorecard, you can see no one really stood up with the big innings. That's kind of the difference for me between these scores around the kind of 80 to 100 and getting that 130 plus. Someone has to make a 50 and maybe a big 50, but also discipline from the Blasters with just the 5 wides in there in the 10 overs, 6 extras in total. It was a pretty light on game Maximo-wise. I mean, the Red Stars hit 5, Blasters actually only hit 4 in their innings, but yeah, the kind of lack of the boundary clearing hits pretty evident in match 7. 2 for 3. Tripathi was brilliant at the end, but the groundwork was laid by Jahidul Islam, who took none for 5. But only 2.5 over is outstanding work. 2 for Siddiqui, Narendra Negi, and Dobal with 1 each. And Dobal also came up with a pretty important catch in the middle of the inning. So we'll take a break. We're random question time when we come back, and maybe a bit of food chat. Join us, because I think these two teams are going to be on the deck again, and it could go either way. Maybe we can finish with a golden ball, because this will be my last game before I head off on a couple of weeks away. So Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Bhatt. Enjoy the break. See you soon for the last game of day 2 here in Malta in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Time for the last game of the day, bathing in the sunshine here on the island nation of Malta as we get into the last game of day 2 and it's match 8. Once again, we'll see the Red Stars taking on the Bujuba Blasters. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, the TR, is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Okay, Red Stars to call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Okay, good luck. All the best. Have a good game. So Red Stars have won the toss and they are batting.
So Red Stars win the toss and they've elected to bat. That makes it 4 captains out of 4 that have wanted to have a hit on winning the toss today. You can kind of see why. I think on this ground you can kind of build that pressure on the team batting second if you execute your skills, and first you're going to have to put some runs on the board. Red Stars, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they're bringing to the table. Blasters more experienced, but they've got their hands full with this lineup, that's for sure. And well, right now it'll be Nishay Butt who has his hands full as we take you to the start of this game. And of course, it is the last game of the day, so get those random questions in. Maybe a bit of food chat as well as we get ready for the start of match 8. Red Stars winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat. It's over to you, Nish.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Of course, it's the second match of our doubleheader and our final match of the day. As you just get this beautiful shot here, some great work by Spring Productions. Just love this ground over here. We've got a gorgeous pavilion as well, which you can just see to the right of your screen. And that tent right there is our beautiful vantage point. Currently stationed long off to the right-hander. Gorgeous, gorgeous shot. Of course, we got a golf course not far from us. We're in the in a nice little sports complex here in Marsa. It's a terrific place to play, of course. So let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, the Red Stars started off with a loss. I think they looked pretty impressive with the ball in hand. They could have maybe done a bit better with the bat, but they've got a chance now to improve. Of course, they'll be batting first. I think I liked some of the stuff I saw from Dishad Ali. Sobu George probably a bit too slow in his innings, and he'll want to speed up. And then Vijayan, he struck the ball very well until his innings was cut short. If he was maybe able to hang around for another 10 or 15 balls, it might have been a much closer game. Of course, the Bujuba Blasters fancied a 71% favorites heading into this game. And it is match 8 in our final match of the day. Yeah, as we can just see, the Red Stars openers are out there, ready to face the first ball. It's going to be Jahid bowling this first over. He was terrific in that last match. Gave up just 5 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, 2 of them coming off wides. Bowled a great pace, got some nice sharp bounce as well. It was really difficult for the batters to deal with him. And he's going to look to close out this day strong and get his side off to the perfect start and make it 2 wins and 2. Red Stars will have other ideas, of course, but here we go. First ball of the game coming up. George facing Islam. Yeah, this one is really well struck. It's going to take a couple of bounces and go over the boundary rope. So George started off his innings with 6 straight dot balls last time around. This time he starts off quick. He's right out of the blocks with a boundary first up. Islam just gets it wrong there. That's the first bad ball I have to say he's bowled so far today. Just a little too full, a bit too wide as well. Just gives George a chance to free his hands, and hopefully George can just play a lot more freely. I wonder if he was just a bit too tight and nervous in that first game. Change of angle for Islam. He's going around the wicket. Oh, this is really well struck by George. I think he's going to beat the fielder at mid-on, and it's got enough to go to the boundary rope. So a very positive start for George. You love to see this intent from him early. And again, he just misses the Yorker ever so slightly. Islam and Sobu George, some quick hands. Managed just to whip it down towards long on. So good start here. Back-to-back boundaries. This one is just down the leg side. It's a touch too wide. And Islam just feeling a little bit of pressure for the first time today. Everything's gone near perfect for him. And a very good afternoon to James Stewart. It's great to have you here. Great to hear from you once again. And yeah, thank you very much. Look forward to being alongside you for this ECS in Malta, which will take place over the next 3 weeks. Oh, and he gets a hold of this one, George. Has it got enough to clear the boundary rope? It most certainly does. George with a completely different approach to start off this innings. Well, we saw him struggling in that first game. We don't see any of that here. He's come out strong. And he's giving Islam, best bowler in this Bujiba Blaster side, a real pasting early. 14 runs of 3 deliveries for him. That was a much better ball there by Islam again. He's just going to go up for an appeal. That's a single. The umpire indicating there's some bat on that. He hasn't signaled it as a leg by. But anyway, there wasn't much going for it. I think height was a big issue as well. Now it's going to be Dilshad Ali. We know he's got some power. We saw him hit a couple of long balls in the first innings, but this is going to be a completely different challenge. It's now them batting first. They've got to go out there, post a big total, and put some pressure on this Bujiba side. Very wide there by Islam. Again, I think one thing we saw from the Red Stars is they've got a really, really good bowling unit. I think they bowled smart. They bowled very tight. So, you know, if the Blasters can get to 110, I think this could be a very good game. And then you'd maybe even fancy the Red Stars. Another change of angle for Jahid. Going back over the wicket. Slip in place as well. Great back of a length delivery. I think that was the kind of line and length that Jahid was bowling so well in that first match his side was involved in. One ball to come in this first over. Again, he's been a little bit slow with his overs, hasn't he, Islam? I mean, they did manage to bowl their overs in time, the Bujiba Blasters. There's a big fast bowler, and we saw him take about 5 minutes in match 3 of the day, and he's taken about 4.5 minutes here to bowl his first over as it comes to an end. Red Stars off to a good start. They're 17 for no loss at the end of the first over. Of course, there's a chance to remind you that, well, we're going to round out the year by shining a spotlight by debuting the Women's European Cricket Championship between the 17th and 22nd of December. We'll witness Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria clash for the ECCW. The winter chill might set in, but the competition will heat up. Which nation will be immortalized as the first ever champions of this historic contest? Really looking forward to that one. A great way to round out a sensational year on the European Cricket Network. Of course, this is our penultimate ECS of the year. We'll be heading to Barcelona in 3 weeks' time when we're done over here. So great curtain closer, you would say, the ECCW, for another terrific record-breaking year on the network. George ready to face up. First ball this over, just has a quick word with Ali. Just take a look at the clock, though. It's taken 6 minutes to start this second over. This one's popped up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. And it's a good bit of communication in the end. For just a split second, I thought they would run into each other. But the bowler made a loud and clear call, and everyone left it for him. And he takes this catch, and it's George who departs, having played so well. It's a big wicket here for Bujiba. I mean, George looked a completely different player to the one we saw an hour ago. And he just miscues one. and he departs making 15 of 5. And a good comeback here by the Blasters after a little bit of an expensive start. That's Nagy there taking the catch. Of course, Nagy, very impressive performance in that first match. I thought he bowled very smart, bowled very good lines and lengths. Oh, and this one, he just runs this one down towards third man. I'm not sure that was entirely intentional. He probably wants to play that towards cover, and he gets a very thick outside edge that evades the fielder at third. It's gone away for a boundary, so runs coming in a flurry for the Red Stars. Certainly a lot more positive to start this innings than they were the previous one. And again, they're going to send out a fielder to deep third. It's a very square deep third, I have to say, and the second fielder outside the ring is stationed at cow corner. It's one run after hitting the boundary. There's a lot of talk, of course, of the Red Stars who are making their ECS tournament debut. I think they put on a pretty good audition in that third game of the day, which we saw 50 minutes ago. I mean, there are obviously going to be some question marks about their batting issues, but I think with the ball in hand, they looked really, really good. In a format like this, if they can just restrict opponents to low totals, just back themselves with the bat, could upset a couple of big boys. Not too much foot movement there from Ali. He doesn't quite take a stride towards the ball, and he misses it. A little bit of a slow start for Ali. Hasn't made a run yet. He's faced 3 balls. This time he swipes across the line. Probably not the right shot selection. Again, it's a good idea, though, to try to get to the pitch of the ball, take a few steps outside his crease, but I think then should be looking to hit that a lot straighter than what he intended. He'll get off the mark at last, though, with a quick single. The over comes to an end. He's going to remain on strike to start the final over of the power play. As they're 24 for 1 here, the Red Stars. As we, of course, take a look at the standings of Group B, of course, this is the 4th match we have witnessed so far in this group. Marsa and the Royal Strikers started out today. Marsa picking up a 30-run victory against the Royal Strikers, who then responded by beating Marsa by 9 runs in the subsequent game. And match 3 of Group B was one we witnessed just 50 minutes ago. And the Bajiba Blasters won against the Red Stars by 20 runs. So teams batting first, winning so far in Group B. That's certainly a good omen if you're a Red Stars fan. As, of course, we get ready for the final over of the power play, it's a great chance to introduce Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, back into the commentary box.
Thanks. It's great to be here, and I've been really impressed with this guy, Jahidul Islam, who's going to come back and bowl out here. Although slightly different experience, I think, this game. He's already gone for more than he went in his 2 overs last time, but here he is to bowl the 3rd over.
This one is very wide down the leg side. Again, it just shows you how, the momentum can just swing so much in cricket. I mean, he seemed perfect in that first match. Nothing could go wrong for him. And it's just within 50 minutes, it's gone the other way.
I actually think of Rich Edwards from the England 11 in the first ever ECC. He played 2 matches in a day. In one match, he went for 1 in his 2 overs. The next match, he went for 47. So it can change very quickly, no doubt about it. And look, Red Stars, they have to set the pace this time. They'll be looking to put 100 plus on the board for sure.
Well, let's have a look at this one. It's going to be given a wide by the umpire. It's all kind of gone pear-shaped from Islam's point of view. This one is well above head height. He needs to grow a couple of inches to even be near that.
Yeah, good call by the umpire as well in real time. That whizzes past the helmet. And so, yeah, Islam, they're getting tested, and that's what this is all about. I mean, no matter kind of what your level is, you are going to get tested, especially a format like this in the ECS. A lot of matches coming up. These teams will play 10 in the group stage, and then, of course, potentially the finals after that.
This one is probably going down the leg side. You can hear the big thud off the pad.
It's beaten for pace there, really. Dilshad Ali, I mean, he just wasn't in a position to get the bat out in front of the pad there, but it was probably climbing over, maybe a bit leg side as well. Islam, he's going to be a handful if he can get it right. We've seen that already. He's only a youngster as well. I think we said he was 21 years of age, almost 22, but yeah, he looks like a good prospect, doesn't he?
And this one, he's just going to try to knock it towards mid-on. It's going to be a dot ball.
So, I put this in my mind yesterday. And yesterday we did the food and drink 11, right? So I know you're still making your way here. But we had people in like Phil Salt and Derek Pringle, Clive Rice. So today I've got a different idea, because this is my last game for a little bit. So I'm going to do a random question game in conjunction with what we're seeing out there in the middle, of course. I might have hit the pad here. Always giving him out. All right, well, got to say, I'm not so sure about this one. Yeah. Look, it might have brushed the glove. Let's have a look. Oh, I mean, it's very hard to tell, but for me, it looks like it brushed the thigh pad. It looks a little bit outside the glove. But anyway, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Umpire had to make a decision, and his decision is that Ajo has got to go. So the Red Stars lose the second wicket, and it's 27 for 2.
Yeah, it's always hard to judge edges when you're looking at it from that camera angle, but it certainly seemed like it brushed the thigh pad, and you could tell he was very frustrated, Ajo John, but he's going to have to depart as the second wicket falls here for the Red Stars. And a little bit of a comeback for Jahidul Islam. I mean, managed to pick a wicket up at last. You probably think he deserves one, considering how well he bowled in the first match, but it's come at the expense of Ajo John.
And so that's the way it goes sometimes. Got to say, Surya, he's a good pickup as well. Agra Surya down the leg side, made sure of that. He looks like a very good gloveman. So Vijayan, not a bad guy to come to the crease at this point of the innings.
This one is just worked away behind point for a boundary, as a very good-looking shot there by Vijayan. Didn't overhit it, just used Islam's pace beautifully, and it's gone away for a 4.
Yeah, he has, and it's a low full toss. Wasn't the worst ball first up, but great timing from Vijayan. So yeah, look, it is a bit of bad luck, I think, looking at the replay. But like I said, you've got plenty of batters still to come. You've got plenty of batters, I think, that can do a good job. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Vijayan certainly makes a bright start.
And he just ducks underneath a shorter one. He's looking for the wide call from the square leg umpire. He will get it.
Okay, so my challenge today is colour cricket team. So players with a colour in their name. So I'm starting with Cameron Green. And already I can see they're coming in. Julian Dawson has come out with Craig White, of course, of England. Cameron Green, current Australian cricketer, of course. Probably playing right now, I'm guessing. So Chris Ward has come out with Pat Brown, playing with Derbyshire right now. So keep them coming. Any cricketers of any era. So a little bit of a brain teaser to finish the day.
And this one is really nicely played away towards extra cover. Vijayan getting his second boundary of the innings. That was really well played. It was just slightly over pitched. Takes a couple of paces forward and knocks it away. So good positive cricket here by the Red Stars. They're just playing a lot more freely. I think some of that tension we saw from them in their first game has disappeared. They just look a different side.
Yeah, not they played badly in the first game, but for sure, mate, some of those early nerves, early butterflies probably go away and they settle in now. Still with 9 matches to go. Islam is going to try change of angle last ball. Vijayan's had his measures so far.
Another one that's really, really nicely played. It goes away for a 4. He just misses the Yorker ever so slightly, and it's these fine margins that make a difference. It's the second Yorker that he's missed that has gone away for a boundary. And it's a good power play here for the Red Stars, 40 for 2. Probably lost a wicket more than they would have liked, but that run rate is looking really healthy.
What a shot. So what I will say is that what I really like about the Giant, and quite a lot of these Red Stars actually, is often when people then kind of transition to 10 over cricket, they start trying to slog everything. They start trying to play some agricultural shots. I think what you see there from the Giant is he's got a really good technique, and he hits the ball in good places. So Islam does get a wicket, but he's expensive here. Shows you how quick things can turn around. He goes for 32 in his spell. It's 40 for 2 after 3. So come on, asking people ready. I've got some more. Oh yeah, some good ones here as well. I'm going to just type those. And then Nish, I'm expecting something out of you as well. Now you're here, you've got to contribute. Don't be a passenger. Dinesh Siddiqui bowling seam up here in over 4.
This one is just a bit of too much width over there, and he just slashes hard at that one, Ollie. It's going to go away for a boundary. A touch too short, a touch too wide. And even though he doesn't play it in a textbook manner, he gets a desired outcome. It falls just short of the boundary rope, and it's going to be a 4. The first name I thought of was a cricketer. I often heard his name from my dad.
Okay.
It's Madan Lal. Lal means red in Hindi.
Oh, that's good. That's the kind of thing that you're bringing to the table that I would not have gotten, Ish. So we're going to go Madan Lal. Okay. Agreed.
Yeah, this one is just played down towards deep third. It's going to be a single.
I like these, though. Also got, nice to have a woman in there, Alex Blackwell, Ian Blackwell as well. Ian Blackwell played for England. Alex Blackwell played for Australia. Oh, Varun Prasad, thank you very much. Courtney Brown, former West Indian wicketkeeper. I love how random these teams are. Courtney Brown's a good one.
He's going for that wide Yorker, and it's going to find the fielder. It's the second catch he's taken out in the deep today. He's had a great time over there. And the third wicket falls. So again, the Red Stars, they're playing a lot more aggressively, but they're also losing wickets at a fairly steady rate.
Yeah, chased one he should have left alone. If Rico's was here, he'd say, what's the difference between Vagina and Cinderella? Cinderella knew when to leave the ball, and that's one he could have left alone, taken the wide, but he was on a bit of a heater. It's a thick edge, and it's kind of a pseudo-slip position down there, the deep third. And so that's actually a big moment in this game because Vagina's looking good, but he's gone now. It's 45 for 3.
Now comes the new batter, and we're going to see the depth of this Red Stars lineup really tested here. Again, they've got the start they needed in terms of their run rate, but I think now they're probably going to want to try to go at least 8 to 10 and over for the next 4 or 5 overs to keep themselves in this game, and then maybe tee off in the last couple. This one again nudged away towards third as Thomas gets off the mark immediately. Again, we know he's capable of clearing the boundary. We saw him hit a big 6. But it's a case of whether he can rotate the strike as well.
So James Stewart from Estonia, nice to see you, James. He's come with a good one from the early 2000s. Marlon Black from the West Indies. Yeah, played some international cricket for the West Indies back then from Trinidad and Tobago, I think.
Yeah, this one's just taking a thin edge through to the keeper. This is Ollie again, just going for the drive, and Siddiqui picks up his second wicket of the over, and wickets are now tumbling. This is getting really alarming from the Red Stars' point of view. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, it's a thin edge through the wicket keeper. The batter knew, I think he knew deep down that he just managed to get a thin edge on that one. And the 4th wicket falls. So despite this run rate, I don't think Bujiba will be too displeased. They've managed to get 4 wickets. And again, you know, ECS teams tend to be very top heavy. So once you get a lot of wickets, that run rate starts to dip substantially.
Yeah, little feather on this through to Surya and Siddiqui. Yeah, he's all business, isn't he? Everyone goes to celebrate with him. He says, nah, everyone get back. This is just what I do. Look at that. Pretty understated. But, yeah, 2 wickets in 3 balls. That means he's got 2 freshies at the crease. Got Tony Thomas and Jimmy James, one of my favourite combinations I've ever had the pleasure of commentating. Last ball of the over, Siddiqui gets knocked down for no run, but a brilliant over from Dinesh. 2 for 6 off it, and it's 46 for 4 after 4.
Good. Very interesting start here, of course. Current run rate at 11.5. But they have lost 4 wickets as we, of course, take a look at that worm, of course, that over. We saw 6 runs given up on it, but even more importantly, 2 wickets fell.
So back to the colour cricket team. At the moment, we've got Cameron Green. That was my first one. I think Niraj brings it up again. Craig White of England. Pat Brown of Derbyshire. Alex Blackwell of Australia. Ian Blackwell of England. Madan Lal, who you told me Lal means red, so that's a good one. Courtney Brown of the West Indies and Marlon Black of the West Indies. Now, a couple of others coming in. I'm going to make some new rules. I decide who makes the team. I'm the selector, right? So we've already got 2 Browns in there, Pat Brown and Courtney Brown. So Ben Brown suggested, noted, but he's on the bench. All right, we got 2 Browns. If we need him, we'll use him. Now, Vinay Sahil Lal, who plays in Germany, again, same thing. Madan Lal, I think he's knocked down the Lal spot at the moment. So I've still got 3 spots to fill. Give me some other colours. Does anyone know like a James Orange or something like that? There's going to be a couple of clever ones that are going to come in.
I'm thinking of somebody who might have like a blonde their surname, like maybe like someone with French ancestry or something.
Yeah, something like that. And this is, tell you what, game 4 lately has been a lot of pauses in the commentary because yesterday I was thinking pretty hard. And Tripathi getting a bowl in the 5th, and wasn't he good earlier? He was asked to bowl the 10th. He's got some really clever deliveries. I was asking him about his slower ball, and he says he's got like a split finger ball. That's the one that kind of really died and was effective for him as he iced the game the first time around there. Calling on him pretty early here.
Yeah, it's good to see him just earn that promotion after bowling terrifically in the previous game. Oh, it's an inside edge over here. That's incredibly unlucky. It's probably going to go away for a boundary. Just trickles over the boundary rope, and it's a 4. The first boundary he's conceded.
Yeah, 4 runs. A bit of a lucky one, to be honest, but they'll take it. Okay, I got a good one. Are you ready? Jack Blackham, wicketkeeper from Australia in the 1870s and 1880s, and a guy that I would have loved to have met. He actually kept for Australia in the first Test match, and I've seen pictures of him. Looks like a player. Big beard. Been reading a book around that time, and also, I know from the first ever Test scorecard in 1876, 1877. So Jack Blackham is going in. If you can have Alex Blackwell and Ian Blackwell in, I think you can have Jack Blackham in there. But I'm putting a moratorium on All Blacks in the name, by the way. I'll tell you what, if you heard this conversation out of context, you'd be in a bit of trouble. But yeah, we are talking cricketers with colours in their name. Yeah, No More Blacks probably isn't one that I would be putting up on a headline, as we are a very inclusive organisation. This is gone. He hasn't hit this. Oh, he must have hit it, because otherwise it was hitting the base of middle stump. And so must have been a little bottom edge on there that saves the batter.
Yeah, we're just going to take another look at this. It's just
it was down. Actually. It was a little deflection. It's a very good piece of umpiring from Darshit Patanka. You could see the little deflection. And I got him in real time. I didn't pick it up. Obviously would have heard it as well.
This one is, it's going to take an outside edge. And it's going to go away to the fielder at deep 3rd. Thomas will pick up a single there as he overcomes one. And a very solid one for Tripathi, just 9 runs off it, as they are 55 for 4, the Red Stars, at the halfway stage of the innings.
Good one here from Niraj. Tony Gray, former West Indian bowler, if my memory serves me correctly. It's found it hard to break into the team. Tony Gray, that's in. Graham Rose on the bench. Rose it is a colour, but when we have our flower team, I think we're going to have to play Graham in that one. So I'm putting Graham Rose down on the bench. Still got a couple now. Ramesh Kalu. Kalu means black in Sinhalese. And Varun Prasad has come up with that one. So I reckon we'll allow that one as well. He's able to find a loophole in the No More Blacks rule by getting Kalu in there. By the way, Kalu with Arana and Jarasri, didn't they change one day cricket? You probably don't remember because you weren't born, Nish. What year were you born?
The end of 98.
Yeah, enough said. But it was around about 95, 96 where they really started doing some pretty special things. First couple to really take on the infield in one-day cricket. So they had this rule around for about 15 years before anyone actually kind of said, okay, let's go for it. Before then, it was still considered kind of a trap. But I suppose with the changing dimension of the game, they were groundbreakers, and they would end up taking Sri Lanka to a World Cup in 1996. It was thoroughly deserved.
Nudged away for a single over here as a dough ball comes in again. Dough ball, very solid bowler. I think he bowled terrifically in that first game. Just kept things tight, kept things simple. And he's been good so far in his first couple of deliveries. This one is struck away towards long on. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, so Cameron Green's coming again. That's an obvious one. I'll go another one. Do we have room for another green? Because, yeah, don't know. I suppose we have to. We've only got one in there. This inside edge is going to get knocked away. It should be pulled up. It should get 2 here. Interesting decision to kick it after it already pretty much stopped from Bisht, who is patrolling that region. No, they will get a couple. If you're going Cameron Green, I guess we got to go Chris Green. Plays for Sydney Thunder. Last time I checked, and about 47 other teams around the world. Actually playing in the New South Wales Shield team at the moment as well.
Still trying to push it one that's wider. A very solid over here by Dobal. This is something he does incredibly well. Just sneaks in these quiet overs in the middle of the innings that just help his team keep a lid on the opposition scoring. As of course we have a look at the scorecard, it's there's a few good starts in there for the Red Stars, but no one's quite been able to kick on and play that big innings. Got 4 overs left here though, so if one of these two can really push forward, they could end up with something around that 110 region. Of course, they've got to go at about 12.5 to reach 110. This is a very wide delivery by Tripathi to start off the over.
Some good ones coming in as well. Again, you end up building a squad with these. We kind of learned that from yesterday. But that's okay. More the merrier. Tripathi.
And this one is hammered away. That's going to go all the way. A huge hit there by Thomas. And this goes over the boundary rope for a 6. Just comes off the bottom end of the bat. He's actually not quite middled it, but he's hit it with enough power that it's gone for a 6.
Yeah, really good shot. I bet he goes slow ball here to get him out of trouble. Yeah, kind of a little bit of an away bender, wasn't it? But yeah, really good shot by Thomas. They got to find another gear here. Had the kind of double switch with those 2 quick wickets.
Of course, now it's James back on strike. He's been a little bit slow out of the gates, unlike Thomas. Just 5 runs off the 7 deliveries he's faced. Oh, this one is nicely played, but it's a terrific bit of fielding out in the deep. He's cut out what looked to be a certain boundary. I believe that is Danish Siddiqui, or actually should be Azim Sathi out in the deep.
Yeah, man, he makes it look easy here, doesn't he, Azim? Former Mudda Day opener now, playing his trade with the Blasters.
Goes full and wide, but he's just missed it ever so slightly, and it's going to go away. And what's the indication going to be here? Let's just take a look at this replay.
Yeah, it's been given 6 on the field. We'll check it out on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. And it certainly has carried 6 runs. Maximal time. Nice blow from Jimmy James.
And he doesn't quite time this as nicely as he would like. So it's just going to be a single. But James now striking a few boundaries, finding his groove as well.
Hello to Neil, who has suggested Alfred Pink. Okay, that's one that I don't know too much about.
And it just goes up in an appeal here, but I think there was a fair bit of bat on that as the 7th over comes to an end. Tripathi a little bit more expensive. The second time around in this game, as of course we take a look at some of the matches coming up tomorrow. We've got a great feast of cricketing action. Of course, we'll start off with that doubleheader between Xira United and the Southern Crusaders, and we round it off with Swieki United against Mater Dei.
Let me talk you through these teams. So Xira United, their first ever ECS. So let's see what they're bringing to the table. This is Group A action. Southern Crusaders, they were the finalists in the previous series, but they went down in a bit of a thriller to Gozo Zalmi. Swieki United, a team that were 18-0, but then went in the semi-finals last time, and they actually lost their first 2 games to the Knights, taking on Mater Dei that won both their games on Monday. So yeah, Swieki United, I often say, they're the most improved team, I think, over the last couple of years. But they've had a bit of a rough start to this one. Let's see what they do against Malta Day, who, by the way, have Michael Das as a recruit, and he's whacked a century on opening day. He also scored like an 80, I think, in the other game. But that's going to be some great cricket. I know, Nish, you'll be going through the next couple of days solo before Corey arrives to start work on Friday.
Goes with the fuller delivery there. Yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing Swieki United, of course. Heard quite a bit about Michael Das from you, so looking forward to seeing some of those players.
Okay, let me get back to this. This game's running away so quickly, but Alfred Pink played one first-class game in the 1800s, but he umpired 2 first-class games. So you know what? He's my umpire. Okay, Alfred Pink. I want to go.
Not going down the leg side for a wide. There surely has to be a player with Blanc in their surname.
Yeah, okay. There's a few others. Lewis Goldsworthy plays for Somerset. Now, that's good. He's got to be in because we don't have a gold yet. That's kind of surprises me. Lewis Goldsworthy from Somerset. That's in. And, oh, almost missed this one, but Innocent Colour. Colour meaning black in Hindi. And that's a pretty good one as well. Who was that?
Takes in the edge. It goes away for a 4, so a little bit of good fortune there for Thomas. Just throws everything at it, and he gets a desired result. It traveled away for a boundary. Did manage to find a player just with a quick Google search with Blanc in their surname, Morland LeBlanc. Current cricketer, mind you, for
I feel like
Martin.
we need to have the thinking round and then the Googling round, because the Googling round gets pretty strange. Well, now, there's nothing strange about this. It's smashed away. It's some TT action. Well, heads up in the cheap seats, Maximo, or that is our very own Mr. Baywatch. Alistair having to take cover near the archery. That one was right on target. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, huge hit over here, and it's well, it's just landed on our side of the field and hasn't ended up where they do the archery. It's been really good here by the Red Stars. Again, they were just getting bogged down a little bit between overs 4 to 6 when they made just 20 runs in those 3 overs, but they've once again just stepped on the accelerator as this is another big strike. Is it going to carry to the fielder? It will, and it's a very well taken catch out in the deep. That's Suresh Dobal, who we know is an exceptional bowler. This time he takes a catch for Siddiqui, and a terrific innings comes to an end.
Yeah, and so this time just doesn't quite get the distance, does he? Dobal's got a great pair of hands, and so he will end the immediate threat as he pouches Tony Thomas for 27, and at the end of 8 overs, it's 88 for 5. Okay, got more coming up, and tell me if I've missed any. I can always go back. So Innocent Colour from Zimbabwe, he's in there. Colour meaning black in Hindi. And, okay, De Silva's. I can't believe we missed all these. But I know Joshua De Silva's in there, but to me, the De Silva spot has to go to Aravinda De Silva. I think he's my pick of the De Silvas. But I'll put Josh on the bench. All right? I might have made my bench disappear accidentally, but that's okay. We can always go back. What else have we got here? Franklin Rose. Yeah, that's a good one from Lee. Darcy Brown and Eva Gray, all 3 good.
This one is struck down the ground for a single, so James just getting the new batter, Cherry on strike.
But, yeah, keep coming in. We have a cutoff here, 10 overs. And then I suppose they can go all go off to the training camp. Could be tough for some of the ones that passed away in 1931, like Alfred Pink, but...
And he goes for a Yorker length delivery there, Nagy, and again, he's just a good death over bowler. We saw him bowl exceptionally well at the end against the Blasters in the match 3 of the day. Done a good job so far in these first couple of balls. This one is struck away. Is it going to find the fielder at mid-wicket? It'll just go underneath him. And you can see he was trying to attack the ball over there, but he's made a bit of a mess of it. That's Suresh Dobal, who's normally a very good fielder. And again, this is generally not a surface where you see too many odd bounces because it's such a good playing field, but just seemed to misjudge it over there. Goes for a big heave across the line there, Cherry. And I think, again, a lot of his teammates have hit it very well towards the offside. I've seen some good cuts throughout this day. And I think a ball like that, you really want to be trying to cut that sort of a delivery, especially with no protection on that boundary. It's a huge gap there.
So yeah, this one not exactly in the middle of the gloves from Surya. Okay, so we're getting to the kind of last over. I only want colours we haven't used so far now. I want colours that are new. So we've got heaps of browns, blacks, couple of greens, some whites. It's a pretty diverse side actually. And even grey, shades of grey.
Goes for that leg stump Yorker, but it's probably missing the stumps again. It was a very muted appeal as the penultimate over comes to an end. Great work here by Nagy. We've just become accustomed to him doing so well in these pressure situations at the end of the game. As of course we take a look at the bowling card. Of course we'd expect Suresh Dobal to bowl this final over, but it's been a fairly solid performance by the Bujiva Blasters. I think Nagy and Siddiqui will both be incredibly impressed with the way they've bowled.
Yeah, for sure. 3 for 16. Siddiqui, I mean, we even saw him turning his hand to off spin and doing a pretty good job with that as well. And so, yeah, we're going to the last over. This is one of those kind of middle of the road targets. You know what I'm going to think? Be a good way to sign off for a couple of weeks to reset the counter and leave you with golden ball 0 as Dobal is going to start the 10th over.
This one is just struck down towards long on for a single again. Dobal, he's done very well in his bowling. They want to get at least 10 or 15 runs out of this over. Try to get to a point where they have 105 or 110 just to make this a competitive chase. And this is very firmly struck, but it's equally well fielded by Siddiqui, who ran across from long off incredibly well. And there's a couple of runs, so good running here by the Red Stars.
Yeah, well run. They will get back for a couple. Pretty good fielding though. That's one thing I think the Blasters have probably outfielded Red Stars so far this afternoon. Red Stars are going to have to field well if they're going to defend this. Okay, I'm going to say thanks to everyone for your interaction regarding the colour team. I think it's been a lot of fun. I like what Julian was saying. Hopefully the performance isn't off colour. James faces up.
This one is struck away, and it's very well taken by Islam in the deep. He's been very good with his catching. That's the second good catch he's taken at the boundary in the 2 games he's been involved in. Not an easy one. It's above chest height.
Yeah, for him. He's pretty tall, isn't he? Jimmy goes down swinging. That's the way to do it, I suppose. And with 3 balls remaining, 98 for 6. So we get to kind of see the bottom order briefly for the Red Stars here. All right, so we're getting right down to the stretch here. Ash Giles and Ash Barty, professional tennis player who also played for Brisbane Heat. Ash is a colour bench. Ash Gardner, yeah, it's an obvious Ash. And we already have a female team. We had Alex Blackwell up there. Anyway, 3 to come.
Oh, this is a full toss. It's going to be battered away. It's a 6, and the umpire at square leg indicates it's a no ball as well. So this could be a free hit. And you talk about how one ball can swing the momentum. That might be the ball. It's going to hurt his team massively. That's a 7-up.
Yeah, big bonus. Oh, Red Stars, they'll take it. And they got the free hit. So, well, we saw Ajmal Ali now, and we've seen him and whack a 6, the only ball he's faced. 3 to come. All right, I'm racking my brains here. Are there any like a Billy Turquoise or something like that? Come on.
I'm thinking of what would be our home ground. I mean, are there any cricket grounds that have colors in their name?
Good question.
This one is hit straight to the fielder and point.
No.
A bit of a mix-up over here. I mean, Ali wants to stay on strike considering he's hit a 6. And
Tell you what's interesting about this is he's realised he's probably going to get run out. So he's basically said to Cherry, well, you know, you've been here 6 balls and you got nothing. So you know what? I've hit a 6. You haven't. You can go that way. And when the captain does that, I don't think you have a choice. So I think it might actually work out. I mean, you would normally be running on that, make the play, but yeah, I do get that he's hit a 6, and so he wants another crack. I can understand that. 105 for 7.
Oh, he gets a hold of this one. There should be a couple of runs here. He's charging back. But the throw goes to the non-striker's end. Really should have gone to the keeper's end.
Yeah, maybe. Poor Philomena's out there now doing the running. Ali gets 2. Phil Mustard is discussed, but he was already picked for food and drink and condiments team. All right, last ball coming up.
And this one, he's just looking for the call, but he's not quite going to get it. And
it's a good
I
call.
think it was a good decision there by the umpire.
It's not a wide. Comes back a bit. Look, threatens the wide line, but just comes back a little bit. So still, you mean you take that from Ali, gets 8 off 4. So that's not a bad return, all things considered. Red Stars 107 on the board here in match number 8. And look, remember earlier we had a game was 105 to 85 for the Red Stars, improving by 22 runs in the earlier performance. Can the Blasters do enough to get the sweep? Red Stars right now, I think, have got this to about a 50-50 contest. Negi was good early, wasn't he? We know he continues to impress us with his skills. But it was Islam maybe a bit fortunate to get this call go his way, but didn't have a lot of fortune. His 2 overs went for 32. That was chalk and cheese compared to earlier on.
Yeah, complete turnaround for him as, of course, so we take a look at this. Well taken catch there by Prajwal Chauhan. Again, Siddiqui, he bowled really well, took a couple of wickets. He was very tight with his lines and lengths as well. And then, of course, Tony Thomas, he was bludgeoning the ball, made 27 of 13. We take a look at a couple of the big 6s he hit. And this was a really, really well taken catch there by Dobal, which would end Thomas's innings. And then, of course, we'd see Jimmy James. He hit a 6 as well, but other than that, he was pretty much going to run a ball. This would be the skipper, Ajmal Ali's lone 6, until this moment right here where he says, nah, I'm staying at the crease. You can run out over there. And, of course, can't really argue against your skipper as we'll take a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, right at the top of that scorecard, Sobu George, a much better performance from him in this innings. He was a little too slow in the previous match he was involved in, but this time around he came out with real intent. He was extremely positive, made 15 of 5. You see a few starts over there like Vijayan, who wasn't quite able to kick on, but Tony Thomas with that 27 of 13, he's a top scorer.
I actually think the middle order, 4, 5, 6, really productive. So I know they had that kind of slightly iffy caught behind go against them, but I think in the end they probably make more runs as a result. 3 for 16, Siddiqui's having a really good start to his series. Wickets also for Islam, though he was expensive this time around. Negi with a solid 1 for 13. Dobal with the other one. Quick turnaround last game of the day. Just quickly, the stadiums that we could possibly play at. Well, I suggested the Gold Coast in Australia, or maybe the Rainbow Nation, South Africa, but I do like the Rose Bowl to host the Colour 11. Well, we'll be back with the Red Stars. They'll be taking on the Blasters, who will be looking to chase 108 for victory here in the last match of the day. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. Of course, the Red Stars are looking for their first ever ECN victory, and they've certainly got a good chance of achieving it here. They posted a rather healthy total in the first innings. Of course, as things stand, the Bujiba Blasters still fancied as favorites, 66% to win this game. And of course, the two openers are out for this Blaster side. You know, it just has the feeling this could be one of those golden ball totals. Here we go, second innings gets underway with a massive 6, and once again a terrific bit of fielding by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu out in the deep. The ball just seems to be a magnet for him so far today. Let's have another look at this. Just takes this one in a little too short. Be too much width over there as well, and it goes for 6. Oh, that's struck away as well, and it's going to take a couple of bounces and go over the boundary rope. That's a 4. So a fiery start here. Danish Siddiqui, who bowled really well in the first innings. Now he's batting terrifically well too, of course, off 10 of 2 so far. Look at that required. It's just shot down a shade over 10. Immediate pressure on Ali. Oh, this one's played uppishly. This is a catching opportunity. Fielders converging underneath it, and it's taken a really good catch. And Ali has the last laugh against Siddiqui. Really well taken. Let's have one more look at this. Skied. It goes up in the air. And there we go. Well taken. Good technique as well. Watch the ball closely. And took a good catch. That'll be the end of Danish's innings. Of course, he batted superbly there. A little cameo. Got his side off to a flower of a start. Wasn't quite able to kick on the way he would have wanted. You know, sometimes in T10 career, there's little just sprinkling in those small innings of, you know, scores between 10 to 25 can be really useful. Then he surrounded with one big total. Blasters 10 for 1 at the end of 3 balls. Locker room pointing out 6 and 4, definitely hungry for more. He certainly was hungry there, but I think his appetite just got the better of him. Skied one, and the catch was taken. And there's a rare leave. A quick look at the square leg umpire. And I think it should be fine, but might be worth just taking another look at it. See that just below the shoulder as well, so it's not the one for the over either. Just his bat almost slips out of his hand over there when he tries to play that shot. Mithani again. A few batters, you have to say, maybe could be a little bit wiser with their shot selection. Tried to heave that one towards the leg side as well. Yeah, just losing his shape over there. Wasn't quite in balance. And playing that stroke as the over comes to an end. 10 for 1 at the end of 1. The Bujiba Blasters. As of course, it's been 175 matches since we last had a golden ball, and you know, this is one of those golden ball totals, isn't it? It's a par score. It's the sort of score that both these teams have within their wheelhouse. It's probably the score that they'll average for much of this series. So this could be a game. This could go right down to the wire. I think we're going to have a very close match over here. It's been a lot of exciting games to start off this ECS in Malta. A lot of close finishes. We came close to a golden ball in our opening match yesterday. We got some entertaining games today as well, particularly that second match of the day today. That's been the pick of the game so far. This one's probably straying down the leg side. Probably need a second set of stumps for that one to even have a chance. This one's up in the air. It's a catching chance. Someone get underneath it. They will. And that's really, really well taken. And the second wicket falls here for the Bajiba Blasters. This is good stuff to start off. For the Red Stars are looking for their first ever ECS victory. Good catch over there. That's Dilshad Ali who takes that one. And Nagy has to depart. And the Blasters now in quite a bit of trouble. 10 for 2. Nagy fails to trouble the scorers. Let's just take another look at that replay. This one is taken out at long on. This one is played away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. Dilshad Ali, will he get to it? Well, he uses a little bit of footwork. I mean, of course, it's the Champions League tonight. And he's showing how you, showing his own football skills over here. Just kicks it back inside the boundary rope. And for a second, they were just contemplating sending a fielder out to deep mid-wicket, and they opt not to. And takes an inside edge. Goes to the fielder, a square leg, and it's going to be a single. So I just think this is going to be one of those games. It's going to be a tug of war, you feel, this innings. I mean, anytime you feel like one team gets ahead, another one's probably going to pull the other one back in. So should be a very exciting last 8.2 overs of the day. Shouts to catch it. Goes to the fielder at cover. Again, I think it fell well short, so wasn't really an opportunity there. And there was some smart running between the wickets as well by the batters who took advantage of that slight mix-up. Oh, this one is struck away towards cover, and it's going to be a boundary. So much needed boundary here for the Blasters. I mean, things just got a little bit quiet for them after those first couple of balls of this innings. Good looking shot, hits it towards the offside. It's going to be a 4. 18 for 2 at the end of 2 overs. And of course, we'll have a look at the standings for Group B. Of course, Marsa and the Royal Strikers, they split their 2 games earlier today. Marsa taking the first one by 30 runs, and the Strikers taking the second game by 9. And then we saw the Bajiba Blasters win the first game against the Red Stars. But gotta say, this Red Stars team, I mean, for a side who are making their European cricket introduction, I've been very impressed by them. They bowl quite well, and it was good to see them show their prowess with the bat in hand as well. As it's going to be a wide. Been a funny day for bowlers named James today, hasn't it? Of course, we saw Reuben James struggle a little bit as well earlier today. Now Jimmy James, he's had a few issues too. Overcompensating over there. Bowls one too far down the offside, and now sends one down the leg side. Just needs to get it right here. There we go. Now he's been properly calibrated. That's exactly where he wants to be. And it's going to be a dot ball. I think they're really desperate to give up overthrows there. I mean, if you just saw that little sequence between them. Let's just have another look at this. It's a good bit of backing up there, but then they take another shy at the stumps. This one is firmly struck, takes a bounce before the boundary rope. And another chance to show his fielding prowess. Look at that beautiful throwing action. Blasters now 24 for 2. Just have another look at this. Just a little too short, a bit too much width on offer. And it's a chance for the batter to free his arm. And slap one away. This one struck hard as well. It clears the boundary rope comfortably. That is a huge 6. And now James is going for a lot of runs over here. 12 off the over already. And we've only seen 3 balls. So, things just going a little bit pear-shaped here. If you're the Red Stars, it started off very strongly in those first couple of overs. But again, bowlers named James just seem to be struggling today. Don't know what it is. Was there some kind of hex placed on anybody with the surname James? Oh, this one is blasted as well. It's going to clear the boundary rope comfortably. Well, I wonder if some of these are going to land at the golf course nearby as well. They're hitting this a long way. Seems like they've swapped the cricket bat for a driver. They're teeing off over here with some really, really big hits. Maithani moves on to 17 off 9. And that's a much better ball there by James, but that over was a very expensive one for the Red Stars. 18 coming off it, and now, well, you have to say the Bujiba Blasters are right back in front in this game after that expensive over. We just take a look at the power play comparison for these two sides. Of course, at this stage, the Red Star were 4 runs ahead, but that little middle over sequence where you have to say Bujiba bowled extremely well played a huge role. As you can see, 20 runs between overs 4 to 6. So it's going to be important to see how Red Stars control these middle overs. And obviously, spin plays a big part in this stage of the innings. Right now, it's a 70-30 in favor of the Blasters, of course. Right at the end of the power play, of course, we can welcome back Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu into the commentary box. That was a big, big third over. 18 coming off.
Yeah, and some big hits. And here's the thing. Both these two, actually, they can really bash the ball. I mean, Maithani sometimes hasn't had his hitting boots on in the European Cricket Series, but when he does, he is destructive. And Sathi's such a good pickup as well. So, sorting out a couple of admin things here. I've got to tell you, I had to have a quick bathroom break, which I suppose we all need to at times, but the ball's following me around. I had one on the way there, one on the way back. But the Blasters, well, they're hoping to make it 2 out of 2 here. And they've made a very solid start. Looks like it might be Jimmy James coming off here with a slight injury. So he's hobbling off. And so subfielder, probably Parth Patel, I imagine, is coming on for the Red Stars. Yeah, they need a turning point here. They need it sooner rather than later. Sobu George to bowl the 4th. This is ups in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It's gone. That's one thing we said needed to improve for the Red Stars. They needed a breakthrough. They get one. So Sathi is going to go for just 7. George breaks through with his first ball. And so the Blasters are going to lose a 3rd wicket here. And it's 36 for 3. And right on cue, the next Maximo curse is real. Come back. The first ball is a wicket. And yeah, the catching was always going to be important. It's something that we talked about earlier. I thought they leaked 10 to 15 runs. And it's Anandu Pratapan that takes it. And he's pretty impressed about it as well, Nish.
Oh, he should be. That was a very important catch. And again, you got to say, I mean, this is something which both these sides did very well, was take wickets at regular intervals. We saw the Bujiba Blasters getting a lot of wickets against the Red Stars, and that's the case over here as well. That was important to break that partnership after that big third over. So they're just keeping themselves in this game. And once again, it's back to a coin flip as this one just evades the fielder at cover. He probably wishes he was a little bit taller. He would have had a chance to catch that. That one going over I think that's so, can't be so, George.
No, that's Parth Patel, who has come on as a sub-fielder. Straight into the action. This is a little inside edge, and how far is it running? It's running all the way to the boundary, so a bit of luck. Oh, got to be careful stepping on that ball. I might need a shovel to dig that one out, but Maithani gets a bit lucky and gets 4.
Yeah, inside edge over here, and again, once it makes an impact on that pitch, it just gives that ball a little bit of extra pace it needs to travel away to the boundary. So Maithani, well, we've seen some brute force from him, but he's also showing that it's good to be lucky. Oh, this time he just strays onto the pads there. That's a very poor delivery by George. It's easy pickings. Goes away for a 4.
Yeah, this is an attempted Yorker that he gets slightly wrong on the full side and slightly on the leg side. And Maithani helps it on its way. I mean, Gurav is so important in this. Look, Negi's a match winner as well. Here's the thing. Negi is pretty good in the chase historically, so kind of eats up the pressure. But if you can get these two, then I think you're well ahead in the game. But just how are you going to get them?
A little bit too much width on offer. It's absolutely crunched, but it's hit straight to a fielder. I mean, you could hear the crack of the bat probably in the golf course next to us. That was such a nice sounding shot.
Tony Thomas doing a good job out there. Fielded it cleanly.
This is got to scamper across for a quick single. So good cricket here.
12th man's been in the action path so far. Gets another one his way. Good pick up and throw. That'll be the end of the 4th over though. They'll get a single. 47 for 3. And Nish, well, something we haven't heard today so far is the sound of ball on car, and that is good because we know that Boom Boom Basil, he actually rattled 2 vehicles with one Maximo yesterday. Of course, they've got the netting protecting that area. It's kind of the bottom left of your screen. As you can see, they are ahead of the rate, but that could all change pretty quickly. And when I say they're ahead, they're only just ahead, maybe 3 or 4 runs ahead of that kind of par line. Tony Thomas to bowl over number 5.
This is very, very nicely hit. It hits it between 2 fielders, and I think it's gone over the boundary rope as well. This one's a 6. Great looking stroke.
Maximo time. Both these two whack it. Negi's not a guy you want to bowl short to. You won't believe me, just watch that replay one more time. This isn't one for today, but here's one for the future for random questions. Building teams. Players with the same initial first name, last name, such as Narendra Negi and Tony Thomas. But not for today, because we've already done our team for today. But Nish, I'm just sowing the seed for you. Okay, they think of 2 here, but they'll just settle for a single. Now they almost get an overthrow. But in the end, it's a long one. So everyone can do their homework on picking your best. And there'll be plenty of examples of that. So we're going to try and, I think, in the future, build a team. What's your best 11?
This one's gone up in the air. It's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. And you better watch out if you're at that tennis court next door. You might have some cricket balls coming your way. This is an enormous hit. Of course, we are at a sports complex.
I want to know what's
over
going
here.
on. What sort of training's going on down there? Well, we're going to have to... Karina's got good eyes. Is this tennis or what? Well, if anyone can tell me what they're practicing there... Are they? Is there like a ball on the roof? There's no roof there, is there?
I think it's just a kid having fun on the tennis court.
5 overs. All right. Coming. We're not going to the graphic. Maybe we can go back to straight away. Okay, are we back into tennis? So we've gone from the basketball to... I think, is that a tennis racket back in the hand? I mean, that is tennis going on over there. It looks like a giant shot put. Innovative.
So that big heave there, Maithani, and it's going to be a dot ball. Just balls it back of a length there, Thomas.
Tingling pretty hard here in this one. I mean, Maithani's a guy who, I think if he bats this next 5 overs, they get there, and they get there pretty easily. But, will he? That's the question. Last ball of the 5th.
Oh, this is a very good ball there by Thomas. He's just mixing things up well. He bowls this one a little bit fuller, and Maithani just gets enough bat on it to get a single. Blasters 61 for 3 halfway through their innings.
All right, well, the show's over on the tennis court, so let's roll the dice. It's the last time I'll roll it before I go on my little vacation. And they've gone Group C. Okay, so there's only 3 teams that we don't know who they are yet, and one of them is Turkey. Their representative team, I think I'll get it out there, in Group C, but no farmers from Jersey. It's Old Victorians that will be there for the first time. Alton return for a 3rd consecutive ECL. Gamblers of Portugal there, and also CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. So, yeah, look at that group, kind of wide open, as this is going to be held. Well, great catch down there. Tony Thomas, his fielding's been really important. And look at that, Maitani does go. So they were 77% to win before that wicket. Let's see how much that takes to dive. But no need to dive for Thomas, who takes a hanger. He was the right man for the job, wasn't he? Gorov batted really well, but he's going to have to go for 33, and it's 61 for 4. It's Sobu George with the breakthrough.
He couldn't have picked out a worse fielder in the deep. Tony Thomas, a safe pair of hands, and he's also got plenty of length. He manages to get that one, and it's a huge, huge wicket. And now 4 wickets here lost for the Blasters. Again, you know, they're ahead of the rate, but just the fact that do they have enough depth for these remaining runs?
I don't think that's affected the percentages yet. Watch it take a dive. I'm sure it will with the wicket of Maitani. So it was up to 80. Apparently it's serving practice. I didn't really have a lot of tennis coaching. I had maybe a few lessons in primary school. And so, yeah, thanks, Lance, for giving us that information.
This one is just pitching outside the leg stump. And yeah, but you're absolutely spot on. I mean, he is serving right now.
Yeah. When it kicked in, then the percentages took a dive, where it's dived from 80 to 62. Just in the space of basically a ball, I think.
This one's gone up in the air. The fielder's trying to get to it. If he gets it, it'll be a terrific catch. And he does. That is great by Dilshad Ali. He had to cover so much ground, and he gets down low and takes that catch. This is a huge wicket.
Really is. And so, yeah, Surya is going to be the next man to go. I tell you what, he threw that away very quickly, Dilshad, but he had it under control. I think he was just excited. I can see why. Surya goes downtown, ends up stuck uptown. He'll be the 5th to 4, and this game's turned on its heels. 61 for 5.
Half the team sent back to the dugout. This is a really, really huge moment. Let's have a look at this again. Just look at how quickly he gets out of the blocks. Watches the ball very closely, and then he takes the catch. Just absolutely textbook.
Here's Kohard coming out at number 7. So, yeah, the rate required, it's not too unreasonable. It's about 10.5 and over required, but now have to do it with the bottom half. But Kohard makes a decent start. This will probably run away for 4, and it does. So George gets a little bit too straight. He's got 3 wickets, but he also leaks a boundary there to Kohard first ball.
Yeah, this time he just gets a touch too straight, and this is good batting by Kohard. Just plays it down towards fine leg. Intelligent cricket. Doesn't overhit it. He gets a boundary.
George. He's been good, hasn't he? 2 to come in his spell.
This one is absolutely blasted. It's just hit the top of the fence. What a huge hit. That's Kohard. Well, 4 and 6 to start off his innings.
Just the start you want. You don't want to potter around if you're coming in. If you can get a couple away, you start to feel good. And I think he is feeling good. He's feeling confident, Kohard. I mean, 10% of the target pretty much knocked over in his first 2 balls. So getting the ascendancy back here, the Blasters through Kohard.
This one is played away towards mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single to end the over, but a very good one for the Blasters. 72 for 5 at the end of 6.
Hey, watching that basketball thing, whatever happened over there, it reminded me of probably the most difficult training that I did. This is when I was playing indoor cricket for, I think, Western Australia. But they would make us run laps with our bat over our head. You'd have to, it's like an army thing. Yeah, it was on the indoor court, but it doesn't really matter. Try and do that for a while when you have to keep your bat completely arms extended over your head. It is torture. It's really, really difficult. And something for you to try at home tonight, maybe, if you've got a cricket bat around the house. 72 for 5 off 6, so 36 required of the last 24. Every over super important. Got to say, Sobu George finishes with 3 for 22, so he gets those crucial breakthroughs. I think that the fact they've got those 5 wickets gives the Red Stars a shot at this. Remember, they're chasing their first ever win on the European Cricket Network. They've got a pretty good bowler to come back here with Tony Thomas bowling out in the 7th.
It's another one that's been skied. It's probably going to go beyond the fielder's reach. Does it have enough to go to the boundary? It certainly does. Kohad gets another 4, and now this game is just starting to slip away from the Red Stars.
Wasn't a good ball really first up. Half tracker angling into the body, and well, Kohad, he's come out in some sort of mood. I mean, he's already lapped Narendra Negi. That's the other thing. Negi being there is huge. And Negi is really experienced in this situation. Kohad, he probably normally bat a bit higher, but got a couple of new recruits in there.
This was a wider delivery. He threw his bat at it, and he's going to have to pay for that. He could have probably left it alone, but instead he's going to have to depart. He finds the fielder at long off.
I mean, Kohad, he'll be disappointed, and you're right, and he spoils a wide here end of the bat and pouched by Sangeeth Vajayan at long off. But still, that's a brilliant T10 innings. He's going to finish with 15 off 5. He had 2 4s, a 6, a dot, and an out. But it's such a useful innings. Okay, I know they're not really keen on losing too many more wickets here, but he has still kind of kept his team in control of this game, I think, with those boundaries, as he'll have to depart at 76 for 6, and this will bring Anurag Tripathi to the crease. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Anurag's like with the bat. He's a very skillful bowler, we found out.
Yeah, he just tries to push out a wider one. He wants to run it down to third man, but he fails to get any bat on it.
Dave in the chat is saying he's got Conrad Greenshield's bat around the house. But I just realised, how did Conrad not make the side for the colours? No one thought of him. Sorry, Conrad. We're full of greens. We had a couple of greens already. Oh, wow. This is a misfire if ever I saw one. And now they think of a second. Tell you what, Gijo's had a couple of interesting moments, hasn't he, in the field? Sometimes things happen as you want, and sometimes they don't. Left the ball behind.
I mean, he's lucky he's done that close. I mean, if he does that at the boundary, it could have cost his side an extra run.
It's very true. Nagy gets the strike back then. 2 to come in the 7th.
Ooh, as this one landed on the pitch, I think the umpire judge it had. It's just caught the edge.
I think just.
Yeah.
That's what Tripathi's saying. But yeah, I thought it bounces on. Maybe his head's in the way. Oh, it's pretty close. If in doubt, call it on the pitch, I think.
It's a good ball there. Much better ball by Thomas.
I don't like that rule. I don't want to go into a side rant because I know we're heading towards a big finish. But I think off the pitch, call it a wide. Unless, you know, the ball's hit or it hits the batter or the batter stumps or something. It's just, I don't like the feeling of a free hit after the ball's missed the pitch completely. Anyway, back on track. This one's just a wide. And he'll have to bowl it again. Thomas has been a little bit off here. He's a good cricketer though. You can see they've got a few guys that are pretty commanding physically, don't they? The Red Stars. They cover the ground quickly in the field. They run in, they bend their back, but the accuracy is super important.
Yeah, they've generally been pretty decent this innings in terms of extras. That was just a 4th run of extras. This one is struck firmly towards point, and it's going to be a single to end the over. So we're in for a grandstand finish. We promised you there would be one. 28 runs needed of the last 3 overs.
Nish and last games of the day. You know what that means. Tingling for a golden ball. Gazira United make their ECN debut tomorrow against the Southern Crusaders. Then in the afternoon, we'll see Sweetie United taking on Mata Day. That all starts 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. 1 p.m. in India. I am off for a couple of weeks, but I will be lurking. I do find it hard sometimes to get in the chat for long periods, so sorry if I say hello to everyone and then I don't reply when you say hello back, but got to be quite clever with my time and organise a few things in life, normally when I'm away from the microphone. But yeah, Nish will be here for the next couple of days, and Corey will be here before too long. We'll do his first match on Peacock Friday. Nish, a task for you. There's some great shopping here in Malta. Go and dig out a Peacock shirt, maybe not for this week, but for the next week. Pretty reasonably priced as well. I've got a few numbers here last time I was here. It's a nice vintage shop. I'll let you know. It's called Tailor Made And it's on our street. €10. I got a couple of bangers. Anyway, it's going to be the captain. A bit of a gamble here with the off spin in the 8th.
And it looks to toss one up. And it's going to take a bounce and go away to the boundary. So Nagy, of course, as we mentioned, the experienced campaigner, is still out there. And while he's out there, you still feel that his side, the Blasters, are ahead in this game. Required just under 8.5.
Yeah, important boundary. Gonna get to the moral victory. First one of the over. But now this will be a bit more destructive. 4 and 6. Nagy. He is a bit of a finisher for the Blasters, and he blasts this one out of the ground. Maximo as Bujiba close in.
Yeah, well, you talk about 2 balls absolutely taking the life out of his side with 2 big blows. He's pretty much brought his side to within a run of ball. You'd now say it's the Blasters' game to lose.
Almost run a ball pace required. I suppose that's your only way back in, isn't it, Nish? To try and find some dots from somewhere. So there's a bit of a pattern. Maybe it's just random occurrence, but Ajmal has been banged for a couple of boundaries. First 2 balls he's bowled in both the games today, but then he has reeled it back.
Yeah, this one again, it's firmly struck. It clears the boundary rope with ease, and the Blasters are looking to blast their way to the finish. Again, it's slightly over pitched. He gets underneath it very well, allows him to elevate it.
Yeah, and well, one thing we know is that we've got a few furry friends around here. They've got their little house there in the corner of the car park, and they're certainly well looked after here at the Master Sports ground. But, well, no pussyfooting around from Nagy, who launches that one, and he's really gotten after the Red Star skipper here. And it's red alarm time, I think, because 12 or 14, really. And a couple more of those, we might be done by the end of this over.
Oh, he just looks to make some room to hit it away, although it was a pretty wide delivery as it was. Just a single, and that should do the trick for them from here. Of course, the Blasters can just knock the ball about and make it 2 wins and 2 to start off this series.
Tripathi probably doesn't want to hand a wicket away here, being 6 down. But anyway, last ball of the 8th.
Yeah, this one is just played away. It was a rather wide delivery. But Tripathi plays it to the leg side. He's going to keep strike.
Oh, they should definitely get another one.
And they could have contemplated coming back for a second run, but it's a mini victory, I guess, for the Red Stars. They keep them on strike.
Yeah, they do. And really, I was going to say, as we see the score 98 for 6, that over certainly putting Bujiba well ahead now. It's a bit of an experience, I think, from Tripathi. He balked at going that overthrow a couple of times. I mean, even if he was going to get run out, which he wasn't, then it's a very small chance. But yeah, getting Nagy back on strike at this stage of the game, he had several opportunities to go for it anyway. Now, you've got to have a brilliant night if you're the Red Stars. And I actually think with Tripathi, I'd bring more infielders in to try and keep him off strike, because Tripathi's only really thinking about getting out the way here. So I'd probably bring him mid-wicket in. I'd probably bring the cover in. And he'll still protect some boundaries. But again, maybe a bit of an experience. I think the field's a bit too far back and he should sneak away. The only fielder near him is the bowler, and he pats it straight back to him. So yeah, your way back into this game is to really put the screws on Tripathi and try and get 3-4 dot balls, and suddenly that turns up the heat on Nagy at the other end.
Yeah, the Red Star skipper Ajmal Ali doesn't look too keen to do that. He's currently stationed at long off himself. I think, yeah, get everyone in, have everyone on the one, and maybe just keep a boundary rider or 2 in case one flies up in the air. Yeah, you can't give him easy singles like that. I mean, just allow Nagy back on strike.
Could hear the Blasters bench, so pretty happy that Tripathi is able to get out the way, because with Nagy going the way he's going, he could finish this quickly. Having said that, imagine he skies one now and it gets caught, and you're looking at 9 off 9 with your number 8 coming out. Number 9, I should say, coming out. The Giant trying to pull this one out of the fire.
Oh, and there was the chance they wanted. It goes straight to Patel, who's been so busy at cover, the substitute fielder, and those are the opportunities you need to stick at this stage of the game.
It was a bit of a sitter, I got to say it. It was straight to him, maybe a bit to his left, but Patel lost his feet, and it's a big moment. This substitute fielder puts down Narendra Nagy. Oh, back to Tripathi, though, the equation, 8 off 9.
When it goes down the leg side, it's going to be a minimo. It's 5 runs there for the Blasters.
Oh, I mean, who would have known what would have happened next ball if it was a new batter out there, but it's not a good one from Vijay. So 2 mistakes in 2 balls. Arguably, this one might be just as costly because 5 runs pretty much sews this one up.
I think the keeper's really unlucky there. As it's going past him, it just catches the edge of the pitch, which means it goes away.
Yeah, I mean, true, but he still didn't cover the line, did he? I've been impressed with Jacob today, but he loved that one back, and so would the bowler. Meanwhile, it's another swing and a miss. This time it goes straight over the stumps, but so close yet so far for the Red Stars today. I just think a couple of experience things, a few skill errors as well, I suppose, being the difference between the 2 teams this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the Red Stars will be better for this experience. I mean, you know, there's a few minor things they need to iron out. Of course, watch this delivery. It's a swing and a miss by Tripathi.
I'll tell you something, anytime you go to the last over, even if you need 3, I mean, you'll probably see some innovative fields, especially if Tripathi's on strike, really trying to squeeze them and not let him get that single and keep Negi at the other end. But right now, Tripathi 3 off 7. He's still there. He's got 1 ball to go from Vijay, and he's been pretty good. Just those 5 runs in, they'd love him back. They won't. Last ball coming up. Oh, and it's a beamer, and that'll be the end of the game. Well, what a way for me to get on the plane, Nish, because Vijay just lost the plot in 3 huge errors in the last over, what will be the last over of the game, are going to cost him. And in the end, Red Stars, they'll be seeing red after that, but the Blasters sweep them here on a Tuesday afternoon in Malta.
Yeah, very good way for the Blasters to start off this series. 2 wins on the bounce. I think the Red Stars, they certainly showcased a lot of their skills. I think shouldn't be too dismayed about their odds. I think there's a lot for them to be positive about. I like the fact that they batted better in the second game. Their bowling seems pretty decent as well. Just a few things they need to iron out. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow. Of course, Gezira United versus the Southern Crusaders in a doubleheader to start off. Really looking forward to seeing how that team fares against one of the better teams in Malta. And then Sweetie United versus Madurai. Of course, Sweetie United went 18-0 in the group stages in the last year's ECS, but then they got upset in that semifinal, and that was the end for them. So it should be a great bout of action. Of course, it all starts at 8:30 Central European Time, 1 o'clock Indian Standard Time. We'll be right back here tomorrow morning for you. Of course, we just take a look at some of the highlights of this innings. That was a well-taken catch there by Tony Thomas. It would bring Danish Siddiqui's innings to an end. This was Dilshan Ali, the skipper, taking Gautam Singh's catch. And at that point, he just thought the Red Stars were ahead. They had them 10 for 2. But then we saw a little bit of a recovery by the Blasters. A good innings by Maithani, who made 33 of 18. Narendra Negi with 28 of 12. And that it just helped the Blasters dig themselves out of a hole. This was a really well-taken catch by Tony Thomas to end the Blasters skipper's innings. And this was a really good running catch. Dilshad Ali getting the wicketkeeper Surya out there. Covering a lot of ground from long on. You see some huge hits over here. Another well-taken catch. That was Sangeet Vijayan getting rid of Prajwal Kohad. You also see a rather comedic moment where the ball just slipped out of the fielder's hand over there. And right at the end. Well, he iced the game in a rather comedic fashion.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't read about it really, that last over. Just a Barry Crocker really in the end had a drop catch and 2 big wides that go down to the fence. And so, I mean, it looks comfortable in the end, doesn't it? 7 balls to spare. Got to say Negi kind of held it together. 28 off 12. Maithani 33 off 18. But I want to highlight Prajwal Kohad there. 15 off 5. His run turned out to be super important. Those extras in the end was mostly the end of the innings where it really cost him. 3 wickets for Sobi George in there. Also singles for Dilshad Ali Vijayan as well as Tony Thomas. But, I mean, Red Stars, I mean, we've already seen they've got immense potential. I think they'll probably go back and watch those games. They'll probably learn a lot from watching them back as well. I'm looking forward to their contribution for the rest of the series.
I certainly am as well. And, of course, in the end, the Bajiba Blasters made it 2 wins in 2 against the Red Stars. They take this one by 4 wickets, thanks to a couple of great innings by Maithani and Negi.
So just quickly before I go, I already put something in the chat, but I just want to say big thank you to everyone out there, all of our viewers, of course, on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and everyone on the YouTube channel as well for your support over the last few weeks. I know I'm stepping away for a couple of weeks, but I will be back and I'll be watching as usual, and I'm looking forward to hearing you and Corey together. I want to say, thanks for the positivity, for the sense of community that ECN has brought to so many lives and so many households. And it's been a real game changer, certainly for me, but I think for cricketers across the region and cricket lovers across the world. But for now, I just want to remind you, if you haven't already, please like if you're watching this video on YouTube, and subscribe to our channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN and the joy it can bring to your day. Also, our social media at European Cricket is the place to go for some of the highlights and bits you might have missed. And our website, europeancricket.com, is a home of European cricket. Nish, looking forward to the next couple of days?
Certainly looking forward to the next couple of days, and of course, it's a shame we can only commentate for one day together, but I look forward to seeing you again for finals day.
We're not done, and we'll be finals day, I think, where I will be back with you, maybe another day as well before then. But Nish, looking forward to hearing what you bring. And you know, Nish, I've got one job for you and Corey. Reset that golden ball counter. You've done it before. That's why I picked you to come back and do it again. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Enjoy these highlights of day 2. Until then, we'll see you for more European Cricket Network action right here in Malta. For now, it's hasta pronto.